Those of you just joining, it is Getting Over It. Which is, by the way, obviously, it's a big meme game. It's a big ha-ha, hoo-hoo, funny game. I think everyone knows that. Everyone's aware of the reputation this game has. But I haven't played it, truthfully. And I've always wanted to. Because, for me personally, and maybe this isn't the case for a lot of people, it probably isn't, I kind of like rage games. Or rather, they don't frustrate me in the same way. It depends. Let me clarify. It depends on the game, and it depends on what I'm playing. But there are a lot of games that are typically meant to be frustrating that just don't bug me. Mario Paint music, by the way. Or rather, Mario Artist music. It's good music. Oh, I haven't even fucking loaded the game up. There we go. Oh, and I also have to unmute the game. God damn it. I hate when games just don't stay on the goddamn screen. What kind of pointer? I'm using a mouse. Getting over it. I'm honestly kind of excited. And again, I might hate this game. You know, there's a good chance I might hate this game, but I get the feeling I really would like it. Would really like it. I guess all that's fine. I mean, a game like this, I can turn it to extreme graphics, right? There's no going to be issues. Oh, hello, Potman. It's funny. I didn't know how this game was played, or rather, I knew that you're supposed to like move this, but I didn't. Ooh, this is interesting. I didn't actually know how that was done. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. It's not rage-inducing by any means, but it's certainly novel. I have to say, I like games that do interesting things with their controls. One more thing to set up. Minimize that. Put this over there. Open this. Do this. Don't you love it? Like streaming, there are like 30 steps you have to prepare before you're ready to go. Nice. Sorry, there's so much fiddly-dee with this. Okay, so you can do that. Then I do this. Okay. God, this dude is shredded. Hey, I mean, honestly, he doesn't look like he's not like a strong man or anything. Unrelated to anything. I know we just started, and this is a bad time to jump into a topic. But I was thinking about strongmen earlier because there was someone asking about why superheroes wear like fucking tidy whities and like underwear, and that all has to do with.
There's no feeling more intense than starting over. If you deleted your homework the day before it was due, as I have,
I've done stuff like that.
Or if you left your wallet at home and you have to go back after spending an hour in the commute. If you won some money at the casino and then put all your winnings on red, but it came up black. If you got your best shirt dry cleaned before a wedding and then immediately dropped food on it. If you won an argument with a friend and then later discovered that they just returned to their original view.
You didn't really win.
Starting over is harder than starting up. If you're not ready for that, like if you've already had a bad day, then what you're about to go through might be too much. Feel free to go away and come back.
I've had a fine day today. I've had a day that I don't think is frustrating enough for me to not be able to play this. That's happened though. It happens. God, I was editing a video, and if you've never edited video before in your life, it can be a very time-consuming process, especially if you're not like a professional editor, which I am not. I mentioned it because I was editing a video and I was like, oh, I got to get this out soon. It's topical, and I did. Let me clarify. I did a cut of the video to where it's like an hour plus 2 hours of footage. Cut it down to like however long. I didn't do any of the fancy like, oh, let me like put in like an insert here or something. I just cut up the video, cut out all the fluff, So I went through the entire thing and prepped it so that I can really quickly go back through the second time. And that's when I made my decisions initially of like, oh, what do I keep? What do I take away? I'd found, like, accidentally, I realized I was using a lower quality version of the footage. The software that I use, which is DaVinci Resolve, has handy features to where if you have a clip and then another clip of the same length, 2 videos, you can replace one with the other. So I had to like go through, it took me ages, but I had to go through, download a different version of my video that's higher quality, make sure they're the exact same length, start at the same time, and edit it in. And then I realized I was coming up with issues to where every clip I had edited was starting at 0 seconds.
Thanks for coming with me on this trip. I'll understand if you have to take a break at any point. Just find a safe place to stop and quit the game. And don't worry, I'll save your progress, always. Even your mistakes.
Thanks. No, but I had made all these edits, and I realized that every edit I was doing, for some reason, had the time codes reset to 0 seconds. Which meant my entire edit that I had spent hours doing was ruined. Honestly, first of all, I'm going to be honest, I gave up on the video. Ugh, God damn it. I wasn't, like, the most proud of it or anything. But, well, I mean, you know what, no, that's not even true. There were some edits I was quite happy of. I was disappointed in the quality of the footage I was working with. So any modicum of improvement would have been nice. But it's a lot of work to do to just have to, like, give up on it, you know? I don't think anyone feels good about losing work. Time. No matter how long you've spent on it or how much you invest in it, it's still time you put into something. Nice. So having it amount to nothing is a frustrating endeavor. And I feel like that's the worst, because then it leads to almost to apathy, you know? Because it's like, I don't even want to try again.
This game is a homage to a free game that came out in 2002.
Oh, shite.
Sexy Hiking. The author of that game was Jazuo, a mysterious Czech designer who was known at the
This
time
also
as
makes
the
me want to make
father
more
of
games.
B-games. And B-games are rough assemblages of found objects. Designers slap them together very quickly and freely, and they're often too rough and unfriendly to gain much of a following.
I like B games.
They're built more for the joy of building them than as polished.
It's more art.
products.
Then maybe it's wrong. I think any art is valid. There's a video that I want to edit, that I have the footage for. It's called House Explorer 3000? There was a game called Room Explorer that was released a couple years ago, and I liked it. I made a video of it, and the developer liked my video, I guess. I didn't think it was that great. But he saw it. He actually asked me to do the video on his other game. Funnily enough, I had already downloaded his game. I wanted to check it out. It's great. Very interesting stylistically, and very, I suppose, artistic. It's not a friendly game, I would say. Not necessarily in the same vein as maybe Sexy Hiking is, but... Okay, like that. It's very hard, even doing it, it's hard to know how this is supposed to move. Okay. I almost think I need to turn my DPI up. Also, I love how his pot is full of water. It's human soup. He's baking in it. But yeah, things like that. And generally, when something goes irrevocably wrong and my project is ruined, I oftentimes just give up, and I hate that. You shouldn't do that, but sometimes no. Sometimes it's it's so far gone that it's like, well, what do I even do? Ah, you fucker. I do know I've never seen the ending of this game because you're not supposed to until you've beaten it. But I've seen some footage of people who speedrun it, and a lot of it is going very quickly. So taking your time isn't the optimal way of doing this. But also, if I try to do that, it almost feels a little cheap. And like a disingenuous version of the experience. And also, I don't know what I'm doing, so inevitably it's going to end in failure. I don't want to say it's like masochism. But I feel like I like getting the genuine experiences when I do things, if that makes any sense. Which is an odd thing to say. But even if it means doing something, I like getting the intended experience. And I suppose as that relates to games, if I'm playing an old NES game, even if I'm playing on an emulator or in a, let's say a pack that was sold or something, and they re-released it to make it a little easier, and they have, we have save states. I kind of don't like doing that a lot of the times because I feel like I'm no longer doing the experience that was intended by the developers. Even if that experience maybe would be more fun with extra quality features, I still feel as if the intended way of experiencing it is the way it's meant to be experienced, and that's how I want to do it. Which is a little silly. Because some games I wouldn't find fun, but I could make it fun if I played it a little differently or I changed it a little bit. And surely, or at least more fun, if I just changed a little bit. And by that proxy, why don't I let myself have more fun with something instead of forcing it to be the way it is? Okay. It is funny, though, how easily you fall from... Because there are many instances where I feel like, I shouldn't fall from this. But you definitely will. That's slick. Can I put you here?
In a certain way, Sexy Hiking is the perfect
Nice.
embodiment of a B game. It's built almost entirely out of found and recycled parts, and it's one of the most unusual and unfriendly games of its time.
Nice.
In it, your task is simply to drag yourself up a mountain with a hand.
Which is a horrible idea.
And that act of climbing, in the digital world or in real life, has certain essential properties that give the game its flavor.
Oh, that's good.
No amount of forward progress is guaranteed. Some cliffs are too sheer or too slippery, and the player is constantly, unremittingly in danger of falling and losing everything.
Nice. Nice. I don't mind that. I will say there's a difference here in doing this and failing a project, I think. Or failing, or losing progress in anything that I've invested personal time into. This, I know it doesn't lead anywhere. I'm willingly doing this, understanding what comes with it. And I guess I think if you're doing something on your own, you don't expect to have to restart. You don't expect to have to lose progress. Even though you can, with anything. You kind of expect that things will go your way for the most part.
Anyway, when you start Sexy Hiking, you're standing next to this dead tree that blocks the way to the entire rest of the game. It might take you an hour to get over that tree, and a lot of people never got past it. You prod and you poke at it, exploring the limits of your reach and your strength, trying to find a way up and over. And there's a sense of truth in that lack of compromise. Most obstacles in video game worlds are fake. You can be completely confident in your ability to get through them once you have the correct method, or the correct equipment, or just by spending enough time.
Shite.
In that sense, every pixelated obstacle in Sexy Hiking is real.
By the way, some people would probably call this artsy bullshit. And a rage game. I love artsy bullshit, I'm going to be honest. I'm such a, not every game. I think some games are actual artsy bullshit. But I love games like this. Or talk like this. It reminds me of, what is it? The Beginner's Guide. Which honestly is one of my favorite games. It is a very playable game and very interesting, and I still think it's very fun and enjoyable. Depends on your definition of fun. And enthralling. Where some people think it's pretentious. I think some games can be a little pretentious. God, I don't know why I turned into one of the fucking Three Stooges. Hey, Shemp. I can't do a Three Stooges impression. I'd have to be funny. But honestly, the conversation in this game, that reminds me a bit of the conversation in the Beginner's Guide. It is weird. I mean, there's a lot of games that inspire me. There's games that I like. But the games that inspire me to make games are usually games related to making games, which I guess makes sense. Okay, I'm losing it. So I like this dude's weird stubby facial hair. He looks like a member of Smash Mouth. Rest in peace. It's funny, I actually, people know Smash Mouth from, All-Star. Although, technically speaking, Smash Mouth has more than one hit song. If people talk about, one-hit wonders or whatever. There used to be a thing on VH1 about, the one-hit wonders of the 90s, the 80s, 70s. And they'd go through 100 lists of one-hit wonders. And it was interesting and kind of fun. God, no wonder I have old people music taste. That's what my parents used to show me. But Smash Mouth, I think some people might consider them one if they didn't think hard. But Smash Mouth has actually had innumerable many hits. Even before All-Star, they had Walking on the Sun, which was big enough to have been parodied in one of Weird Al's polkas. Might as well be walking on the sun. They have I'm a Believer. They have that cover. A lot of these songs were shown in children's movies, by the way. I'm a Believer was in Shrek, and so was All-Star. There was, they did a cover of a Beatles song in the Cat in the Hat movie, funnily enough. It's a good cover, though. And it fits. And to the point where I imagine a lot of people, it's not like, oh, he did, Smash Mouth did Let It Be. No, it's one of the other ones. It's a good song, though. What? But someone gave me the suggestion. I actually like Smash Mouth because I actually gave one of their full albums, a shot, and they have good music. Not every song. They're very interesting style that not everyone's gonna like. A very interesting type of music not everyone's gonna like, which is fair enough. You say that about any band. But they actually are a good, valid band with music.
You just lost a lot of progress. That's a deep frustration.
That's not that bad. Come on.
Real punch in the gut.
Thanks for reminding me. It could have been much worse. I was stuck at that beginning part for fucking ages. Come on. I know it will get more frustrating. I know it's going to get more frustrating later on when I actually lose a lot more progress. Progress? More like progress. I'm sorry. Don't worry, you could have me murdered. I understand. I think it's valid. I was talking earlier about rage games, though. And I want to bring that back up because I think of... You know who was funny? It might have been Matt Pat, who mentioned he liked to play rage games, and he brought up I Want to Be the Guy. And I realized that wasn't a game I heard of as a kid, or I Want to Be the Boshi, or, you know. And if you haven't heard of I Want to Be the Guy, it's renowned for being it's a fucking rage game. It's a difficult game. It's a bullshit, unfriendly game meant to be hard. And meant to, like, make you angry. Even among, like, you know, plenty of games that were just hard because of the era. And it's very referential to NES games, as an example. And there have been other games, too, like the Cat Mario. Or, what's another good one? Or even just like Kaizo Mario. I don't think those are actually that frustrating. I think the biggest thing I have about any of these games is not about the difficulty, it's about the time. If I'm being honest. I just don't have the time to actually put into beating some of them. It's okay. Like, I remember, and there's also certain fallacies. I was like, oh, people did Kaizo, Proton John did Kaizo Mario back in the day. I watched his videos, and I realized he's using save states. Does not mean Kaizo is any less difficult, because it is. Even with save states, it's hard. But I wanted to try and do Kaizo Mario, and in my head, I thought, oh, you have to do it all legit all the way through. The original Kaizo Mario World hack. And I'm able to make it, like, halfway through the level on my own, which is not an unknown feat. I don't know. I think I was doing it in my freshman year of college. Weirdly enough. Oh yeah, yee-hoo! I think even before then I tried I Want to Be the Guy, because Matt Patton mentioned it on one of his streams. I think he did an old Mega Man stream back in the day. They did some weird stuff on GT Live before they got established into
the obstacles in sexy hiking are unyielding,
what they do now.
And that makes the game uniquely frustrating. But I'm not sure Jazuo intended to make a frustrating game. The frustration is just essential to the act of climbing, and it's authentic to the process of building a game about climbing. A funny thing happened to me as I was building this mountain. I'd have an idea for a new obstacle.
Beautiful.
Build it, test it, and it would usually turn out to be unreasonably hard. But I couldn't bring myself to make it easier.
Why not, Bennett?
It already felt like my inability to get past a new obstacle was my fault as a player rather than as a builder. Imaginary mountains build themselves from our efforts to climb them. And it's our repeated attempts to reach the summit.
You know what other
that
games
turns
are
those
about mountains
into
that are also
solid
very hard? Celeste. He's right, though.
Building a video game world, you're building with ideas. And that can be like working with quickset cement. You mold your ideas into a certain shape that can be played with, and in the process of playing with them, they begin to harden and set until they're immutable, like rock. And at that point, you can't change the world without
Okay.
breaking it into pieces and starting fresh.
Oh, yeah,
with
no,
new
no, no, no.
ideas.
Any attempts I've made in the past at making games have never gone very well. You've got to be really, really careful when moving this thing, dude. Moving your donger. Okay, okay. Okay. Nice. There we go. Is it raining? But I do think a challenge is a part of it. And I honestly, that's part of the reason I don't like making things easier, because it feels like someone can beat it. It's a challenge. I think there's pleasure in doing things that are meant to be hard, and I don't feel like I feel like it's on me. It's funny. I completely agree with that. Whenever, and maybe that's my own personal perspective on things, but especially these are games that are different. I don't mind playing rage games that are single player because it's all on me. And I'm not letting anyone down. I can keep up with it and try it because I think anybody works at their own pace, and the only way you get better is with time and practice. But honestly, games that aren't rage games, games that are fun, a game like Mario Kart or Super Smash Bros. Can be really frustrating to me because I'm going against other people. And it's me versus other people, so it's just me. And losing sucks because I know it's all me. I know it's 100% frustration on my part. And that's the most frustrating thing. It's not just my failure, but also my failure compared to other people. And people can see, oh, this guy fucking sucked. What does he think he's doing, going Ness against my fox? I actually think it's the single player aspect of a rage game that makes it less frustrating, because it is just me. Even though I'm streaming it right now, I'm not actively going against someone. It's me versus the mountain. And I know that given enough time, I can win. I think that maybe that's just a part of the frustration of losing. Nobody likes to lose. Especially someone with such a massive ego like myself. I don't even know why I want to be on that little stump. I don't need to be on the stump. Yeah, this is too steep for me to really scrape myself up there. Beautiful. Okay, so I can do this. Oh, come on. Come on, come on. Ah!
This part before. You know it's possible. Just do what you did the
I haven't done this part before. Well, I mean, I've done this part before, but... Whoa. Come on, come on. But I don't think it's mask. I think it's more human arrogance that I like doing difficult things. Even if I don't end up finishing them, it's usually, I'm fully confident in my ability as an arrogant human to do literally anything. I just matters how much time I have available, which is usually not enough. I suppose that is very arrogant. It's like oh God, there was a survey they had put out years ago, and I think it was comparing British men and women and American men and women on what kind of animals do you think you could take in a fight and win. I don't know what the definition of win is, but I'm guessing if it's like gladiatorial combat, whoever dies first loses. There's a good chance both will lose, right? But I think if you have to determine a winner, and there's a chance of death, whoever can survive the longest. Here's the thing. There are a lot of people who are like, man, fucking Americans, what, they think they can take an elephant? First of all, it showcased that Americans were much more confident in their abilities to take on any animal, small to big. And they started with like rats and stuff and little tiny itty bitty animals. Every animal they showcased. Americans were far more confident than their UK counterparts, which I guess makes sense. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. God, I don't even... Nope. Which is very funny. It really showcases the fucking American grit and all that. It makes perfect sense. People might deny it, but American culture and American personality exists. If I'm a shy, socially anxious person, I am still very much an American. I think that comes through in many ways. But the other thing, I was looking at it and I was like, you know what? I think I agree with a lot of these answers. Where I was like, I think I could take on a lot of these animals. It depends on the knowledge you have going in, but a lot of these animals work in specific ways. Humans became the #1 animal on the planet for a specific reason. We became the apex predator because of our intelligence and because of certain other things. A good example is a lot of these big predators have high intensity twitch muscles, which means they can dash at an enemy. Real speedy like. Humans don't really have those. We have these long, slow burning muscles that let us go for long distances for long periods of time. Other animals will burn themselves out and then they just won't be able to do anything. Which is how we won. Like fucking Michael Myers in Halloween, we basically outpaced our enemies until they had no stamina left. Which is incredible, if you really think about it. Okay, okay. Can I land on that lamp? Okay, I need to... But because of that, I think a lot of these animals have flaws we could exploit. And assuming I'm not like coming in with a fucking machine gun and a knife. But like an elephant, for example. Elephants are pretty big and they're dangerous and they can be quick. But I think humans are agile enough to where we could dodge an elephant. Or run under its feet or grab onto a leg and then it can't really crush us if we're fucking holding onto its leg for dear life. You need good grip strength, but I think that's possible. I've got good grip strength. You break off a tusk and stab it. Or even just fucking pummel its face, gouge its eyes out. How long is it going to take? I know it's got thick, leathery skin. Or birds. You're probably going to get hit in the fucking face by a claw of a hawk, but if you can grab it and jump on it when it's coming down. Again, I think it doesn't mean you're going to win, but I think you have a decent chance against a lot of animals of winning. It just matters how well you know the animal and what you win, and if you're willing, because you're not getting out unharmed. You against a fucking eagle, a massive hawk, it's gonna fucking cut you, probably. Doesn't mean you can't grab it. Doesn't mean you can't grab that fucking hawk and show it who's boss, but like... God damn it. But you're probably gonna get injured. But again, I think for a lot of those animals, I think absolutely. Even a bear. Even a bear. They have bears on the list. I think absolutely a human could potentially take a bear. Bears are big and strong and fast. But it's like, if you're fighting a big dude, you gotta get down low. You gotta aim for the bottom, knock them out, jump on them. Honestly, I think the biggest thing with any animal that humans are missing out on is just fucking jump on them. Just jump on their back. They're not gonna be able to get you. If you can get into a position where you're fighting a big fucking animal that's gonna kill you probably, if you can jump on it and jump on its back, let's say, they're not gonna be able to do shit. Bear's gonna be scratching his ass trying to fucking get you off. If you can hold on for fucking dear life, honestly, I think you can take on a lot of animals. Which I think it literally goes down to what is your grip strength? How strong are you? Are you able to hold on? And if so, you probably have a good shot. And maybe that's me being completely arrogant. But I think a lot of humans have the tendency to underestimate humans. We look at these animals and we see how scary they are. But I honestly, genuinely think that we have a better shot than people seem to realize of just living, of just surviving. If you can stay calm and focused and really think about how this animal is moving and what it's doing. I genuinely think for most animals, I think humans could probably take on pretty well. Again, the biggest problem with things like an elephant is not even the fact that it might kill you, but how do you kill it? You know, we don't have weapons. We don't have massive claws. We can pummel it to death. Beat it to death with your bare hands. I don't know, maybe you kill the bear first. Then you bring it to the elephant match and use that bear claw as a weapon, you know. Very smart. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, Captain Ann. But I felt funny reading that because I've talked to friends about it, and a lot of them disagree. I feel like maybe I'm the weird one. I'm the guy who thinks he can take on a fucking elephant, among other creatures. Although I guess I have a lot of weird perspectives on things. I don't think I am necessarily. I figure like, oh, I'm just an ordinary Joe or Jack or Jill or Jemima or whatever. But it turns out that I might not be your ordinary Jemima. I might actually be a wacky dacky dude. I guess everyone's different, and everyone has their own perspectives on it. But I never thought that I could show this to like a group of 10 people, and they would all be against me. Be like, no, you fucking idiot, you're not taking on an elephant. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I can listen. You of little faith. You of little faith in kind of the world. Yeah, I'm struggling here right now, by the way. If I want to take on an elephant, if I want to take an elephant in a fight, let me clarify, because people on Twitter will be like, in a fight, question mark, ... No, I can't take an elephant in other ways. I would literally die. I wonder if the water makes this dude feel better. It's like the people who take ice baths. By the way, you shouldn't take ice baths. Fun fact, it's more about like recovery, like it's not even about recovery. It's more about just like muscle strain than anything else. But ice baths shouldn't be the way to go, evening artist. If you're watching Dylan, by the way, it's his special Mega Man stream. You should keep watching him. He put effort into that. I didn't put effort into this. There's a dramatic difference. So I'd say watch him first. And if he ever climaxes and finishes, and you're still awake, maybe come back over. But give Dylan the attention. He deserves it. He's also had a rougher day than I have. Undoubtedly. Appreciate it, but, you know, keep him company. It's always kind. What a generous person. But yeah, I could take an elephant. I don't know. And again, I always think that survey is so funny. Because of the difference. If I can do this one section, I'm going to pull up the American survey, American versus UK survey on what animals they could take in a fight. Because it just so succinctly shows the culture difference between these two countries that are, by and large, not that different. I mean, they're both Western countries. Honestly, I'm going to take that back. The UK has a very distinct culture. With its own shops, its own shows, its own music. Very different from the United States. Or rather, I mean, different in the sense that they have their own stuff. It's not that different as in we have shops, they have shops, we have music, they have music. Whatever. But they do have a distinct culture of names and places and people to know and shows to know and and locations and even just locations in the UK that people know of, like how we know different states. And honestly, I find it fascinating. I really like the UK. I like England and Wales and in Ireland and Scotland. I watched Dylan upon the sense of obligation when they turn from fun to chore. Well, I mean, I think having 2 streams up probably becomes a bit of a chore at that point. Watch whatever you want to watch, artists. But I would also say if you're choosing to watch both just out of support, then you might as well watch Dylan while he's alive. And anyways, I always prefer that. It's hard enough to have 2 people up. And again, Twitch, remember, Twitch is a funny system, but I don't remember. It wasn't that recent, but they made it so if you have a stream muted, they don't count that as actually being watched. If it's about viewer numbers, which is interesting and kind of shit a little bit. So if I do leave a stream on, like if I'm at work and Dylan's streaming, and I was like, I can't chat, I can't really engage, I'll put it to like 1% volume and just leave it at the bottom of my screen. Because you know you do your moral support and all that. If that really matters. Don't worry, I'm deleting both Pokemon at the same time. Fair enough. I mean, I'm horrendously addicted to everything, so I still have to watch stuff while playing it. It's like when I was playing well, actually, I take that back. Certain games, like I'm going through FF7 Remake because I've actually never played Intergrade, so I was just going through the whole Steam release. And I was like, man, this game is so engaging. It's so like I was watching a streamer, and I was like, I actually have to turn the stream off. As entertaining as the stream is, and I really like the stream a lot, I have to focus on the game. It's sucking my attention in too much. That's a good game. Not every game does that. Some games are like, you know, if it's just a roguelike or something, that's a better game for a stream, because then I don't have to really, I can turn the music off and just go through some runs, enjoying myself, pleasuring myself, as it were. God, I'm really stuck here. Okay, let me take this maybe a little slower. Although truthfully, faster sometimes works better. Oh no!
Oof, sorry about
Oh, fuck me. That's fine. It's a mental refresh. Again, maybe it is the American spirit, but I don't get mad at this kind of stuff. Not really. I might, you know, if I'm like an hour into the game and I have to go all the way back here, maybe it's a different. Well, I mean, I am 40 minutes into this game. More like an hour worth of, like, I don't know. If I'm farther up and I go all the way back, maybe that would feel a little bit worse. Which I know it's always possible to go back down. Ugh. But, you know, even as far back as this, I still feel like I'm kind of fine. Now this part is easier in retrospect. So you just have to go back up here. There we go. See? I meant, again, I struggled like a bunch doing this earlier. Just incremental progress, marginally better each time. See? Dun 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Just like Spock said. It gets easier with time. Don't worry about the hardness of it.
Oh, it happened again. Keep on trying. Don't let it get to you.
Thanks, Bennet Foddy, with your nice, soothing accent. Yeah, it's funny. This game, I knew it. I'm going to be honest. I knew I was going to like this game a lot. I guess, people say, oh, you can't tell without playing a game. And they're right. You can't tell if you're going to like a game or not until you play it. But I knew that I was going to like this game. I had the feeling that I wasn't going to get that mad at it, but also that it would scratch a certain itch. And I think I was completely on the money. I think because some people might find Bennet Foddy frustrating, giving his little, oh, I'm sorry, mate. And I think in a lot of instances, in real life, like when I do get frustrated at things, people being like, oh, it's okay, mate. I don't know what kind of response I want from people when I fuck up, but it certainly isn't pity. I don't know anybody that like it's never like, oh, you fucked up, man, it's okay. I hate that. I have no idea what it could be that I actually do want, right? But I already fucked up. I don't need someone's condolences to remind me that I'd honestly be like, I would honestly, people just like, yeah, you fucked up. Let's keep going. Just be matter of fact about it. I think I would feel a lot better. Or even I like acknowledging the failure. If I do something and people, and honestly, if they let me make up my failure, that's the other thing. If I fuck up, I don't want them to be like, oh, it's all right. Especially if I get the feeling they're obviously going to be inconvenienced by it. Like if I get someone the wrong meal, or I forget, like I eat their meal by accident because I thought it was mine, and they're like, oh. It's fine. I would rather just go out there, stop my eating, and actually drive and buy them something than make them eat the wrong meal. Which maybe it's like atoning immediately for whatever I fucked up on. See, that didn't take us too bad to get back up here this time. Does not mean this section is any easier, but that's preferable to me. And maybe part of that is just because I feel like I always had to atone for, like, or rather, I always want to make up my failures because a lot of times I would fuck up and people would just be mad at me and there's nothing I could do. So if I can, I have no problem. I got no qualms. I have no issues about just anything. It could be a very tedious process of doing whatever it is to recover what I fucked up. I don't mind doing that at all whatsoever. It's much preferable than having people mad at me, I guess. I think I just don't like people being mad at me, and I hate the fact that I screwed up. And if I can fix it, I want to fix it as soon as I possibly can. Which is foolish. Not everything can be fixed. Sometimes you have to accept that you fucked up. I wish I was as strong as this dude. I wonder how, like, I guess, honestly, this is fucking completely infeasible. Maybe this guy's all arms, right? And he has the bucket attached, but he has, like, the shrimpiest legs or non-functional legs, or maybe he just doesn't have any legs. I think this becomes a lot more feasible. But I think a normal person, there's too much weight from the rest of their body to this to actually be feasible, which may be a little obvious. Of course it is. Game theory. Could a human... Honestly, I'm surprised there hasn't been a game theory on the... Not the lore of this game, but, like, the feasibility of moving this. Because I'm sure you could do calculations based on human mass and how you can hold yourself up, going to, like, power lifters and body trainers. And the effort of lifting your body weight, much less thrusting it to this degree. Whether you could go the whole way is a different story, but even just when he launches himself as high as he can these movements be done from a human being? And then they can go into people who've lost both their legs, who are very strong people, who have super strong arms. Maybe there's a chance, depending on the weight of the cauldron, depending on the weight of the hammer, and even the flexibility, the movement of motion here, and the specific ways they put their arms. Is this possible? Because I actually think there is a theory there. But you could also really go into the science of it in a way that I actually think would work. It goes into physics about humans, biology, the indomitable human spirit for the people who've lost both legs and end up being really cool humans. Which you have to give people like that a lot of credit. And they're probably very happy. It's my own perspective that makes me, like, hard to understand. But I feel like that stuff like that would so easily make me lose, like... you would get really depressed, right? And you would just really lose the will to just go further on. Because it changes so much of your life, and so much of your life just becomes difficult. For ordinary things that you never thought would be difficult. Okay, there's a little niche right there on the rock that I might be able to get up. Oh, come on. Could I get fucking arthritis, dude? On my hand! Ah. No, that's not what I wanted to do. By the way, I hear my cat meowing. I think my sister's not letting her in the room for some reason. He's fine, he's got food and water, so we should be okay, but... he's just lonely. Oh no! God, it's so easy to do that, isn't it? Okay. Dun 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 dun. I don't know why, but that Red Bull fucking tasted great. You shouldn't down a Red Bull like that, but sometimes, like, a drink just hits. Like, there wasn't before, and my mouth is going to be all sticky and gross. But at that immediate moment, it was like it was like fucking ambrosia of the gods. It tasted fucking great. It made my body feel good. I'm not going to feel good afterwards. You shouldn't down I was going to save half that Red Bull for tomorrow morning. And now I'm going to, like, not exist in a functional state. Okay. Okay, come on. Come on. Beautiful. Darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. And honestly, I might not be the right person to watch for this game because most people are looking for like the, picking up a chair, doing shit like, and throwing it against the wall, which I can still do. If you want me to, I can still do that. So even if I get to here, I don't know where the fuck to go next. No. I almost think I have to, like... Okay. Oh, no. I have an idea. My idea is to lower myself... Not to stand on the lamp, because there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. But, like... Lower myself and then launch off. Like I've been doing already. Are we wedged ourselves into a corner? Okay, come on. Come on. Like this. No! Okay. Come on. Beautiful. Beautiful. Come on. Maybe I'm getting greedy. Maybe that's the flaw in my programming. I'm just too greedy, But I've been standing right here, Hey, MC. Nice to meet you. My name's Shirako Ubikaze. I'm just making up names. Just making up my own story, guys. I wondered if I could make I like manga. I'm not good enough at proportions, but I had ideas for some before. Just because I like reading manga a lot. I wonder how feasible it would be to write and create one if I, let's say, practice enough and got the skills for it. But actually try to get it on certain, well-known magazines in Japan. Because I think the hardest part would be I'm not Japanese. And they call me and be like, hey, we want to serialize it. It's like, dude, I don't even live in Japan. Do you know who... let's say I use a Japanese pseudonym, so they take me seriously, and then, I go to meet them, and I'm like, hey, I don't live here. I actually live in another country. Do you really want to take this on? By the way, because not every serialized manga is world famous or good or gets a show or whatever, It's like the dream for a lot of people, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a success or it's going to make you the billions you want. Come on, man. Okay. I feel like he's going to break his hammer at a certain point. It's not like... I don't know why. When I see hammers, and when I think of hammers as a weapon, I always picture it as a big fucking hammer, right? And those aren't realistic. A damaging hammer can be a small hammer. It can be, or a small-headed hammer. A ball-peen hammer or something. Those can do a lot of fucking damage. It's not a fucking warhammer. Even a warhammer. Aren't these club-like things? Okay, I gotta be careful there. But I think in my head I always imagined it. It's like the Megaton hammer in Ocarina of Time, which is still pretty big. But I guess I picture it more. Maybe it's like a mythical dwarf thing to have the fucking hammer the size of your head. A Buster Sword-sized hammer. Ugh. Come on. God, I know. God, I know! Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on, by the way, when I keep singing... Keep Singing is actually one of the Smash Mouth songs I was talking about earlier. But I don't know why games like this...
This thing that we call failure
is putting me into Zen.
But the staying down. Mary Pickford.
It's true. Which means I fail a lot. For multitudes of reasons. A big part of it is just distraction. It's easy to put something down, and it doesn't mean you'll ever pick it up again. And sometimes it doesn't seem worth the effort. It really depends on what it is I'm doing. But you have to push through, right? And that's not something I'm always good at. Because sometimes little obnoxious things are the things that irritate you and stop you. I think it's easier to notice when I'm actually at work. I'm a programmer, by the way. Like, at work. And I'm learning new stuff, and it's just like... You hit a part where it's like, I don't understand. I don't know what's going on, and it feels like too much. to get through. And maybe part of that is just I'm tired and I'm depressed. A lot of things, just in life is hard, and it's like, oh God, I can't focus. Then there's a point that happens where it's just like I almost want to just like give up. I almost want to say, hey, can someone else take where I left off? I don't want to do this anymore. If you keep at it, you'll get it eventually. I've always gotten it eventually, right? And maybe having people look at it with you can help, sure. But in the end, it's still your responsibility to do. And eventually you have to own it and say, I have to do this. It's my job. And maybe because it's my job, it's easier to actually get those things done in a work setting than just at home. When it's always on you, time, energy, and planning, and the repercussions are really are personal, as opposed to ruin my life and I won't make money and I'll get homeless.
If I'm messing you up, you can mute me in the settings.
No, you're fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Bennett, don't worry about it. You're nice. Bennett's an interesting... I used to know a guy named Bennett. He was a very nice guy. Someone I knew in high school. A nice guy and like a good person. A lot of people I knew were good people in high school. I just didn't keep up with them because I'm a bad person and a bad friend who doesn't know how to talk to people. Part of that is my own social anxiety about people and things, which is ridiculous though, because I hurt myself and other people, right? I'm too afraid of talking to people, and I'm afraid of reaching out to people because I'm like, oh, they won't want to talk to me, or they'll be like, they probably don't actually like me like I think that like I like them, and as good friends, people I really care about, and so I don't reach out, and then because of that, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it becomes true because I ended up making them feel like I don't want to be friends with them, even though nothing could be farther from the truth. Which is really sad, but you get into your own head about things. Which is real sad, because there were a lot of good people I've known. And I could have probably been so much better friends with them, right? I could have really kept up with them, and I tried to be friends with them, and I just don't know how. Especially, and again, this is particularly when I don't see them in person. It's much easier, I think, to keep up a relationship with people in any kind of a way when you see them often, right? And I do I say I do my best. I do as much as I guess I feel is reasonable. As much as I am capable of right now. That does not mean I'm doing my best. Let me clarify. I could always be doing better, I think. But it's still sad. No one wants to see friendships fade, especially since it's hard to make friends. Knowing that I have people I like to talk to, and then I lose that because of my own flaws sucks. Even people that want to be friends with me and they invite me to play Final Fantasy with them or whatever. It's like I don't, I can't take every opportunity because I don't also want to do things I don't want to do. But I should be able to say yes more to people. Like going to bars and stuff, which I don't like doing. You ever seen the movie Yes Man by Jim Carrey? A lot of people say it's like Liar Liar again. I kind of think Yes Man is a bit more like highfalutin. It's a falutin movie. Not that it wasn't a comedy, but it was more like about... It had a message... I mean, Liar Liar is about don't lie and be a better person, whatever. But it was more comedic, I think. Not that Yes Man wasn't comedic, but I think it was more about taking charge in your life and being open to new experiences because you don't know where they'll lead you, right? Like very, very, honestly, very positive, if a little silly, and not magical. It's purely put on by the person who's just like, man, everything seems to go right when you actually say yes to things. It's a silly, but it's kind of the truth. Doesn't mean you can't say no to things, but I can't say no to everything. Does not mean I can do everything. I don't have the capacity to do everything. I don't have the capacity to do everything I want to do, much less the things I don't know I want to do. But I would probably be a lot less happier. I'd probably be a lot happier and a lot less lonely if I went out and did things with people. Oh, yes. Sorry. And I think I have a better idea of how to do this now. Like even if I fail, I think I know how to do this now. Here. Sorry, I said I was gonna do it. Let me pull this shit up. UK American chart. What animal could you take in a fight? Interesting. God, why are people liking posts I made on my Twitter.com. Let me move this screen over. Okay, I don't want to see the article. Oh, come on. Oh, this is just on the page. You know what? Fine. Then let's do this. Accept cookies. So here was... Okay. Here's the breakdown of women. Well, actually, wait. Is there another? There's got to be a better chart that shows both. Yep, here it is. I don't remember when this was done. Oh, Jesus. Was it 2021? That was more recent than I thought it was. So these are American men, American women, British men, and British women. They showcase the difference between men and women, and showcase the difference between British people and American people. So generally speaking, obviously, American and British men more likely than British women and American women taking things. But there's a big disparity, even among, like, so let's say, the lowest here is British women don't think they can take a rat. What is the scale of this? Sorry, what are the numbers? Oh, it's down there. Percentage of adults that people think they would win. So about 60%, less than 60% of British women don't think they can take a rat. Or think they could take a rat. American women's much higher. And then men are pretty high in like the fucking 80% range. I'm surprised it's not 100%. A rat? I don't know what defines a right. I don't know what defines a fight with a rat, right? I got no idea. But surely whatever metric they use as a fight, you can take a rat in a fight, right? Am I crazy? Am I just really like, how are there 15 to 20% of people in men who don't think they can take a rat in a fight? But that's a pretty big disparity right there. House cat, again, I could take a house cat in a fight, right? Still disparity between American women and British women. Goose, for the biggest difference, for some reason, UK people are fucking terrified of geese. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. Like, how low is that for British women? That's like around 30% of British women think they can take goose in a fight, where it's about 50-50. British men are not that far ahead. And then American men are like, yeah, 70%. Yeah, I could fucking take a goose. It's a goose. A medium-sized dog, a big drop-off. Still a pretty big disparity there, but like, you know. Medium-sized dog. Eagle. Eagle's an interesting one, because the eagles are pretty big. Again, I could take an eagle. They have big fucking claws, but you could still win. Large dog. A king cobra. Now, here's the thing. We have humans that can handle king cobras. Killing it and knowing how to do that is a different story, but I think trying to remember or figuring it out is not impossible. Chimpanzee. Honestly, probably one of the scarier things on this list. That's a fucking rough one. That's rough. That's a rough thing. I think it's not impossible, but even over something like a bear or an elephant, a chimpanzee has the same human characteristics, but they're stronger and very violent. So that's a rough one. They're not as smart, but that's a rough one. You'd have to really outsmart them, I think. Kangaroo. We've had boxing matches with kangaroos. I'm surprised it's not higher. A wolf would be rough. Crocodile, elephant, gorilla, grizzly bear, lion. Again, and it's funny. I think on every metric, it is the Americans are higher than their British counterparts on every metric, on every animal. Even in this case, where like British women are slightly more inclined to think they could win than the British men. Thanks, American women. Again, like lion. Oh God, I don't know how you take on a lion, but I think it's not impossible. It depends on how they're coming at you, right? It would be rough. It would be rough, but it's not impossible. But it's just really funny to me that that's the case. God, why are you guys retweeting my posts? It wasn't that exciting of a post. All right. Now that we're here, let's remember we made progress. Let's pray to God we don't lose it. Oh my God, that was... That tree wasn't tangible. That tree wasn't tangible. Oh, fuck me. We got this. Flies. I like this song. I actually do like this song. Once the song's over, I want to talk about something. Pleasant song. Down on the jail on my knees. Yeah, I actually have to get the song after this because I genuinely like this song. They feed you on cornbread and cheese. I like cornbread, cheese. Cheese has got protein. Cornbread's got corn. Could probably live off of that. Yodelay, yodelay, yodelay. Yodeling is nice. I mean that. Real American music right here. How much influence American music had in culture? On music. If people like it or not. I bought $10 shoes before. It's for work. McDonald's, you get the shittiest shoes. They're basically molds of plastic. Come on. Ugh. Beautiful. We're making good progress. Back to hell. Oh, come on. Come on, man. Shut them down, boys. Shut them down. Come on. Good song. Now, what I want to talk about is actually traditional music. And I mean, I say traditional music, and that applies to many different styles of music. I can talk about American traditional music, which I'll talk about that first, before I get into worldwide traditional music and music from other countries. I mean it when I say I love American traditional music of various kinds. Again, you have Stephen Foster, who was the first American composer, notable American composer that people really talk about. Which, I mean, again, he's have some of the songs he has. It's like Camptown Races, here them sound, doo-dah, doo-dah. I got like a bone and a mile long, doo-da-doo-da day. What, which are very silly. They're like childhood songs you might have heard, at least Americans might have. Also, what's a girl with the flaxen hair? No, Genie with the light brown hair. Did he do Beautiful Dreamer? Beautiful dreamer, wake unto me. Starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. They're silly and they're fun, but they're very sincere, I think. And in a case like Beautiful Dreamer, they're very beautiful songs. I think sometimes we don't give traditional music enough credit, especially nowadays. I think the biggest part of it that I think is notable is that they're full of sincerity. Even the songs from Stephen Foster. The songs are made for a million reasons, and even if they're being made for an audience, I still feel like they're sincere and they're indicative of a culture and of a time. And even songs like Stephen Foster, I think, are great. Come on, man. Okay, I need to get past this metal. And I mean, that's a specific level of American traditional music. But you have stuff like, oh God, what's her name? Sorry, I gotta look this up now. Farmer on the Land. Is it Gene Ritchie? Farmer on... No, it's Sailor. Sailor on... Gene Ritchie. Gene Ritchie... God, was it? It was Appalachian music? Yeah. She spent a lot of time preserving traditional Appalachian music stuff and using stuff like the Appalachian dulcimer. A lot of these were songs that were just sung by your Appalachian mountain residents with 2 teeth. And there's a lot of culture there in the Appalachian region. And they have all these songs, and a lot of them are beautiful. It's songs sung from, mother to son, father to daughter, passed on over time. And there's some of them are truly, like, they're wonderful. I don't know how I stumbled upon some. It's always by accident. Whenever I find a song or a style or a person or a location of music, I kind of just stumble upon it. I hear a song, and I decide to do a little research. Sailor, sailor on the sea. Sailor, sailor on the sea. Sailor, sailor on the sea. What treasures have you found for me? Guess how many? 3? You have guessed the number plain. No, you have guessed the number true. So you may sail the ocean blue. They're very pretty, and they tell stories, and again, they're full of that sincerity. The kind of songs when you don't have a song in your head, but you're just making up words and lyrics, kind of the dum-de-dum tunes that you sing to yourself when no one's around. Which I like to think most people do. Maybe it's just me who makes up my own songs, my own lyrics, my own words, my own melodies. It's a good way of spending your time, I think. But America's had such a rich history. And then, that's not even to mention things like blues and the origins of jazz. And again, a lot of these songs and music and melodies have origins in the native countries of the people who moved to the United States and grew up there. And it changed, right? Okay, and so that's a bit of a difference. Yeah, I didn't realize this tree wasn't tangible. I really, really thought I could land on it.
The soul would have no rainbow.
I did the fucking...
no tears. John Vance Cheney.
Oh, come on, man. That was an accident. It honestly wasn't on I didn't mean to do that. That wasn't intentional that time. How could I try again? Sorry, Bennet. I kind of wish I heard what you said, man. I got distracted. I was actually an accident. I did it quicker this time. Come on. Oh, come on. We got this. But John Ritchie, she's called like the mother of folk, and that's specifically Appalachian folk music. When you have traditional blues, like God, what's his name? Robert Johnson. If you don't know anything about Robert Johnson, he's fascinating. Person of legend. Famously, people thought he sold his soul to the devil.
Break. It's okay. I've saved your progress.
As in, like, there was a famous thing about if you go to Crossroads at the dead of night was it in a field or was it just in general, you will encounter the devil and you can sell your soul to him. And they thought that's what he did. They thought he did that for his virtuosity in blues music. And again, we have records of them, but they're very, like, they're some of the, the worst quality you've ever heard because they're from the fucking 10s, 20s. Wax discs and all that, preserved. But I still think they're enjoyable, and you can hear the fundamentals of blues that become the fundamentals of a lot of modern music in those songs. He's not the only blues musician, right? He's quite an old one. But I actually think sometimes certain songs, like, when I get home, I'm going to dust my broom. Or, what they have the same hallmarks of what you would associate with blues, even back then.
The pain I feel now is the happiness I had before. That's the deal.
The pain I feel
C.S.
now
Lewis.
is the happiness I had before. But surely it works the other way around. I can't feel... I mean, I can't feel happiness without pain. Right? A traumatic moment can become a happy one, and vice versa. I mean, is the implication that pain is only an experience of pleasure gone wrong? A memory, a good memory gone bad? Can pain not just exist separate from a happy event that has to coincide with it? Because then, I mean, what starts first, a happy event or a sad one? Or is the like, I don't know, is birth traumatic and every moment after that is based on that context? Maybe that's true. Any psychologists in the chat who can answer these fundamental questions? Because I don't know. I don't know anything. Okay. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, this is honestly really relaxing. Ugh. Come on, baby. Nice. Not really, but no. I mean, I'm speaking of American folk music, and there's many styles of folk music that I haven't even mentioned American-wise. That I'm not an expert at. And different dialects and different peoples and different origins. But I mention that because there's folk music around the world, and I think traditional music is some of the most beautiful music out there. One thing to mention, I'm not religious, never have been, and so I don't really know a lot of like hymns and prayers and religious music, especially United States music. You think I would, but I think there are some really beautiful songs, religious in nature or not. A good example of one is one I do know, which is a very famous and popular one. Of course, it's well known. That you kind of hear and you have like these associations with, but listening to it as a song, it's Amazing Grace. It's beautiful. Playing it and hearing it, and you recontextualize it when you've had experiences with it. And I have personal experiences with the song. Something we always used in Redcoats in band with friends, in my section personally as a bit of a tradition. But also, I think songs like that make me realize how beautiful the song is. You hear a song too often, and it kind of blurs into just, oh, I know this song, as opposed to hearing it like for the first time again and realizing, man, this is kind of gorgeous, isn't it? Amazing grace. God damn it. How sweet the sound. And I think there are a lot of American spiritual songs that really are very beautiful. And harkens back to a lot of traditional music that is done very sincerely. Done because of their beliefs. Right? And whether or not I share them doesn't mean I can't appreciate in the beauty of the music and the beauty of what the people who made the songs, not what they felt. Oh, come on. If I do that quickly, I think I can get up there without having to do that. Another song I even forgot to mention was Shenandoah. So I'm just naming songs I like that are traditional in nature. But I wanted to mention religious songs because there's a lot I don't know. I hear them and I'm like, man, this is really pretty traditional music. There's a whole massive world of music out there. If you're not aware, I love music. I could easily have taken a life of music, I think. I didn't. And who knows, maybe I should have. But I'm not good enough at music anyways to really make anything of it, I don't think. Not at this point, maybe in the future. I like to imagine I could do anything given time. Doesn't mean I will. And besides, making music is not as easy as learning about it, unless I wanted to become a music historian. Which sounds fun, I like history. I like everything. But Shenandoah, which will lead me into my next segment, is a beautiful song. Oh, Shenandoah, I love to see you. That's wrong.
I feel within me a peace above all earthly dignity, a still and quiet conscience. William Shakespeare.
I talk about Shakespeare. I'll talk about Shakespeare. You know what? I'll bring it up now. We'll double back to the music talking. I like Shakespeare, but I think again, and it's the obvious thing, the stories can be compelling and well made, but it is language that makes it difficult because it just doesn't flow as well when you don't read it as you would. When you see Shakespeare performed and done quickly, it can be quite enjoyable. And even me, I love reading, and I have a lot of antiquated words, but I won't really know what they're saying in Shakespeare 100%, and that makes it hard to enjoy a story. Doesn't mean Shakespeare isn't worthwhile. There's a lot of plays by Shakespeare I haven't read, obviously, and maybe experience would be the preferable option. That I would. I actually do. And there's a lot of classics. Again, I'm someone who likes reading, and I like educating myself, as it were. So I think I would quite enjoy going through Shakespeare again and getting some of those literary references that I have ultimately forgotten. If I ever knew them. There were some very major Shakespeare I've never read, like Macbeth. Never read Macbeth. Or Hamlet, actually. I haven't read Hamlet or Macbeth. I've always read other ones of Shakespeare in class, but those were never ones of them. I've read like Twelfth Night, The Taming of the Shrew. But some of the big ones, funnily enough, I just haven't, for whatever reason. Even if I know some about them both. But it's aged with time. Its understanding gets difficult and more difficult all the time. Although at this point, I feel like it's reached a point where even in future years, it won't be as, like, language evolves. But because we've standardized our language so much, even with new slang and new terms, I think Shakespeare it will still always be a little difficult, but will stay at the level of difficulty it's at now, unless language dramatically changes. In language over years has changed, with time and with evolution. And it always will, right? Words that are popular now will not always be popular. New slang will come in and out. But I feel like the fundamentals...
You cannot now believe that you will ever feel better. But this is not true. You're sure to be happy again. And knowing this, truly believing it, will make you less miserable now.
Is that true?
Abraham Lincoln.
I don't know if that's true. I guess I can be very hopeful, and I can be very negative-minded at the same time. But when I'm unhappy, it's hard to think of anything. And maybe I should try to focus on that more often when I'm not doing well. But no, it's not a thought. But I'm down fairly frequently, and I think a big part of that is just loneliness. Big loneliness epidemic in the world right now, among the youth, of which I am technically a part of. But what can you do? That's just the society we live in. It's gotten harder to meet people. I feel the world's gotten more insular. And dare I say, this older music is a perfect choice for this game. It's blues. I guess makes sense. Come on, there we go. We got this. Nice. This is, there's Ma Rainey. They made a movie about Ma Rainey, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. She's a classic blues. There's also Bessie Smith, who was like the protege of Ma Rainey. Blues singers of the 20s. I don't know why I know some about jazz history. I wish I knew more. I used to know more, and then I forgot it all. I think jazz is very important to music. So I think having... And it's not a very well understood kind of music to a lot of people nowadays. I mean that, actually. People have a lot of assumptions about what jazz is, but a lot of people don't know, and they don't listen to jazz, so they don't know. They just don't. And that's fair enough. I don't think it's easy to get into. But I think, like a lot of styles of music, it's about exposure and understanding. Knowing the history of jazz really helps you understand it, and really helps you enjoy it a lot more. It's about understanding. You like the music you like because you listen to it and you understand it. And as you gain more experience with other kinds of music, you'll enjoy those more. It's about understanding. I think that's enjoyment comes with understanding. I truly believe that. Especially with music. Almost. I think that's double-fold with jazz. Because also, when people say jazz, it's like, well, that's like saying you don't like rock. Okay, saying jazz is like saying rock. And rock can be things from Elvis to fucking, like, black metal. You know? It can be the fucking it could be Buddy Holly and the Crickets. And it can be Scythe Lord. The range there is immense. And arguably there's even more range in jazz in terms of what it is and how many styles there are and how it's changed over the years. And some styles aren't great, or maybe not even that, more like aren't universally appealing like other styles are. And sometimes those can color people's opinions. It's like, oh, jazz isn't worthwhile. Because there's freestyle form jazz, which has like notes that don't make any sense, and it's so like atonal and artsy that it's almost incomprehensible. That even a lot of people who like jazz don't like it. I would say most people don't like most people like jazz, maybe don't like it. You can maybe understand it, but wouldn't recreationally listen to it. And then people think, oh, that's what jazz is. And make their assumptions based on a single style. Which people will do all the time. They'll do that with rock. They'll do that with a lot of genres. I feel like jazz gets it a little bit worse, though. And then it gets the reputation of, oh, you just play notes wrong, and then that's jazz, which is not true. Whatsoever. The notes are very thought out. People don't say that about blues, which has blue notes that are meant to be a little discordant. Or in timing that's meant to be discordant. People aren't like, oh, you just play wrong notes and you play the blues. It's jazz that gets it, which is interesting to me. But I mean, whatever. But jazz is history. Jazz's history is fascinating, and I guess that's the history of the blues and the history of music in America. Anyways, I was going to double back on music anyways, but I want to go back to Shakespeare and just talk about that. I think because of our modern education system and standardization and power of the internet and the power of keeping things relevant over time, I think our language has become and will stay relatively standard through time, at least much more than it has been historically speaking. I'm sure it'll change, and maybe over 1,000 years it probably will be very different. But within reason, it's hard to say within 1,000 years. But I think at this point forward, with the power of the internet and the power of our standardized language system, grammatically it's going to stay fairly the same. Regionally, there'll always be dialects, there's always going to be slang, but slang comes in and out. And I think a lot of the fundamental words we use will probably stay relatively similar. And grammatically speaking, I feel like not a lot's going to change. And I might be completely wrong, but I think it's because we're teaching a standard version of English in schools, at least as far as our country goes. And that, in the regulations and dynamics of that, will change. But for the most part, we have an idea of what English is supposed to be. And we have the capability of keeping that consistent across a nation and even a world, and teaching it to people year after year. Because of that, I do think that our language and our world's ability to communicate is going to standardize. I mean, even something as simple as like what language we choose to use worldwide. For some reason, English has been chosen as the default language, given our preeminent culture status, which I'm fine with because I speak English, and also because I think English is a very expressive language. There's so many words. There's so many words in English, and that's one of my favorite parts about it, because there's so many different ways of expressing yourself. So many words with minute differences in meaning and connotation and sound. People like making fun of English, and fair enough. I guess it's funny. But I genuinely like English a lot as a language. There's benefits and drawbacks to every language, and I think English is flawed because it makes it hard to learn. But I truly do think it is one of the more expressive languages. And I think that makes it quite fun and quite beautiful. Not that other languages don't have beauty, but, you know, from my perspective, I love the options that we get in English. Oh. But yeah, so I want to read Shakespeare. I want to read some of the classics. Some of the ones I missed, and some of the ones maybe I've read and just forgotten. Give it another shot in my adult years and really dig into it at another level, and not with school and assignments to worry about. Like really on my own. And there are books I have that I still haven't read. Like I own a copy of House of Leaves, which I got a while ago that I meant to read and I haven't gotten to yet. I need to make reading a bigger hobby of mine. Something I do, and then I stop doing for a while, and then I get back into it. Okay. I definitely can do that. It's definitely possible. Let me go back to... Well, actually, let me double back the music. Nice! That was actually fucking planned. That was great. That wasn't even just random. Okay. Oh... No, fuck. And then it was also unplanned to fill. Okay. Okay, come on. I don't need to be on this rock to do this. Evidently. Come on. Scheiße. I had it, man. I had it. But no, with music, speaking... moving away from American music. Traditional music from all around the world. Really, can be really impactful. What happened to 7TV? They stole my emojis. How can I live with it? I don't use emojis. Speaking of communication, it's funny. That's a big part of modern communication that I just don't do. I don't use GIFs. I don't use emojis. I'm also bad at communicating, admittedly, outside of in person. Although it's arguable that I'm not good at communicating in person anyways. But that's a big part that I don't use. I can see the value of some of them. I kind of like old school emoticons.
For years now, people have been predicting that games will soon be made out of prefabricated objects, bought in a store and assembled into a world. And for the most part, that hasn't happened, because the objects in the stores are trash. I don't mean that...
Hey, that's not fair. Unity stores can be helpful.
I mean they're trash in the way that food becomes trash as soon as you put it in the sink. Things are made to be consumed and used in a certain context, and once the moment is gone, they transform into garbage. In the context of technology, those moments pass by in seconds.
Interesting. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I understand his point. When you make something for a specific purpose, like a something in a game, for example, a model. I don't think that immediately. Also, those are the red source barrels in the background there. But I think even if you're using a thing that's not made for an intended purpose, it still it transforms it. I'm a stick. I know I'm skinny, all right? I need to work out more. I've been stressed recently, and I'm much skinnier than I should be. That's flawed. No, but a good example is Inscription. If you don't know, Inscription, which was a very good game, was made using a lot of just open assets. You can get some of the exact same assets on the Unity store or whatever. Or was it, maybe it's the Unreal store. And that game is great and wonderful, and it feels like artistically coherent. And I don't know, maybe it's still garbage. But I don't think it is. I think if you didn't know that, if you don't see the credits at the end of that game, you wouldn't realize that Inscription was made using all of these asset store assets, models, and etc. It's like, man, they really did a lot with this. Oh, it would be surprising. So I don't think that if you get a model or if you get prefabricated packs of things that they aren't worthwhile. I think it depends on how you use it. Some people will just use one pack of assets to make a game and that's it, and they won't modify them in any way. Like at the very least, you can make them your own and you can combine multiple things together. Something I should do because I'm not really much of an artist. I can't just make a game. Assets and all. Assets are the hard part. I can program. maybe I can't. Maybe I'm bad at it. I know I have a job as a programmer. It does not mean that I know how to program. I have the capability of learning. That's my strong suit. Okay. But I think you can be clever with asset packs and make full games with them if you really wanted to. And that's probably what I should do if I want to make a game. Because frankly, I don't have the time and energy to learn how to do every aspect. Like 3D modeling and texture creating. Those are useful. But I should probably stick to what I'm good at and what I know how to do if I ever actually want to make anything. And maybe with my spare time in the future, I could focus on those piece by piece, little by little. It's whatever. But I should say good evening, by the way. Hopefully it's okay. Sorry about your emojis. It means nothing to me, but it means things to other people, and that's enough. I don't have to understand something to know that it means things to people, for me to want them to have it. You know. You missed so much contact. You missed so much. You did, but I wouldn't worry about it. It's late at night. I'm genuinely having a great time. I mentioned it earlier. I'm not going to bring it up again, but the idea of rage games, a lot of them, I don't rage at. It's interesting what games make me rage and what games don't make me rage. Too busy gooning to watch the VODs. Don't worry about it. Honestly. Don't worry. Gooning takes up time. I want to watch a streamer. Shit, I gotta goon. Fuck, I can't. I'm like, man, he's doing his Sunday stream. I really want to watch him, like, fuck shit up with these stupid bad games. And it's like, damn it. Horny hits and I gotta goon and it's real bad. Takes up my brain, takes up my energy. What are you supposed to do, man? It's goon o'clock. It's gooning time, and then it's like I can't help it. It's a real problem these days. No, but I mentioned it earlier. I'm not going to talk about it in extent, but a lot of traditional rage games don't make me rage. I'm genuinely enjoying this game a lot. I think it's real fun, and it's not really that frustrating. Again, my only problem with games like these is that it just takes time that I don't always have. The frustration isn't the part that would bother me about it. Time because it's difficult, so I have to keep playing it to ever get a chance to beat it, but... come on. And some people watch my VODs. I don't know. They're not people that I think even watch me on Twitch. I think they just stumble across them on YouTube. And it depends. Sometimes I make VODs explicitly with thumbnails. Sometimes I don't, because I'm lazy, and if I stream like every day, it's hard to make thumbnails that I think are good. Every day. Oh. You're supposed to play streamer bait when it's fresh. Oh, I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm glad I'm playing this now. First of all, I mean, if you play streamer bait, sorry, I'm stupid today. I'm dumb today. If you play streamer bait when it's fresh, there's probably bigger streamers who are covering it that people would rather watch. But here's the thing: this won't be streamer bait because I'm not rage-inducing. It would be a very different experience. You want to watch rage gamers get mad at this or whatever. That's not the experience. It would be a very different experience for me playing it than with other people. And not everyone likes getting mad. Some people genuinely have problems. You look at there are some people who put on a face, right? I'll put an example that some people don't. Markiplier, for example. I actually like Markiplier a lot as a person. I don't watch all his shit because I don't have the time for that, and I don't actually enjoy a lot of the videos he makes. Gameplay-wise, because sometimes it's just him playing the game. It's whatever. It's not what I want. I don't think they're bad by any means. But when he did rage stuff, he's talked about it before, and he genuinely gets mad. He had anger problems, which I can understand. I've had anger problems in the past. As odd as that might seem, from a little feeble man that I am. And that now that he plays stuff, he kind of deals with it better. Pikmin, yeah, no, unironically, Pikmin. Somehow, this game is not rage-inducing in the slightest to me. Pikmin 2 is much more rage-inducing. And I don't know if that seems odd. I think maybe it's a difference in expectations, and it's a different kind of game.
Do not stand at my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. Mary Fry.
There are some good-ass quotes in the world. Some people don't like quotes from famous people, but it's like, can I ever be a person who says something like that? It says something just as interesting? Because there are people who can say words, a sentence, a few phrases, that are like, holy shit. A human just came up with this. They probably just and probably just said it on the spot. Can I ever be that goddamn, like, clever? How do you come up with stuff like that? I seek cleverness. I desire cleverness. A sign of intelligence, more than anything to me, is humor and exceeding wit in the face of the world around you. If I can ever make a witty comment in my life, that's when I know I'm real smart. I'm really creative, and I've really hit my stride. You know?
No.
Until that happens, I'm just stupid and dumb and idiotic. But that's the world we live in. And the thing is, people who make clever quotes like this, people can try. I think you can't try, right? That ruins it. You can't try to say something profound. You can't think for a long while about making profound statements because it'll come off as insincere. The thing about some of these quotes is that you know that people just said them, you know? They were just doing something unrelated. People had a comment, a topic to say, and maybe they just came up with it, or maybe it was incidental. They weren't trying to make a profound statement. Maybe they were trying to make a statement, but explicitly, you know, it's like I am so smart or whatever. People trying to sound intelligent and wordly. The same way, like, I like using big words, not because I want to sound smart, but because I like words. I find the concept of I'm not going to bring up the English language again. I talked about it already. But I love the English language for how expressive it is. And how many words there are to use. I mean that. It's genuinely, aside from the fact that I speak it, it is one of my favorite languages. For its expressiveness. So if I use a big word, it's not because I'm trying to sound like a bloody idiot. It's because it's either the word that came into my mind or it's just the word I like to say. Come on. Am I stuck? No, I'm not. And I think more people should use more words. There's too many fun words, man. I love to speak in American. American's the language I love. We have bald eagles and guns and our freedom, and we will protect them all. I love to speak American in this land that I love. We stole it from people, but it's ours. Can't you see, though, that we truly have made it a home? Guys, it's all about that stolen land. It doesn't feel good. It's like a diamond. It doesn't feel good if you didn't steal it. It doesn't feel good if it's not. There's no blood in it, you know. I just realized I can play this one-handed. I don't have to have both hands up here. See, guys, I made up that song.
More and more refuse into this vast digital
Damn.
landfill that we call the internet. It now vastly outnumbers and outweighs the things that are fresh and untainted and unused. When everything around us is cultural trash, trash becomes the new medium, the lingua franca of the digital age. And you can build culture out of trash, but only trash culture. B games, B movies.
I love trash
B
culture.
music, B philosophy.
I honestly love trash. I mean, it depends on what you define as trash, but it's more just stuff that's...
No.
It's almost stuff that isn't made with the express purpose of anything. It's made... It's not made as... It's made... It's more freeing. You made it just because you wanted to make something with no purpose of its own, and I think that's almost more beautiful than anything with explicit purpose to it. And you know what? It's the... God, I'm going to talk about the joy of creation. Aren't I? There is a joy in creation.
Has a way of getting harder the more times you try it.
Yes, sure.
Anger makes you swing the hammer harder, and that can push you away from the wall.
I don't know. I'm getting pretty good at it. It's more about just like, I shouldn't play around. That's how you get fucking knocked back to the start. I'm not. I mean, it wasn't the best song in the world, but I did come up with it on my own. Again, if I give myself a second or two to think before I speak, I am much cleverer than I sound. It's just that I tend to speak very quickly. I've always done that. I think maybe it's part of where I was raised and the people I was around, and I just have a lot of words in my head that I gotta get out. Which makes it very good for streaming, relatively speaking. I even right now, I'm trying to talk a little slower. Because I can talk the entire time on a stream. Without any silence, really. But the speed at which I talk, even talking the whole time, if I just slow down the seconds per word or whatever, words per second, you can make a huge difference. But it's not my implicit default. So I'm doing my impression of a fish playing Mario. Fish love Mario, if you weren't aware. It's every fish's dream to be a big fucking Italian man with disgusting smelly pits who fucking loves pizza and pasta. And, you know, wears red overalls. Then goons every night before breakfast. That's every fish. I think it's just because of his history of seafood in New York that it's just kind of permeated. American culture really gets everywhere. Even fish culture. It's true. If I was a fish, I'd want to be Mario. Yeah, man, if I wasn't a fish, I'd want to be Mario. Excepting the Mario anime OVA from the 80s, where he gets cucked by a blue-haired anime prince. That's the only instance where I think, maybe I don't want to be Mario. You know what's funny? I just realized. I think I attempted to make a game like this in VR for one of my school projects. Fun fact, I took a VR class. Not a class in VR, although we did have some lessons in VR. But a class about developing in VR. And we made some stuff. I wish I remembered more of it. And maybe one day I'll go back to it. I need a better headset for that, though, to be honest. My Quest 1 isn't even supported anymore. I still use it for PC VR. That's how I played Help Wanted, FNAF, and all that. And there's other games in VR I want to play.
Don't let it get to you. But also, let it get you a little bit.
There's a little bit, but it's not enough. But it's not cutting the mustard, dude. It's not. It's an old headset, and it doesn't look great. And I know I could have so much better visuals. I'm basically waiting in the vain hopes that Steam will release a Valve 2, as Index 2, which have been leaked for like the past 5 years, but have never come to fruition. If I could even afford it, maybe by the time they release it, I'll have enough money to afford it. I was in Greece, man. They do good seafood. I've never been to Greece. I would love to. It is funny. I love Greek myths. I love mythology. I mean, speaking of Hades too, I love Greek myths and mythology. I always have. The country seems interesting. I don't really want to go there. It's not one of the places I'm actually that interested in, for whatever reason. There's a lot of countries I want to go to, for one reason or another. Okay. How the fuck do I... What do I even do here? I can't... Can I go... Oh, wait, can I go this way? Excuse me? Oh, I know what I have to do. You give him bit the bullet. Your dex is great for gooning. And everyone's used VR for porn. If they haven't, they're lying. Yeah, I came to the conclusion of what I have to do now, and it's like... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck me, man. Oh! Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no! Captain Ann! Okay. Relax. Oh, fuck. Oh! Biggs?
Maybe this is what digital culture is. A monstrous mountain of trash.
Come on.
The ash heap of creativity's fountain. A landfill with everything we ever thought of in it. Grand. Infinite.
Kinda.
Unsorted.
I don't think... I mean, no!
To live is to suffer. To survive is to find some meaning
shit.
in the suffering. Friedrich Nietzsche.
No. This game makes me... Honestly, this game makes me laugh. It doesn't even make me... It doesn't make me mauled. It makes me laugh. It's weird. I don't know. I really couldn't tell you why. But there's something about this game. It's like when I go out in the rain and it's pouring and I have the biggest fucking smile on my face and I'm drenched, which happens. I do that. I love it. Like, I'm in fucking rain, and I'm like, I'm having a great time. I'm just a fucking weirdo. I'm a masochist, clearly. I'm hoping the PSVR 2 official PC support. I've heard the PSVR is very good. I don't really care about it because I don't have a PS5. But I have heard it's great. So if it was worth it, maybe it would be worthwhile. But even then, I would still want a PC first. If they ever release their Deckard for Valve, then it's interesting. I'm doing a new pattern now. By the way, I am focusing on making progress, but I think a part of me is also taking this a little bit just like a little bit of like I'm used to the controls now, so I can kind of just not think that hard. If that makes any sense. Like I know what I'm doing a little bit. Oh. Come on. Like I'm like look at this, man. Look at this. You telling me that wasn't good? I feel great. And that's the one thing. I know I'm making progress. Even if I get reset, I know I've improved. So fuck, damn it.
Life is a mosaic of pleasure and pain.
Oh, jeez.
Grief is an interval between two moments of joy. Peace is the interlude between two wars. You have no rose without a thorn. The diligent picker will avoid the pricks and gather the flower.
I do avoid the
Yes,
pricks if I can
I'm
manage it. Although sometimes I am the prick, and that's the unfortunate part. I was gonna say admittedly that screw up, but I feel like, man, even if I have to go back to the very beginning, I at least have my strategies down for how to get back to where I was. You've learned that at least, and you get more comfort with this. So I know the next time around won't be as bad, you know. And I guess another thing is notable about this is it's enjoying the process, enjoying getting there. I think I inherently enjoy this for some reason. For some reason, don't ask me why. I'm like, I kind of really dig just the movement and the gameplay of this, even as much as it allows. And that's enough for me to be like, I don't mind. I'm having fun getting there. A lot of times I don't. I'm going to be honest. There's plenty of things that I do that I don't always enjoy the process. And sometimes I do. I think you always enjoy an aspect of it. But it's easy to say I just want the end results of a thing and not the thing itself. And it can be difficult to find the enjoyable aspects. Or even just at all times. Like, I love music and I like making music. And there's a satisfaction in being able to play songs. But the idea of practicing or doing it every day, it can be frustrating. And sometimes I'm in the mood for it and sometimes I'm not. I use music as an example. Because music is something near and dear to me and something I love. And something I do want to improve on. It's like any kind of education. I do love learning. But it does not mean that I'm like... Okay, so it's got to be... This movement is particularly difficult for me. Because you have to move your mouse in a specific way. Big loop and then do that. Almost like that. There we go. Oh. Ooh, tasty. This is worrying me though, because I think we're over the start of this now. So if I fall, I'm gonna go back to the beginning. And I can't
3D models of breakfast.
trust.
Gen X's fanfic novels, scan magazines, green screen Shia LaBeouf,
Green
and
screen
stuff
Shia
scenes
LaBeouf.
on LiveLeak. Facebook's got lifelike bots with unbranded adverts and candid shots of Kanye and Taylor Swift mashups, car crash epic failed gifs, Russian dashcam vids, discussions of McRibs, discarded, forgotten, unrecycled, muddled,
Yeah,
rotten,
trash.
untitled.
I will say some of these stuff on the internet. The internet doesn't keep everything forever. People say that it does. There are plenty of things that are missing. By the way, left or right? The fact that there's now a difference in where we can go. Right makes me feel safer because I'm no longer over the start, so I'm more inclined to say right, but I don't know. Part of me says left just because. Let me try right, because I feel like right is the less likely option to be the correct option, if there is a correct option. And part of me wants to see both. I will say, a lot of that stuff he said, I feel like it's gotten worse. With the advent of AI, now there's even more trash and it's even worse because it's no longer human. We're not even the ones making the garbage on this internet, so it's less personal. People make memes and stupid stuff. At least someone made it. You know. Wrong way. Wait. Don't tell me. Wait. He says wrong way. It says wrong way, but you know something? Your wrong way might be my right one. If one man's wrong way is another man's correct path. I actually feel like I could go this way. I feel like it's possible. I don't know what it'll lead to, but I feel like it's possible. Unless it brings me back to the start, and then I deserve my own punishment. Come on. Okay. Okay, where's like right here? Oh, yeah. I'm a little butterfly flying in the sky. Unrelated to anything. God, it was a game theory video, but it was about how Gen Z looks older, or people say Gen Z looks older. I am Generation Z, by the way. I feel like I look fairly young. I don't know how old people would think I am. I mean, some days I look older than others, and I think a big part of that is I don't take care of myself as much. A lot of people say people look older because of style and fashion, which is true. People tend to wear the same fashion their entire life. A big reason celebrities nowadays specifically look younger, even though they are old celebrities specifically look younger, is because they keep up with style trends. So even though they are as old celebrities used to be, they've kept up dressing very youthfully, and that makes them appear younger than they are. Like a part of the reason that old people look old is because, like, your Aunt Peg is wearing her fucking 50s outfit. It's like, Grandma, it's like it's been 60 years. You can throw away that sweater or whatever. Because styles change. Ugh. Wait. So that sign I can't grab onto, but if I grab onto that... Again, this might be fruitless. But it's interesting to think of. That a lot of people seem to think that, I guess, style and fashion trends of people of my generation, talking about my generation, apparently just makes us seem older to certain people. And I mean, it's not everybody. I have a buddy of mine who still gets stopped at the movie theaters. Again, I just turned 24, like, last week or whatever. What was it? May? Like the beginning of May? First week of May. Come on, I can do this. For no reason. This is probably going to lead... I probably can't do this, but I want to verify with my own eyes. Game can't tell me shit. Also, you know something funny? Not funny. I don't use a mouse pad. I use my actual desk, which is scummy and has crumbs and potholes and shit on it. Probably inadvisable for precise mouse movements, but, you know, it's what I'm used to. I think a mouse pad would be nice. Although good mouse pads cost money, and it's like, do I really need a fucking amazing mouse pad? Whoop. Oh. Whoop. Gotta become a fucking Ocarina of Time Goron. Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting to note, though. It's always generational perspectives, and I also think it's so fucking... I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna go on a rage gamer rant. I think generations are fucking stupid. And people define themselves by this generation, and they're like, well, I don't really feel like a Gen Z. I feel more like a millennial. It's like, dude, generational markers are utterly and completely arbitrary. If I'm born, like, let's say if I was born like 1995, I am much more in common with millennials than I do with Gen Z, or about the same, right? Because there's, you know, people Gen Z on either side. You're more inclined to be like someone of a millennial of around that age than a Gen Z of not around that age or whatever. You could easily shift any generational line by 5 years, and then you'll have, oh, boom, new generation. And people are like, well, I'm in between generations. And it's like, yeah, now we've made half-Z generations. And then we keep up those half-Zs, we're going to have quarter-Z generations in between the half-Zs. And then eventually it's going to be like, yeah, I was born 1998. I'm like other people from 1998. And then it'll be, well, actually, I'm only mostly like people from 1998 the first half of the year. The second half of 1998 is not really applicable. And it'll be like, oh yeah, it was 1998 in May. I'm just like the people in May. And then they'll be like, actually, people born May 30th, 1972 is exactly me. But May 29th, it's not the same. I know it's being dumb. But generations are stupid. They don't mean that much. There are some basic markers, but they can change, and they're not always applicable to people. And you might have more in common with other people. It's because they're arbitrary. You draw the line arbitrarily, and you color it and say, here's a group of people. You can make generations for specific things. Like you can say, this group of people was born before the advent of the internet, but after this or whatever, and what common experiences they have. But they lump generations in together for everything. It's like, oh, for clothing and style and music and whatever. Like, there might not be a distinct difference between the style of this generation and the next, maybe, or music or whatever. Or it's so dramatic and vast that it's pointless to make a generation relating those two. If you want to make a very specific one, saying, you were born before 9/11, congrats, you have unique experiences. And then you can say that as it goes to airplanes, you could say there are generations, or, whatever. By the way, that's crazy. I have to say that's still crazy. I was born after 9/11. No, sorry. Actually, I was born before 9/11. Sorry, but I was like 1. I was like 1 year old. I don't remember it. So virtually speaking, my life with flying in airports is a post 9/11 world. Previously, apparently, you could just fucking walk in. You would just walk in 5 minutes before your flight, walk to the plane, and get on. It's like a fucking bus. Versus like, and you get there a couple hours early, go through security, and make sure you get there on time, and whatever. The dramatic difference, it can really be felt, understandably. But it's like, man, this is fucking crazy. It seems unfathomable to me, especially in these massive flights. And it makes sense that they take such care, because the potential danger of giant flying machines in the goddamn sky. But it's interesting to me, because a lot of people have those experiences. I just obviously don't. Anyone around my age and younger don't. You know what? Fuck this. There's nothing over here. I know this is the wrong way. I don't know why I'm even bothering. Okay, let's just make sure I don't go fucking flying off the edge. But it's fascinating to me. Okay, if I can... Nope, that's not what I want. Ooh.
Everything's fresh for about 6 seconds, until some newer thing beckons, and we hit refresh. And there's years of persevering, disappearing into the pile, out of style, out of sight.
Things are fresh for 6 seconds. It's funny, that becomes more and more relevant. Back in the days of like 2007, 2010, like the old era of memes, like right when memes were beginning, we had memes like per month, per year. We had memes that lasted a long time, right? And we don't have that anymore. We have memes a day. A week, a day, sometimes. Just for a little bit. And they're more like trends than memes at this point. And they're so ephemeral that they do. Child, what are you doing here? I feel like I'm going to get arrested. I'm a nude man in a pot with a hammer. You see a guy like this at your children's local park. You're going to like... You're going to call somebody. Not the Ghostbusters, but somebody. Who are you going to call? I don't know.
In this context, it's tempting to make friendly content that's gentle, that lets you churn through it but not earn it. Why make something demanding if it just gets piled up in the landfill, filed in with the bland things?
Okay, that could have gone real bad. That could have gone really bad. But yeah, that's a big part of making things is kind of, at this point, I kind of expect there's not going to be a lot of staying power in it. And it's kind of sad to hear for certain things. A good example is movies. The fact that a lot of young people, even people my age, don't know a lot of these classic movies. Because they're, frankly, just as worthwhile as new movies, and sometimes better. I've always felt with media and with art, it's the cream rises to the top, or rather, the best sticks around. When people say music was better in a certain era, like 80s music was so much better, I always think, well, that's because you're only hearing the good stuff. If you traveled back in time, you would hear all the shit played on the radio in the 80s that didn't stick the landing, that isn't around anymore because it wasn't very good. Frankly. You know, as time goes along, the songs that weren't quite as good as the other songs get forgotten, and only the good stuff is left. And the longer time goes on, less and less get remembered until only maybe a couple songs per generation, per year, per decade stick around. And I think people forget that. And they just think, well, you know, it's just better. Just look at all these good songs. It's like, man.
Sorrow is my own yard, where the new grass flames as it has flamed often before, but not with the cold fire that closes round me this year. William Carlos Williams.
I don't know who that is. Honestly, not knowing some of these people makes me feel stupid. I want to know more people. I want to be an educated man. Not because I want to sound smart, but because I find it interesting. I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to be or sound smart, but not for the purpose. But I think the intention matters. I want to know about these people and I want to learn more, not because I just want to like be show-offy. I just think they're interesting and I could learn something about the world, which I think is a much better reason for learning than just wanting to be like the guy who fucking. God, what was a fucking stupid meme about a guy on Twitter? Guy's like, oh, well, I wonder, you know, what do spiders drink? What kind of alcohol do spiders drink? Like bug tea or something? I don't. Some beer joke. And some fucking nerd on Twitter was like, well, actually, if you don't know, this joke sucks and you're an idiot because spiders aren't bugs. They're a specific classification. They're actually arachnids and they're not bugs. You idiot. And he was probably pushing his glasses up and snorting into his fucking mama's gaping asshole and vagina at the same time. And the guy was like, you fucking idiot. Spiders eat bugs, you dumbass. The guy was so focused on sounding smart, he didn't even consider the fact that, you know, the joke actually does make sense. You just didn't get the joke and you had to sound smarter than him. Of course a spider would drink a bug drink because spiders eat bugs. He's not saying a spider is a bug. The guy just made the assumption because he didn't fully understand the joke and had to talk shit about it. And did it in a fucking pretentious way. Like, I think you could even say, well, I thought spiders aren't bugs, right? Or, like, you know, if I'm ever going to correct somebody or, like, comment, I'm never going to be a dick about it or harsh about it. I'm not going to be, well, actually, it's actually this and you're stupid for not knowing. Oh, God, that's the wrong way. Oh, say, can you... Oh, amazing grace. Ooh, I was going to talk about music earlier. I mean, I did. I talked about music for quite a while, but I was going to double back to it to speak about other... Because I talked about traditional folk music and all the rest, because I'm a nerd. And it's funny, sea shanties became very popular, what, a year or two ago? Not to be like, well, actually, I was listening to them beforehand, but I was. For a weird reason. And I love sea shanties and some of that traditional music. I genuinely do. But for the weirdest I got into it because SpongeBob. And SpongeBob production music. So this, actually, let me dial it all the way back to the beginning. I always watched SpongeBob as a kid, of course I did, and the incidental music is good. But I kind of learned a bit about it because there was a podcast that I listened to. It's from called the Yog Pod, which was an early podcast from the Yogs Cast, early Yogs Cast back in the day. If you don't know the Yogs Cast, they're a big famous British YouTube channel, gamers. They did Minecraft back in the day. They used to be like the biggest channel on YouTube. YouTube had an actual literal party with like they hired literal like bikini models and they had a giant ice sculpture or whatever. They were one of the first channels that had 1 million back in the day. They're still around. They still do fun stuff, but they're not like huge anymore. And things have changed dramatically. Whatever. They did a podcast though, called the Yogscast, and a lot of the music they used in the podcast was production music, and I recognized some of it. I realized there was a library of music, or at least a couple albums, called Ren and Stimpy production music. You can look it up. And these were a lot of this production music songs used in Ren and Stimpy. And I recognized some, because some of that same production music was used for SpongeBob. Makes sense. Both Nickelodeon, they had similar people working on both shows. There's a lot of shared DNA between Ren and Stimpy and in SpongeBob. Some of the music is stylistically a little different. Because SpongeBob has more, aquatic themes, so it has like Hawaiian music and it has sea shanty music alongside the other music used. But some of them were similar, and I found it interesting. Because I liked the music, and in the context they used it in, it was funny and fun. So I learned about it, and I was like, oh, that's really interesting. So I started looking up and going through SpongeBob production music. Around the same time, I should mention, Apple Music came out. My dad got Apple Music, a big plan for like the whole family. Which, by the way, I have to say, that's kind of how I got into music. Bands traditionally was Apple Music, because it was easy. I could just add bands that I liked.
No.
Oh. But I was one summer and I was just like desperately searching on iTunes and Apple Music to find the albums that these production music songs came from. And sometimes it was like a Herculean effort because nobody's looking up these songs. Apple's fucking shitty search engine doesn't show up these songs because they only show up popular stuff. So I would find like NPM 1000 production music for moderns or whatever, and all these albums look the same. They have the same album cover, and I would trace it and track down these production music songs. I have a lot of them. My Apple Music subscription has currently died. I have to figure out whether or not I'm keeping it or I have to buy my own. If I have to buy my own, it's worth it for all the music I use. And that got me into production music. And some of the albums I found, there was a specific album that SpongeBob used for some of its sailing music, because it has a lot. It does use a lot of sailing music, because it's SpongeBob. There's a sea-themed TV show. Also, we're making good progress here. It makes sense that it has sailing music, doesn't it? But when I played the album, and I found some of these songs, I realized that these weren't instrumental versions, which I have to say, originally it did piss me off a little bit, or it made me. It's like, oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude, because these albums didn't even have the instrumental versions of the songs I wanted. I don't know where fucking SpongeBob got them, but they surely weren't here.
When games were new, they wanted a lot from you. Daunting you, taunting you, resetting and delaying you. Players played stoically. Now everyone's turned off by that. They want to burn through it quickly. A quick fix for the fickle. Some tricks for the clicks of the feckless.
Some tricks for the clicks of the feckless.
You could swallow a baseball bat.
I could. I could deep throat a baseball bat? I never tried. I never even considered it. I could suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Ladies, any baseball bat havers? Any men with baseball bats? Needing throat suckage? I'm sorry. The game started it. It wasn't me. I don't even remember what I was talking about. No, but it pissed me off that these songs, a little bit. I was just like, God damn it. But I actually listened to the songs, and I was like, even the lyrics are actually good. And then I listened to the whole album, and the whole album was good. It's all these songs I'd never heard before. And that's how I got into sea shanties and into sailing music. And whole styles of music opened my eyes. And that was probably what got me into looking at a lot of folk music and giving a lot more styles of music a try, even old styles of music. Classical, folk, traditional. No. Actually, I think I could, if I do, no, that's not what I wanted to do, but, that would work. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh. Lift with your arms and lift with the chair. You don't understand if you don't wear underwear. I always wear underwear, sir. Well, yeah, but you're not wearing the right kind. Strip right now. Strip and give me 20. But, sir, then it'll touch the ground. What did you just say? Did you just talk back, Private? Don your privates now. I don't know where this hypothetical is coming from. I'm sorry. This is disgusting. No, boop, 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 boop. Okay, I can almost do it. I need to get a better grip. Okay. Okay. That's not quick enough though. I gotta be like, you know what? Just do the launch. There we go. There we go. Ooh. I'm getting sweaty, man. Jesus. But it's funny how just SpongeBob music. It was a podcast which came into SpongeBob music, which came into production music. Which, by the way, I also still love production music. It's fascinating to me. It's
You'll be
weird.
back here again and again. Avenge and repent until you've ascended. Or until you're contented.
Fair enough. Also, I almost forgot what he said before about disposable quick fixes. I don't disagree. I feel like that's just the modern society we live in. I don't think it's necessarily bad. Well, okay, I don't actually know. A bigger problem is time, and also the idea of wasting it. Oh, oh shit! Damn it! It's okay. It's okay. Making progress. I knew it was gonna happen. Not June. It's May right now. Whoopsie doodle. Oh. Oh, fuck, the wrong way. Whoopsie doodle. Well, if this song is from the 50s, you probably beat your wife. That's probably why she left and was like, oh no! Oh man. I shouldn't have made the 50s joke. I'm sorry. It was a bad joke. That was karma. That was bad. That was karma. Damn, dude. Okay, let's see how fast I can get back to where I was. You're eating your soup with dessert, yeah. God bless America, man. I made so much progress. I knew it was gonna happen. It still wasn't the very, very bottom, but it was like close. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. The cream rises. And so do I. You can't help it, man. It's a physiological, biological function. So I can't control it. I'm gonna be honest though, this little fiddly part up here is probably the part I'm still gonna have trouble with. It's just a hard section. Okay. Even this section is like, just getting up there is fucking tricky. Because I always do that. Okay, let's see if it's been a while. Let's see if I can do this again. No, but the world's fascinating. There's so many interesting things in it. I do wish people have more of an appreciation for old things. And maybe that is my own biases coming at me. Because I'm fucking an old person in a child's body. Or whatever. But like, there's a lot of teachers have talked. Like, for example, a lot of comments have come from movie professors, from like film students, or even just normal students, just normal teachers, and they make references to movies that are incredibly famous that you really should be able to get. And I mean, I mentioned film students specifically because you really think that they would have seen more movies than the average person, right? Honestly, I kind of think Letterboxd is helping with that, getting more people to watch more movies and put them on their list. But a lot of them just haven't seen movies, or they don't watch and experience things from before they were born. And maybe it's my own upbringing that makes, and it undoubtedly is my own upbringing that changes my viewpoint. But I'm happy with my own upbringing because it has exposed me to a lot of things that maybe if I didn't get those exposures to, I just wouldn't have thought to engage in. And I'm happy that I engaged in them. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, I'm a gamer. Like, that's pretty good, right? I've learned a thing or two. God, I'm an Allstate commercial. Oh, yeah. And ironically, this is the worst part. Oh. Come on, man. There's no fucking good place to stand. No.
Of all sad words of tongue or pen, the saddest are these. It might have been. John Greenleaf Whittier.
It might have been. Honestly, that might be true. Personally speaking, I think there's too many things I don't do. I'm too afraid. I'm very much... I hate to say that. I hate admitting that. I probably am a pretty big coward when it comes to a lot of things. At least socially. And again, I don't think... Damn it. Now I'm really at the bottom. I don't think, like, fighting a tiger or whatever, or exploring abandoned buildings is... there's bravery there. It's a different kind of bravery there. And I think in our modern society, social courage is far more important. Like, I'd fight someone for another person. I'd do the stupid thing every day. I'd wear the puppet head.
The mouse sensitivity.
I'm good. I mean, at this point, I'm so used to it. It's a little late to tell me that, dude. There's also DPI settings on my mouse. No, but social courage, I think, is far more important. And that's, in that sense, I think I am a big coward. I'm doing my best to improve. I talked about it the other day. How, if people would play music with the windows open in their car, I'd be deathly embarrassed. I don't know why. I expect people are listening and judging me and hearing the songs in my car that were blaring or whatever and making assessments or looking in and just noticing me. And here's the thing, I'm streaming right now. Of course I want to be noticed. But for some reason I just couldn't handle that. And it wasn't even me driving. Like, that's the thing. It was like if it's me, I could control it by not doing that. But I opted. Like, I think if someone else was playing music, I could handle it no problem now. And for the most part, I can handle playing my own music in my own car with my windows open. Relatively, there are still issues. Not every song I think works, and sometimes I think certain songs I would be more embarrassed by, even though it's songs I like. I just basically I make up people. I see a car.
Please audiences, uncritically accepting their tastes. It can only mean that you have no respect for them. Andrei Tarkovsky.
Interesting. It's true. People like being challenged. If you just try to make things that make other people happy. Or, you know what, I think with that quote in specifics, I think people like seeing things made by other people. They respect that more than just a people-pleasing thing. It's like a people-pleaser in real life. If someone just always does what you want, that's not fulfilling. That's not interesting, and that's not good. You don't want that person as your friend. You want someone who has their likes and dislikes and interests. That's far more of interest, I think. God. You gotta stop saying introspective quotes, Bennet Foddy. I gotta finish my conversation topics. Because I have no idea what the fuck I was talking about before. It's true, though. And I like here's the thing, I like making people happy. I don't think it's being a people pleaser, though. But no, socially, I'm a big coward. But I took it upon myself in that instance, with driving cars, with doing what I have to do, to essentially just drive with my windows open, with music playing. And it was, I'm still not good at it, but I've gotten much better to where previously, like, I would see a car or a person, or I'd slow down, and I would, like, try to roll the windows up, or I would turn the music down to 0. And there are still times when I do that a little bit, but I've gotten much more comfortable with it. And now I like driving with the windows open. But I do a thing where I basically see a car and I make up a person that's sitting in it. And I make up how they would feel, what kind of songs they like. And it's always the songs it's always the kind of music that is the opposite of the music I am currently listening to. It's like, I see a truck, it's like, oh, there's a big metal head in here. I'm listening to fucking Steven Universe or whatever. You know, I don't imagine, like, oh, maybe the people in the car next to me like the music I listen to. It's always the exact opposite. Or I am listening to metal, and it's like, oh, this is a fruity, hoity-toity person. They're probably thinking, what is this lamer listening to metal? Some Karen who he thinks that's like the devil's music. I've always put it in my head that the person listening to me, if they're even giving a shit and even hearing the music I'm playing, is the exact opposite kind of person than the person I want to have listening to my music. If that makes any sense. Which is ridiculous, isn't it? That's utter ridiculousness. But you can't. It's almost like you can't help it, man. That's just how I feel. So getting over that, you have to like think rationally, and I forget to do that sometimes, and be like, I have no idea who these people are or what they're listening to. The odds of every song I listen to being hated by somebody, or even being heard by the people next to me, is an utter ridiculous statement. And maybe, I don't know, maybe part of that is just due to the modern society of everything you do is being recorded and listened to, gives me fear. Oh, thank God we're back to here. We're getting back. I mean, I really didn't make that much progress, did I? I made a decent amount. Good boo. See, it's funny. It's that one section. That beginning is not like, it's not hard, but it's not the easiest. But I feel like when I get up here, I kind of have a good understanding of what to do. Damn it. I flubbed it, dude. Like flubber. God. It is funny thinking of Flubber, which is that Robin Williams movie, which I had a VHS of as a kid. There are a lot of movies I watched as a kid. A lot of them which I don't remember. But I feel like with a lot of childhood media, I just don't remember it at all whatsoever. They're just lost. And I guess specifically, a lot of that was old media. Again, I was born in the year 2000. So a lot of that younger stuff kind of did predate the 2000s. It was 90s stuff. I am not a 90s kid by any stretch of the imagination. But there's carryover. Like, I'm the closest you can get when it comes to not being in the 90s. I'm literally to the year 2000. I think people forget inherently there's going to be a lot of crossover, right? Come on. There we go. Come on. There we go. So, but I say that because there was a lot of stuff. A lot of, like, leakage. Yeah. Don't say that. Don't say there was a lot of leakage as a kid. There's a lot of leakage of culture from when I was a kid. Which does feel very different to me than the 2000s does. I can remember. Even just like the music and some of the relevance. Memories that really felt to me like what I imagine the 90s is. Versus 2000s, which has its own flavor and feeling. It's notable. I mean, I think it's notable. It's interesting because there was a very distinctive feel. Specific, a lot of it though was like, I remember Britney Spears and Cher and like skip rope jumpy things, the things you put on your feet and you'd jump rope with, and little toys and like just weird. And it was like still CDs. It was the ending of an era and the start of the 2000s era with the internet and digital and MP3s and MP3 players, and it really was very different when I was young, and I can remember that. That stuff sticks with me. It's funny. When I'm 100 and it's people like, we have the oldest person in the world. They still remember CDs, and it's like, well, yeah, I do remember CDs. I need to remove my hand for a second. I gotta like. I'm getting flubby fingers. I'll probably take a break in a second just to get some water and like refresh my brain. I'm doing this for 2.5 hours. But you think about that. It's like, oh, this person was 3 when this happened. Do they actually remember? They're 107. But I probably will. I don't have a good memory of my childhood. But some of that stuff, and culture-wise, I do remember. And it really did feel different in a like almost a tangible way in my mind. I've categorized it differently. I mean, some stuff, like I remember using a Discman for CDs. It was like my dad had Muse. Or I remember my mom buying my dad a Weezer CD because he liked Weezer. I like Weezer. Old Weezer was good. Genuinely. I still like Weezer. Because it was still at the time when they were like burning DVDs to like his computer and stuff, so he could have them digitally and all this other stuff. Even with the advent of iPods, you could still buy and download music, and there was still value there. You know, and we still had VHSs and DVDs. It's very different now. It really is. And it's hard to imagine. A lot of kids just won't have that experience. Even people of my so-called generation. Because I was on the tail end of it, but I was in it enough to understand it. And it also depends on your age and your class. Like if you're rich and you get the first of everything as a kid, you don't get that carryover. You get the newest stuff because you were born to a rich family or whatever. Not that I was poor, but you know, most people will probably have a lot of carryover. Culture is funny, man. I will say I don't want to die necessarily when I'm 100, but I like the idea of living at least till I'm 100. That way I can say I was, you know, or even dying at 100, because I could say I was born in 2000, I died 2100 exactly. What an icon, you know? What an amazing man. And you know, I'll plan out my own death. I'll hire somebody specifically to make sure I die at 100 years of age. Or you know what? I'll fake my death. I don't have to like actually die, but I want the records to show that I lived exactly 100 years. Born on the new millennium, died in the next century. Perfect. I'll know how they do it too. I'll hire a man to sneak into my house, enter my room while I'm in bed, shit on my sheets while I'm sleeping in them, and I wake up with pink eye. And because I'm old, pink eye is much worse, and I die of horrible eye disease. My eyes swell up. But secretly, I was wearing a latex and eye masks, and they don't realize it. And we mask my body, because by the time I'm 100, there's going to be, like, human cloning techniques. And like, they can use a dude. They can make a clone of my body, right? No chance they can't. So a perfect DNA match, you know. At least skin-wise. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we make a fake, like, skin flesh body. They don't need to do an autopsy. They could see. They look at my eyes and be like, dude, this guy has the worst fucking pink eye. This guy must have shit in his eyes to get that bad pink eye. And then I go to my own funeral. People are like, yeah, oh, he looks kind of familiar. He kind of looks like... And I don't say anything. I leave a single bouquet. But the only thing in the bouquet is a single flower. A lily of the valley. And only those who know, will understand what it means. And they'll come seek me out and find me. You know, I'll get on my motorcycle and ride away. And then immediately get into a car crash because I've never ridden a motorcycle in my fucking life and I'm 100. And then my second funeral happens. But this time they all think I'm still alive, even though because of the first funeral. So they don't trust it, so nobody shows up, even though I'm actually dead this time. And they think it's a big joke. And then they get real sad once they realize I actually did die the second time. But some of them always still think I might be alive somewhere. The other thing, by the way, I want to mention is that medical technology is going to get so fucking good. Like, it's already getting good. There's so many things we've been working on for a while, or things that we have the technology but just aren't at the right level yet, that are getting better. By the time I'm old, I genuinely mean this, that medical technology is going to be amazing. I expect at a certain point we will finally legalize CRISPR for a lot of different things, which is, by the way, if you don't know what CRISPR is, it is gene modification, which is like, oh, that's not good. But genetic diseases and even things like, you know, cancer and a lot of other conditions, getting rid of those would be great. Obviously, there's a lot of ethical problems with it, but there's some benefits there too.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Iced tea.
Damn it. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta get some water. God damn it, man. Don't touch that dial.
We believe there are 5 perpetrators.
I've never seen anything like it. There's fruit everywhere. Look what they did to my dad.
Donkey Kong is back in an adventure so big, it's taking the country by storm.
In reaction, the governor has called in additional troops.
We believe one of them looks like this.
They're just not civilized.
We urge caution, as they are heavily armed with fruit.
I'd like to tell you the situation is under control, but it isn't.
This turbocharged game has better graphics, more moves, bigger bosses, huge worlds. It's so big we included an expansion pack to get it all in. They didn't even tip me! And now, this. Donkey Kong 64. And you thought insanity was crazy.
Heaven help us all.
Can you imagine a world without dirt? It seems like dirt is everywhere. Chances are there's dirt somewhere underneath you right now. Many things grow in dirt, like carrots. Carrots are good to eat, but you should never eat dirt. It doesn't taste very good and you might get dirt on your uvula. Dirt is dirty, so if it gets on you, wash it off right away. Rocks are dirty because they're found in the dirt and they have dirt on them. Some people like to study rocks. Whatever. But where does dirt come from? Scientists have been trying to answer this question for thousands of years. Most researchers now believe that dirt is actually nothing more than dried up mud. When mud dries up, it becomes dirt. And when dirt gets wet, it becomes mud again. So which came first, dirt or mud? You might as well ask which came first, water or ice cubes. It remains one of the mysteries of the universe.
Please remember to replace the speaker on the post when you leave the theater.
There we go. Back again. This is weird, I gotta say. Something's, I don't know. This is like one of my best streams I've done in a while. I'm having, like, there's nobody here. There's nobody watching. But, like, I'm having a great time. It is such a strange thing, this game. I feel like this is a game I could play. Like, I feel like this is a game I could play again, if that makes any sense. Like, I genuinely enjoy playing this. As weird as this sounds. If I ever meet Bennet Foddy, I want to shake his hand. I want to play his other game. Although it might not be the same experience. I know we had that one about walking. That seems very fun. God. Sorry, all the things I've learned. Kind of counterproductive to what we got here. Yeah. I feel like this game would be very fun if I'm good at it. Oh. Oh! This game might be fun to speedrun. Although, if I like this one, I might try out sexy hiking. A very sexy man. If it's still out there. Because I love playing games. Bad games. Weird games. And this one is, I would actually say, of exceeding quality for how much trash it is. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Weird. It is weird. It's not even that tunnel up there that is the problem. It's getting up to trying the tunnel is the problem now. As odd as that sounds. Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't need to be on the little bone. I don't know why I see this little chunk in this corner here as a bone. In my head, it's bone-shaped. I guess it's the right color, and it's not rocky enough to look like a rock. Okay. And you can be really delicate with your movements in this game. Like, you actually do get a lot of freedom of control. Maybe that's why I don't feel like this game is too bad. It is not like QWOP. Like, you do have, like, perfect movement controls in a way that's not unintelligible. You just have to get good at it, I think. Okay, that implies that QWOP has, like, unintelligible controls, which it doesn't. But like, it's not actually frustrating to me, the controls. As weird as that sounds. It's just a different... It's like, odd example. I can actually tell this story. So, I mentioned before that I had taken classes about VR development. Around the same time, Gorilla Tag actually came out. And as silly as it might sound, Gorilla Tag is like, oh, whatever, you play as gorillas, you jump around. Gorilla Tag is actually an ingenious game in VR because it solves a couple problems, and it is a unique, novel way of moving. And that's a big deal. VR, movement is very tricky. After developing for it, I actually completely understand from first-hand experience how hard that can be. And the different... I can explain it. Different ideas about how to move in VR. It's all about, like, your physical world in space and how you move that and how you move the character in it. It's a lot of, like... It's a lot of linear algebra. In matrices and stuff, and positions. And doing math with those to make them go the right directions. It's interesting stuff. Even if I don't remember a lot of it. But, I mean, a big problem with VR is motion sickness. Because you get the sensation that you're moving even though you're not. You're seeing an environment that moves and you're not moving.
When to the sessions of sweet silent thought, I summon up remembrance of things past. I sigh the lack of many a thing I sought, and with old woes new, wail my dear time's waste. William Shakespeare, Sonnet 30.
Interesting. No, but you get motion sickness, and you can get used to it. I've gotten used to it, and I think I'm pretty good with VR. And even if I'm not, by the way, I just suffer through it. I'm just like, it's worth it. I trial by fire shit. That's how I do things. I don't bother taking slow steps. Sometimes I do. But a lot of times I'm just like, I want to jump in. And I dive right in and either sink or swim. A lot of times I swim. Oh, sorry, a lot of times I sink. Sometimes I swim. Sometimes there's a middle ground where I will sink a lot and I eventually will swim. Okay.
This is the foundation of eternal peace. Make anger your enemy. Harm comes to those who know only victory and do not know defeat.
Interesting.
Find fault with yourself and not with others. It's in falling short of your own goals that you'll surpass those who exceed them.
I already have that problem, dude.
Tokugawa Ieyasu.
I agree. I mean, I agree with that one. I typically blame myself for the things that happen, not other people. It does not mean other people can't be irritating. Just because I acknowledge my flaws does not mean I want other people to. And it can be irritating to do something and then people criticize it, even as valid as it is. And maybe I should just take it to be, oh, I gotta be better next time. But I can do that myself. I don't want other people to be the ones to say, shit, dude, you fucked up this badly. This doesn't fucking work, dude. And again, that just means I need a higher sheen of quality on my stuff, right? But... and better, like, testing or whatever. But I always blame myself. It doesn't mean I do better. There's other things at play there. But it's always on me to improve. I don't get angry at other people. Typically speaking, it's rare. But you know, I know my responsibilities. Other people can do what they must. It's a bit like I call it the Ferris Bueller problem, in reference to the movie Ferris Bueller. Which is not to do with Ferris... I guess it is to do with Ferris Bueller himself. If you've never seen, by the way, Ferris Bueller, it's a great movie. It's renowned, and I actually do think it deserves it. Sometimes I'm like, oh, whatever, it's not that good. It's a famous movie. And then I watch it again. I'm like, man, this is fucking fantastic, isn't it? It really is as good as it... it's one of those movies where I really think it is as good as people make it out to be. And I just forget. With a lot of movies, it's that way, where it's like, man, everyone talks about this movie so much... and it's referenced as this great movie. Is it as good as people remember? It's probably overhyped. Even though I've seen it. And then I watch it again. And I think
Smiled in defeat.
I'm used to it.
Unconquerable eyes. Atticus.
She smiled in the feet with conquerorful eyes. I don't know. I'm very stubborn when it comes to losing things. It depends. Again, everything I say depends. There is never a universal. There is never a constant. It depends on the situation, ever and always. But in a lot of instances, I refuse to accept defeat until there is no other way. A good example of this is like, let's say I'm watching a football game. I'm in marching band. So I would be at the games with my team, and we would be supporting them. Part of our job is to play and support them till the end. So many people would be so pessimistic about it, and I didn't understand it. I guess I still don't, but... Well, okay. It's not that I don't understand it, but I don't see the point of getting negative. There are... even if I was like, oh, this player was bad, whatever, and even if it's obvious, right, that we're going to lose. Until it's irrefutable. Until it's over. The game is specifically over. I'm not done hoping that they can come out with a miracle. I don't accept defeat until it's happened. I never do. I don't accept a loss until it's over and done with. I refuse. I don't until the last second, till death is in my eyes. Until defeat is obvious, and even then I will continue. It's stubborn. Stubbornness. God bless America. I keep doing that.
Here is a metaphor. To learn for what, please resume climbing.
Thanks.
Rob Dubbin.
Okay. Oh, God damn it. It's that section. I keep doing it at the top. It's a little bit different. What was I talking about? Sorry. I was talking about... Oh, VR. No, but for Gorilla Tag, I want to mention, I met... our teacher somehow got in contact with the guy who made Gorilla Tag. Because Gorilla Tag is a game that lets you move with your hands, and you physically push off. By the way, it's fucking dangerous. I was playing that game. There are certain VR games where you move a lot unintentionally. Even though you don't have to, and you have other ways of moving, you do it anyways. I would be throwing myself and jumping around my room, and I'd end up like hitting a wall. I was like, I didn't even start. I started in the dead center of my room. Why am I at the door punching it? Because you can't see, and you don't realize how much you're moving. But you physically move your hands and push off to move your body. And it doesn't provide you the same sickness. I think it's something to do with the psychology of motion, and moving your hands makes the difference, and you didn't get sick. And more than that, it was novel and new and an interesting way to move, which is a big deal in VR, because people get stuck on how do we move? How do we deal with this problem? How do we deal with motion? And that was a new way. That was successful and interesting and intuitive. It was genuinely ingenious. You might think of it as just a little bit of a meme game, but as motion goes, it is genuinely a brilliant VR title, I think. But somehow my teacher got in contact with the guy who made who made Gorilla Tag. We hopped into a private server with him in Gorilla Tag, and we talked to him about it. And he got to explain some of what he did, which was really interesting, I have to say. It was fascinating. By the way, the lessons in VR are very difficult, because it's easy to just fly away and get distracted. Because there's a whole VR world. VR is just too interesting. I love VR. But I actually, yes, I met the developer of Gorilla Tag, weirdly enough, in one of my classes. You never know how many connections you have. I always think that. The fact that I could just reach out to people who made things I like and ask them and interview them. I've thought about it. To just like I could make a video and do an interview with somebody who does something that I personally think is interesting. Again, I'm always thinking about that in context of content. Is that sad? That I'm always thinking about producing things? Content, I hate content. Creation, I guess, is the better way of putting it. It's not about content, it's about creation. I like making things. So anything I enjoy or do,
Laugh and the world laughs with you.
cry and you weep alone.
For the sad old earth must borrow its mirth, but has trouble enough of its own. Ella Weaver Wilcox.
Huh. I always heard of that song as a Louis Armstrong song. I didn't realize there was extra lines. Smile. The whole world smiles with you, but you cry alone. It's true. That's a good quote. I like that quote. It's true.
Better by far that you should forget and smile than you should remember and be sad. Christina Rossetti.
Honestly, I think the biggest part about being depressed and being struggling is not doing things. Not feeling, I don't know, useful or productive, or not occupying your time. Or being in the moment now. If you give yourself idle hands, you ruminate on the world and the things around you and the fact that you're alone and the fact that you aren't doing things with people and the fact that, you know, I think if I keep myself busy, I'll feel a lot better. But it doesn't change the fact that I don't always do things. I think everyone has that problem, right? You get busy, and you're addicted to like online stuff. You watch videos and you think it's entertaining, and you're trying to relax. Yet I don't think that's necessarily good for you. Come on. There we go. There we go. There we go, baby. We're back here. I should have been back here earlier, but... Oh. Okay, that was not terrible. Nice. Ooh. Yeah, these big, slow, steady... I have a big doo-doo in my pants. It smells bad and it gives me no chance. Every lady says, why do you smell? Because of the brown in my poo-poo smell. I'm sorry. Listen, sometimes you have a song in your heart. Although if the song in my heart is about poo-poo and smelly smells, I probably shouldn't be singing it, you know? That might be a problem with the ladies. God damn it. God damn it. Just potential problems, anyways. Come on, I've made it past here already. When I first did this, it wasn't even that bad. I just gotta go get some power converters. Tashi Station. Oh, come on. Beautiful. Stunning, really. Don't you think the world is stunning? Beautiful? Delightful, even? Don't you think the world is at your fingertips? There we go. I gotta take it a little slow there. Then we do that. Then we have to be a little careful.
Something filled up my heart with nothing. Someone told me not to cry. Now that I'm older, my heart's colder. I can see that it's a lie.
Interesting.
The arcade fire.
I don't... Interesting. I don't know if I cried a lot as a kid. Okay, you know what? Okay. I would cry out of frustration. Which is honestly worse. Worse than anger or hate or sadness, I think. And those all happen, and all those are horrible and miserable. But the most miserable experiences I've had are due to frustration, which I guess is a bit of anger, right? It's the people who won't leave you be, who push your buttons and don't understand to stop, and don't realize how it's affecting you. Those are the times when I felt the worst, I think. In a context, but I think generally speaking. You know, there's always... You can always feel bad, but I think I can understand the other ones better. But frustration is in my opinion, maybe the worst feeling. Feeling frustrated. Just in a general sense. There are specific examples. I don't want to bring up those because those are miserable. But those are the ones that actually make me like lose myself generally the ones that if I was to be put into an insane asylum, that would be why. And I'm not even joking. I mean, like seriously, that would be the stuff to break me. I probably shouldn't say that online. Someone's gonna find me and frustrate the hell out of me until I go crazy. I get sent to a fucking like, you know, we go to war. I get drafted and they put me into a camp and they have to get answers out of me. I take the worst torture imaginable. They're like, man, this guy's not cracking. I know what to do. All they do is they give me a fucking roommate, and he just frustrates the hell out of me, and I have to give all the answers away. I just bash my head against the wall and I start going crazy. Talk about crazy. Okay, I'm back here. No. Nice. It's an interesting control mechanic, because sometimes I feel like I got it, and then sometimes I just, like, my brain forgets how to use this stick of wood and metal. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, we got this. I still got this, though. I like this song a lot, immediately. It's just up my alley. I've become a weird person, I think. Such a fucking abstract taste, dude. I could so easily be a fucking historian. I love old shit. I don't know why I didn't go into history. Or music. There's an alternate universe where this is all I do. What's the fuck with cornbread and being miserable? Sorry, there's another song that they played in this game already about cornbread. I fucking love cornbread. What's... Is this... Wait, this is just a cover, isn't it? Oh, come on. Damn. Or a similar song. But like, yo, I fucking love cornbread, man. Very American food item. Again, you forget sometimes the kinds of... there's a YouTube channel. I don't remember what it's called. I really wish I did, because it's... I mean, it's famous. It's not like it's like fucking millions of subscribers. It's fine. They do like a lot of food things, and they're British people who buy American food, and they showcase and eat it. And they have a series of... I guess they happen to know a local British
I stand amid the roar of a
school.
surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep, while I weep. Oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Edgar Allan Poe.
Interesting. I've never read much Edgar Allan Poe. I think the only thing I've done is The Telltale Heart. Again, a lot of these literary things I've read, I don't remember. I feel like I am due to really attempt to read them and think about them on my own time. Which, ironically, I think I would do better at than when I did them at school. Not because I didn't enjoy them then, but because I think the context was different. For genuine interest of my own, I think I can enjoy it more. And I'm older now. I remember my memories more. No, but sorry, the channel I was talking about, these two UK guys happen to know a school of students.
Woe and not be in sorrow too. Can I see another's grief and not seek for kind relief? William Blake.
Interesting. I mean, I get it. I'm very empathetic. I'm an empath. Oh, come on. There we go. I fucking... Okay. Almost. Almost. There we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. We're back up here again, but I feel okay. That's not too bad. God, sorry, I keep getting distracted by Bennet fucking Foddy over here. They know a UK school of young school boys, and they get to do videos showing them food, American food, from fast food to like just traditional food like Thanksgiving dinner, or biscuits and gravy. I mentioned that specifically because all the UK kids were like, "Oh, this shit looks disgusting." Fuck. Yet all of them were like, "This is fucking amazing. This is so good." They're like, "Oh, this looks like vomit." It's because UK gravy is very specifically brown gravy. We call we call it sausage gravy, right, on biscuits and gravy. It's different. It's white gravy. It looks different, and it's kind of fundamentally a different thing than brown gravy. But for UK, they have gravy. They say gravy. They're referring to a singular item. So for them, the idea that gravy comes in multiple forms doesn't exist. And the idea of this kind of gravy looks like vomit to them. It looks gross. Which you could say a lot about UK food. Certain foods they eat, I think, look gross. Like mashed peas, which looks like fucking... kind of looks like mushed avocado, but it's peas. It's like incredibly green and weird. I might love it, but I've never had it, and it doesn't really appeal to me as somebody who doesn't like peas. We have our own preconceived notions about food, but I like the channel because it showcases them trying and liking it. And genuinely speaking, they like a lot of the American food that they get. I think a lot of people necessarily don't have a full understanding of American food, but America has an incredibly rich appetite of foods to try. And I love it. I love American food because I'm an American. We have a world's, you know, in our hand in terms of variety. One of the best things about the country, I think, is the food variety. But it's fun, and it's lovely to see. That's a really interesting exchange of cultures in there, and you really get to see what they get to try, how they experience certain things for the first time, and how it appears to outsiders. Again, the UK is not that far removed from the United States, is it? Yet there is a tremendous amount of difference in culture that we just don't understand or realize. So it's really fun to see their reactions. I think so, anyways. God, I gotta be careful. I could so easily fuck this one up. I just want to get back to the area I was before. I've been there once. Oh, lay me down, for I'm about to cheat. I'm about to close my eyes and smell my feet. It's gonna go awry. I'm gonna need a sty for the pig that I become when I cheat. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Ugh. Woohoo. Hee-hee. Oh, fuck.
In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take. Lewis Carroll.
Don't remind me, Lewis Carroll. I fucking know. I mean, it's regrets of things I didn't, chances I didn't take, but also things I did that maybe I shouldn't have. I regret the things I didn't fully understand, but acted upon anyways. Especially, I remember ways I treated people that I shouldn't have. And it was never out of malice. It was out of cowardice or fear or misunderstanding of how people worked. And I regret them all the time. I say that, I mean, I don't... And to be fair, it doesn't mean I still make mistakes. No! Like I just did. God damn it. Oh, fuck me. As I said, I still make mistakes. I would love to live an easy street. Though there is no easy street, though. Every life has its problems. There is no life without stress. There is no world of pure pleasure with no pain to counterbalance it. No yin without yang, no life without death. There is no easy street. But life itself can be more sweet, I think. Or at least a little less stressful. You know, there's a balance. Oh, the pop. Why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? That's foolish. That's dumb. That's dumb. God. I love the music choices in this. Again, I think every generation of music, at least American music, has its enjoyment. I don't mention older music or classical music, but there are some too. I remember the other day, literally yesterday, or the day before, I was looking up bagpipe music and different kinds of bagpipes. First of all, you don't realize there are multiple kinds of pipes in Scotland and in Ireland, in Wales. Some which sound different. A lot of people think of the bagpipes of the Scottish Highlands, but there are other bagpipes, some of which are a little bit more melodic, as an example. and a little bit more like even-keeled and toned that people might like more. Northumbrian pipes, for example. But I'd love to learn them because I think they're beautiful. It occurred to me that actually I think bagpipes are a beautiful instrument. They're just not always seen that way because they're always not used that way in context. They're used as a bit of a joke, I think. Which is sad, to say the least. A lot of instruments kind of face that, where they're seen or treated as a joke when any instrument, almost any instrument, has beauty in it, and especially historically relevant instruments that were used and representative of a nation, like a bagpipe. It's not just a fun, dopey instrument. It's got plenty of beauty in it, especially with certain songs. It is funny seeing a lot of this music and the kind of like this sweet, slightly jazzy music from this era of music. Yeah, it's funny how that came to be. If you don't know, jazz was seen as this wild music. It was people being racist. There was a place in New Orleans that was known as Congo Square, which is kind of fucked up. Back in the 10s and 20s. And they called it the jungle music or whatever, because people were just fucking racist. And they didn't like it, the fact that their kids liked the jazz music. And this was like really old school jazz music, like the ragtime. It's like, man, the entertainers, you don't want this music. Generations never change, huh? But some people decided to make their own sweet versions. And they got people like, there was a couple called the Castles, who popularized a lot of dance musics set to like sweeter, which was basically like jazz standards without the blues aspects, the stuff that made it kind of cool and fun to dance to. They made them like these slow songs, which isn't terrible. They're not bad or anything. I think those are enjoyable too. It was like there's a guy called Christian Whitehead, maybe, which I thought was very funny. The guy who whitened up the music for all the racists out there, which eventually the nature of the blues and that randomness in the part of jazz music that's really interesting that comes back when it comes to swing, because that's when they started adding in more solos again, because a big part of jazz was it's called polyphony, which means multiple instruments all playing at the same time, and they're not all the same music. They're all going off on their own, doing their own thing at the same time. At least in the old like ragtime style. You listen to like a lot of really old Louis Armstrong, you can hear it. And some of the improvisational, because one instrument will take it and then it'll switch to another instrument to take it, and they'll all do their own time. That was lost when they fucking sweetened up the music. A lot of that comes back with swing in a more formalized approach. And then, it changes a lot. But I always thought it was funny that a guy named Christian White, was it Christian Whitehead? It was someone white. It was like, oh man, I'm going to whiten up this music so people can tolerate it. It's like, what a fitting name. People like, man, you can't name people this as a character. It wouldn't make any sense. It's like, man, have you seen real life? Have you seen how many coincidental fucking names there are in the real world? If I give this name to a person, it might just fit. Shut up. Ignore yourself. People are willing to accept coincidences in real life, but never in media. Not understanding how often coincidences really do just happen. That is just what happens. Oh, my mouse is good. Okay, I thought my mouse died for a second. No, it's good. Like, coincidences happen so often in real life that we just forget, and we just assume it's bad writing on a media side if it happens. Oh, come on. Which is never the case, man. There's always... Coincidences are just life. I know it would ruin the game to have too much music, but I kind of wish there was more. It's nice to have a little bit in the background. But, you do what you can do. You do what you do. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, mother. I don't understand what's going on. My head's too small. Your head's too small. Something's not right. Let me get my measuring device. He starts throwing, like, hammers and punching balls and gloves out of his bag willy-nilly. Until he gets like a little circular hoop that you can tighten to get around this guy's head. It's like, wow, 17.2 degrees. Your head really has gotten bigger. What have you been doing recently? Well, I've been going to the library. Oh, that's your problem, Jimmy. Don't you know every 2 books you read increases the size of your cranium by 10%? Oh, I didn't know that, Doc. That's right. Don't be reading books. That's our job. Oh, gee, thanks, Doc. He goes home. He never reads a book again in his life. God, that's fucking... What is that fucking meme? And slowly increase cranium size. God, it's a fucking... There's a fucking meme. Sorry, I gotta show this. No, I don't want the Reddit version. That's right, it was a Twitter post. It's this fucking meme. Returning and renting 10 books a day from my local library while subtly increasing the size of my cranium with latex and makeup until they say something. Also, if this guy... This is probably Photoshop, right? But if this guy actually has a head like this, I'm sorry, dude. Fucking mega mind. Probably not. But I don't want to say otherwise because I actually don't know if that's true or not. So, have I been standing here for 3 hours? No wonder I'm getting tired. I normally would have sat down by now, but... I feel like almost as soon as I sit down, though, my energy level will go down a little bit. There we go. 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 Nice. Okay, we're back here, which is a place I fall off way too often. It's kind of, I mean, again, I do love the way this game is designed because it seems like every chance you get to fall is designed to make you go back to the start. It's very clever. Some people might say this is a simple game in certain aspects, but I don't think it is. I think it's actually incredibly clever and well designed. I don't know if anyone says otherwise, but it probably took a lot of effort to figure out exactly where to put everything to make this just perfectly function the way it does. God, even this part is... Ooh, that's not what I... There we go. I didn't plan that, but that was great. Okay. How do I... Ah, no, that was bad.
And make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. William Shakespeare.
Doubts are traitors. He's not wrong. Again, I gotta live without fear, and I gotta live with no ceiling. What is the fucking... Sorry, it's a Tyler, the Creator song about Run It Up. I never had anxiety. I never had any problems. Talks about which is a good... It's kind of it's a pump up song for me. It's about like just going for shit, just going for it. You know, no fear. Just go and do shit. Be yourself, and eventually things will come to you, right? Of course, it doesn't help if I don't do anything. Oh no. Also, I just noticed, but all these like grunts and sound effects, are these all actually Bennet Foddy? Is he the guy in the is he the guy in the cauldron? I never would have understood that. Okay. God bless America. Got it. Every time. Isn't it such a beautiful night? Whoa. We're underneath 1,000 shining stars. Isn't it nice to find yourself somewhere different? Whoa. Oh, why don't you let yourself just be whoever you are?
Regrets in life. Just lessons. Jennifer Aniston.
Is that true? Jennifer Aniston? I don't know if I don't know if I mean, again, you can't take back the past as much as you might want to. But I don't think that's true. Whenever people say, oh, there's no regrets or whatever, I can absolutely regret what I did. I can't change it. But saying, oh, I did bad then, but I'll do better next time, I say that. But I still acknowledge that I did bad then, and I don't change the fact that I wish I didn't. I wish I did know better. Mostly because a lot of my regrets involve ways I've affected other people, and I worry how that's impacted them and how I did them wrong and made them feel bad in the moment. If it's about lost opportunities, that sucks, but that affects me. But not being good to other people sucks. And that's what I think I regret the most.
Just remember me, baby,
Ah, yeah, yeah.
when I'm in 6 feet of cold, cold ground.
Wander down on the ground. I remember 6 feet, baby, when I'm 6 feet underground. Don't you know? What a traditional blues standard this is. Well, God, it reminds me of a Louis Armstrong song. Different song, but...
Just say there's a good man gone down.
Ooh. It's actually, that's a different song completely. It's about revenge. Oh. Or, it's the ultimate hater song. Thanks, Louis Armstrong. Oh,
Don't cry, baby.
yeah, yeah.
Don't cry
Wait up.
after I'm gone. I'm just a good man
Nice.
love you, and I ain't done nothing wrong.
Well, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good way of doing this one. Truthfully, I'm being honest.
Just lay my body, baby, in 6 cold feet of ground.
6 cold feet of ground. Why 6? What? Actually, I don't know. What is the origin of 6 feet? Oh yeah, artist, of course.
Lay my body
I'm having fun. I'm genuinely like really having a good time. Weirdly. I even though no one's like around, I'm just like really having. This is a great stream. This is fun. I'm really enjoying myself. Having some super introspective. It's weird that this is the game that's making me super like just all these fun, interesting topics of life and love and loss. Hope Dylan's doing okay on his stream. He made good progress earlier, even if the talking one it was so ridiculously hard. Again, that's easily going to be the one that could drive up to be multiple streams. He is. Oh, good. Oh god, Wily's Castle is going to be. That's the hardest part of any Mega Man game. I don't think any of the Robot Masters are that bad in a traditional sense, even though there's many. I haven't beaten most Mega Man games. They're the ones you can go with time, but the Wily's Castle is just a lot harder and a lot more time consuming. Oi. Understandably. I think he kind of overestimated how difficult that would be.
No.
It's not. They're not like Lifeline, the game, man. But let him keep up the good work. I don't know if he's planning. I don't know if he wanted to do one stream or not. At this point, it's been what, like 7 hours? 6 or 7 hours. Showing an embarrassing past video. Oh god, I have videos I have privated. Some people are like, it was like MatPat who said he only ever privated one video because of how he depicted him and his wife at the time, and he didn't. They agreed at the time, but they didn't like it afterwards. I couldn't do that. I'm not always proud of every video I've made. Some of them I actively don't like. It's hard to look at your past. I absolutely private shit. Almost 8 hours. Yeah, that's rough. Man, I'm just here at 3 hours. My voice is already getting crusty. Again, I don't do long streams like he does. Or longer streams, traditionally speaking, so I don't have the stamina for it. Although this game is, again, I don't know why. I love this game. This might be becoming one of my favorite games. It's just giving me, like, energy and shit to talk about constantly. It's just, I mean, I had a really weird feeling I was going to like this game a lot. I was absolutely right. God, I'm not beating the masochism allegations right now. Even though I've gone back to the beginning of this game a couple times. Masochism's a state of mind, though. Ugh. God, Bennet Foddy, say something. I got distracted. Now I don't remember what interesting topic I was talking about. Probably something to do with music and the world. I don't know, man. I could go back to complaining about people not liking old stuff. Well, I mean, actually, I could talk about when I first thought of that idea, because it didn't make sense to me. I remember the first time I encountered someone, specifically, who didn't understand that old things could potentially be as valid as new things. Because was it middle school? It might have been high school. I think it was high school. It was a class. We were in a computer lab. We were talking about something, and they were talking about cars. And they didn't understand the idea that an old car, I don't even mean like functionality-wise, but an old car style-wise, design-wise, look-wise, could be as good. And it wasn't even like, and that's style, right? That has nothing to do with the functionality of the car. They just like, well, they were just like, well, it's an older car. It's just not as good. Pretty. It doesn't look as good. It's old. And I was like, yeah, but I mean, it's style, right? It's design. It doesn't matter how. I mean, I specifically was like, it could look the same, but it has every single new technology that a car could have. It runs perfectly. It's the best running car in the world. It just looks old. It has a different style or design that is like one of these older cars. And they were like, no, because it's an old design. It's not as good as a new design. It's like I couldn't get to them or rationalize with them. They couldn't understand the idea that because like it could still be valid visually whatsoever.
Pain has an element of blank.
Damn.
It cannot recollect when it began, or if there were a day when it was not. It has no future but itself.
Pain.
Its infinite realms contain its past, enlightened to perceive new periods of pain.
That was thoughtful.
Dickinson.
Thoughtful idea. I mean, it's true. I mean, I think you get used to pain. We have pain every day in every part of our life. Physical, mental, otherwise. There's tons of anguish. You get used to it, man. Not that you should have to, but there are people with chronic pain, and there are people with... They don't even realize it, that have pain every day. And suffer from these things, and it becomes a part of life. Hell, man. I suffer from intense loneliness and sadness sometimes. And you kind of just get over it. There's nothing you can really do. The only kinds of... I mean, okay, it does affect me. I mean, of course it does, but you don't think about it. Oh.
Expectation fails, and most oft where most it promises, and oft it hits where hope is coldest and despair most sits.
Despair.
William Shakespeare, all's well that ends well.
Expectations. Expectations is true. No, but the guys, these... I might it was two people. I couldn't get through to them the idea of that just... There might be worthwhile properties in the look of something that's old, much less actually things in the past being better. And I think that was the first time I realized that some people have that perspective about new versus old things, which a lot of people do. They refuse to understand that something that's old could be good. And again, I was just raised with that idea. That is to me, breathing, drinking, existing. Anything has value if you give it a chance. Anything has redemption. Most things were made by people. And I think people have inherent value no matter what age they were in. So why not their creations? Why not the world? At least that's what I think. And I think anyone can understand that if they are willing to give it a shot and open their minds. And I think it doesn't have to be cars itself. I think that developed that idea. I think it comes from other things, like movies, media. I think you can enjoy music in media that is older if you get enough of a chance. And I think, again, I've said it before, enjoyment comes with understanding. And I think music and movies are a better way of getting into just older things in general. Because they're entertainment mediums, right? That's easier done than other things, and that can lead you down the road of appreciating the world in the past. It just takes time, it takes understanding, and I guess I'm more inclined to like and give things more credit than other people. My takes aren't always the same as everyone else's, and it's my takes.
Even as the stone of the fruit must break, that its heart may stand in the sun, so must you know pain. And could you keep your heart in wonder at the daily miracles of your life, your pain would not seem less wondrous than your joy. Khalil Gibran.
Huh. I try to think of the wonders of life sometimes. It is very easy to get caught up in the day-to-day. I don't want to be unthankful or unfeeling about, you know, life, but you know, you focus on what's in front of you in the daily. The one thing that always does it for me is nature. And I think most people have this, but not everyone engages in it. Some people are so in their city and in their own world that they don't think about it. But I think being out in nature can just reframe my mind. Even anywhere. Even, honestly, it's not even being out in nature. It's just seeing it. Because you forget how much greenery is in a city sometimes. Or you're driving, and I look up, and it's like, wow, there's just a massive forest next to this highway. If you look above the streets and the roads, and you see how much green is everywhere. Or even just in a car park, but you look up and see the endless sky above you. The natural world is wonderful. And I think if you take a chance, even no matter where you are, what you're doing, you can marvel at it and you can see it. And I think it's, God, man, it's fucking... It like reframes my brain a little bit. Again, I get people wanting to work outdoors or living in that way, because I could understand it completely. People who work with nature and in nature, I completely understand it. Even if I don't engage in those hobbies as much, mostly because I'm so focused on creating things and doing things and progressing into my future. But I would spend more time on that. I would go fucking like fucking bare bones camping, real shit. I'd have to get prepared for it, because I'm not stupid enough to do it on my own and then die in the woods naked and afraid with poison ivy on my ass crack or whatever. Only there, though. It wouldn't spread anywhere else. You know, why would, you know? It's my own fault for using them as leaves. They looked good enough. I thought it was leaves of 3. Shit on me. You know, that's the old phrase, right? I didn't mishear it. I guess I was wrong. Come on, that was clever. Oh, that deserves a +2. But I would, and I have friends. There's a guy I know. He's a very good dude. He's actually going to his wedding next month. I haven't kept up with him. I kind of wish I did, because he's a wonderful guy. I believe he's done like wildlife and fishery stuff, which I want to talk to him more about. Maybe when I get to see him again, I actually want to talk to him about it, genuinely, because I really do love the natural world. And he clearly cares about it enough, and I think I can completely understand his world. I don't understand the details of it, but I can understand his motivations, and that's enough. I honestly, you know, people say they all be, I believe there's a statistic about it, and I don't know what the validity of it, but it's basically about people constantly underestimate how much they would enjoy a conversation with a stranger. I don't think that's unreasonable. I enjoy conversations with everybody. I'm more of a coward to just think that they probably don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to strangers and bother them. But I know I would enjoy it. I genuinely enjoy talking to people, even if it's things I just don't understand or haven't engaged in interest in. If they're interested in it, then it's worthwhile. And I honestly always try my best to try to engage with it the best way I can. Oh. At least I try. You can do with what you can. Whoop. I don't have a home. Home. Home is such an interesting... Sorry, I'm going to talk about that after this song. I want to listen to the song. There we go. Beautiful. Nice. Beautiful. Oh. Oh. Okay. I just gotta get up here. I did this so easily the first time, man. I don't know what happened. Beginner's luck. Bastard. Okay, I'm getting better at this part. Oh, at the very least. Ooh, that was fucking great. Like this, I'm gonna have to actually get all of these songs into my life, into my playlists once I get Apple Music back, or at least listen to them on YouTube. It's dangerous. God, when I do that, that's the scariest because I can so easily just do that. I kind of wish there was like more levels to this. Not that I've already even beaten it. I'm already like, man, the DLC pack. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Nice. Oh, don't do that. Nice, 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 nice. Did you say butthead gal of mine? Hey, Beavis. Hey, Beavis. What's up, butthead? Shit. God, I'm really struggling with this part. Oh god, how do I fucking do this? There we go. Oh, but the concept of home, just from the song, is interesting to me. Because what does that mean? I feel like is it a physical location to people? Because it's never been to me. Mostly because, well, I've moved around. Home is wherever I currently live, basically. As a general concept, or maybe, you know. But for some people, it is a house. Or family, or, you know, a specific town or home, you know, hometown. I mean, I guess for a lot of people, they have always lived in the same town, or you know, even if they move away, maybe that's where they live or their parents lived, and for them, that's kind of their home. I don't have that. You know, my current home is where I currently live. Come on, I can do this.
This is the hour of lead, remembered if outlived, as freezing persons recollect the snow.
Hour of lead.
First chill, then stupor, then the letting go.
And then dying.
Dickinson.
Apparently, freezing to death is one of the more pleasant ways to go, because it's like going to sleep. I mean, I fucking hate being cold. Before you go to the sleep, you know, I would just, I would be fucking miserable. No. Fuck.
Feel your pain.
Damn it.
The pain in knowing this is
Chroma King, is it still around? Oh, I didn't even notice.
Knowing what more tears we've gained. But through all this,
Oh, damn, thanks for letting me know.
feel your pain.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
Tavia Hawk.
That's funny. Let's turn that off. That's the wrong one. I mean, it made us no difference. I didn't even notice it. Probably because there's not no... I mean, I'm not looking at the OBS screen for a lot, but I didn't even realize. Oh, but it's always intrigued me, the people who've spent their time growing up in the same place, knowing the same people. I guess it's a little bit of jealousy. I'm kind of happy I moved. You get a lot of new experiences. Maybe it's probably widened my horizons more than anything else. Just from being a kid and living in different places and seeing how different people and places can be. very much influenced me, whereas some people maybe don't. And a big part of, like, if you think about college, for people, a big part of that is getting out of their house and getting out of their preconceived notions. Because all of a sudden, you're surrounded by tons of people from tons of different locations. Probably in your state, but still, states are big, cities are big, and they're all very different.
Oh, no.
And that kind of, people say, oh, college ruined my child. Well, yeah, they had their eyes open because they met more people. It doesn't always happen. I will say, I've known people where that doesn't happen, and the reasonings for why it doesn't happen is usually, in my instance, is because they still either commuted from their home and lived with their family, or still only hung out with their family. So then they just believe their family's beliefs.
And dashing your hopes. You're climbing a mountain with a hammer and no ropes.
Hey, there are people who've climbed a mountain with no hammer and no ropes. Maybe the hammer's more difficult. I don't know. But yeah, college is about, a big part of that is being around people. But I mean, I feel like, well, I've already seen so many different people and done so many different things of that nature.
The mountain seems no more a soulless thing, but rather as a shape of ancient fear, in darkness and the winds of chaos born, amid the lordless heavens thundering, a presence crouched, enormous and austere, before whose feet the mighty waters mourn. George Sterling.
Interesting. Oh my God. There we go. I do feel like my hand's getting a little stiff from after this. I might be slowly getting worse. Physically, not mentally. But yeah, it's interesting to me. That idea. Oh my God. All right, let's do this again. This shouldn't be too bad. That's the bottom. I think it's cosmic irony that I'm laughing at this. There's something amusing to me. But fortunately, I got most of this down pretty good. Is this Jean Ritchie? I was talking about her earlier. She sounds like Jean Ritchie. It might not be, but she's that Appalachian folk musician I was talking about, who preserved all the folk songs from the Appalachian region, which has an incredibly rich musical history of people who are just not documented. A huge part of American culture that we kind of missed because it wasn't pervasive. It's fast. Maybe all this stuff is just because I'm Southern. I was born in the South. And there's plenty of bad aspects of the Southern United States that I'm not a fan of in the slightest. But there's a fascinating amount of interest there, of people who lived and died and had their experiences there. Of every color, of every generation, of every kind. They're just kind of forgotten about in favor of the popular culture of the time. Yeah, I can get, now I feel like I can get back to that one spot fairly quickly. Relatively speaking. Oh, come on. Come on. Scrape your fucking sides on this rock, why don't you? Yeah, this took me so long to get up here originally, now I'm just fucking tearing through it. Now we're back up here. Same with this, actually, although this one I got it easier originally. One thing is, I don't know how much longer is in this. I actually don't know where I'm going from here. So this could take a lot longer than I'm expecting. Probably will. We'll have to see. That's fine. It's no problem. Beautiful. See, I'm already back. It's just one section that I really need to think. I think I need to learn. I need a better strategy. Because if I die from after this point, I'm not going to have to do all this again. And if I don't understand it well enough... Ah, shit. That was close. I almost had to do all that again. Ain't gonna be treated this way. Feed me cornbread and oh my God, are you serious? Again? Watch me really struggle this time getting back. It could happen. They could be feeding me cornbread and peas. I don't deserve to be treated this way. I was thinking the other day. This is unrelated, but yeah. First of all, you shouldn't eat bread and water as your only meal because it's not good for you. But I was thinking a thought about like peasant meals. Sorry, don't ask me why I was thinking about this, but peasant meals in like medieval times was like cheese and bread and onions. I was wondering if that's like the perfect diet. Because first of all, onions, they're very good for you. I don't know if they have every nutrient you need as a veg, but they're very good. They're actually genuinely very good for you. Aside from being happen to be very tasty when cooked and added to things. Cheese has got like a lot of fat and protein, which you need, and then you have the carbs from the bread. I was wondering if like that medieval fucking just cheese, bread, and onions, would that be enough to like sustain you for everything? I don't know. I'd have to talk to like a nutritionist and maybe a historian who knows about medieval times and knows about what the peasants ate and if that was a good meal. Because if it is, I think that like, not that I would want to eat that, but I'm just curious if that could actually like. There's so many variances. What kind of what kind of onions, what kind of cheese, what kind of bread. That greatly depends on the historical aspect. It'd be a good video. I'd have to talk to some experts that I don't know this information. But if I could see like, hey, okay, so what nutrients do we get from onions? What aspects are we missing? What kind of diseases do you think you would get from that being your main diet? Not even meat. No, I'm saying not even meat. Is there enough protein in cheese to give you the daily amount? And is there enough of the right kind of protein? Because it's like, I mean, it's got milk in it. Milk has got a protein and fat. Is there enough in there? Again, because I don't know. I could try to do research, but it's a lot of work. There we go. Nope. Okay, come on, man. I should probably sit down. I've been standing for 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours.
Whenever I climb, I'm followed by a dog
Listen to them.
called Ego. Friedrich Nietzsche.
Just because I'm exhausting my body when I shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm probably only like halfway through. Or even less. I have no idea. I should be conservative in my estimates here because I frankly don't know. God, he's so shredded. I need to work out more. If you don't know, I'm doing a cosplay of Cloud Strife for MomoCon at my soon. I'm not ready yet. There's a lot of parts of that costume I'm missing and I don't have done, and some that I will just have to make. And I have like a week and a half to really do. And I'm also moving. And like, there's a lot of shit to do. It's like, this is probably a bad time to start rapidly making this costume. But you know, you do what you can. I don't think it's impossible. I'll just have to really work at it. But I got to do that soon, like really soon. I got to start like, if I was smart, I would look up what to buy and just buy them tonight or tomorrow. Order the parts I need to make stuff with, and then make them. But you know, come on, I'm lazy. Evidently, by the fact that I've been streaming for 4 hours, I'm clearly a lazy person who doesn't do things and just sits around scratching his ass, eating fucking popcorn out of the ass crack to give it that extra, like, you know, butt butter flavor. Very tasty. Butt butter is when you go to a convention and you eat popcorn, but it mixes with the smell of unwashed ass. I didn't come up with butt butter, by the way. I'm just referencing it. But it's an important concept, so I think it should be valid and validated. And ruins the buttery, lovely smell of popcorn for you forever. I haven't experienced butt butter, but I don't have a sensitive nose, unfortunately. But if you want that taste at home, just swipe it down there. It's like a chocolate starfish. Chocolate pretzel, sorry. Chocolate starfish is something completely different. But no, I'm going as Cloud Strife. I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, man, I'm not strong enough right now. I also need to start working out a bunch in the next couple weeks up to the convention if I want to do a better impression of Cloud. Again, Cloud is not like the world's buffest man. He's not a strong man. I mean strong man as in like the circus strong man. I don't mean like he isn't strong. He is very strong. But he is evidently he's visually very strong looking, even if he's not a bodybuilder, right? So I at least need to reach that aspect. And I'm just evidently not there yet. I'm just not strong enough. And I think in the next 2 weeks I can probably get enough to give a better showing. But again, I need to get working on that now. Obviously. We'll see what happens. We'll see how... I mean, again, regardless, I think at this point, I have enough to not embarrass myself as Cloud, even if I'm missing a lot of crucial parts. But there's some that I really want. I think it just wouldn't be right if I didn't have these certain specific things that I don't have. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm kind of am a perfectionist. Like, I'd hate the fact that I would know exactly what wouldn't be working for my costume, and I would love to do better. Even now, even with what I'm planning to do and get, I can already see how I could do things better. And I've accepted that it's not perfect now, but if I ever do it again, I think I know what I can fix. Cosplay is an interesting thing. I think I didn't always understand it. But I think oh, fuck. I think I'm understanding it more.
I'm gonna let you be for a little bit.
Thanks. He's probably... I was wondering if he's ever going to run out of things to say. Because I've been fucking up a lot over here. I almost feel like I found a little cheat to get through all the dialogue. Because this specific part, the trigger for dialogue is this little area. So if I fail just before this area, then I'm just like hitting that trigger constantly. Which probably wasn't meant to be. I was probably meant to get past this a little bit sooner. I don't know, maybe I can go up the slide. Oh, thank God. God, just let me get up this goddamn set of stairs, man. I've done it before. That's all I want. That's all I dream of. Okay. Ah, fuck. How many fucking covers of this song are there? I'm going down this road feeling bad. You like the way bread and peas. They've been feeding me on cornbread and peas. Ain't gonna be treated this way. I wonder if I can go up. Oh, Jesus. Oh, motherfucker. I'm not getting, like, mad, but I'm like, oh, God, really mad I'm still doing this one section? I think it's this stunting of progress is the more frustrating part than having to reset. Because I don't get it. Ain't gonna be treated this way no more. Ain't gonna be treated this way. Speaking of... So I was talking about movies earlier and about how people don't watch old movies. That might be changing a little bit. I mentioned because of Letterboxd. I think that helps a lot. But also people are consistently putting old movies back into it. Listen to Anita's new album. Yo, chill, man. I don't even know who these people are. Ah, maybe they're good. There's a lot of music I don't listen to. Not because I think it's bad, because I just don't know of it. The Queen of Brazil. How fascinating. It is funny how Brazil culture is just fuck. It's just about fuck. No, it's pervasive these days. I wonder how that happened. It just became very predominant in a lot of culture, but a lot of specific culture. It's not a lot of culture, but Brazil's become very popular. It's also a bit of a meme, but only in America, I guess. Maybe it's a lot to do with certain immigrants in the United States. But it's interesting. Oh, ain't gonna be treated this way no more. Although I did a lot of that music where I suppose it's just not for me. And it's probably again, I say enjoyment comes with understanding. It's probably because I just haven't listened to enough. I don't understand it or its context or whatever. But I could always try more music. I would love to go to Brazil. I mean, I'd love to go to... You could say that about any country. I would be like, yeah, I'll go to this country. Why not? Yeah, give it a shot. I don't know anything about it. I think every country has redeeming qualities, doesn't it? Oh, da, 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 da. Nice. Not so nice. Yeah, relatively nice. Like a, 5, 10 niceties. Also, I have to understand, it's interesting to me. I've never been so into I love music, right? But I've never been so interested in a single artist or band that I'm, like, losing it over it. Or even just, like, sharing it a lot with people. Maybe that's just me. So unwilling to, I've always been afraid to share music with people. I don't want them to know what I'm listening to. Maybe it's just embarrassment. Maybe I don't know if they'll understand. Again, that's very negative-minded. But even in cars, like if I'm driving people, I'll generally say, hey, you put on whatever music you want. I don't share my own music because I don't want them to know what I listen to. And I listen to fucking so many different things. I have people at work who think I'm fucking crazy. Or rather, they just think I'm normal crazy as well. But because I have, like, tens of thousands of songs, whatever, however many artists, bands, albums, all in my Apple Music. And I don't use my playlists. I have some playlists. What I actually do is put all of my music in shuffle. Everything. My entire library of music. And I just skip the ones I don't feel at the time. Which is incredible. Because there are so many disparate styles and genre that just fucking go. It's like, maybe it's a little schizophrenic. Almost. Oh, fuck. I was so close. I was so close, man. I've already been up there once. I just want to get back there. I don't want to be treated this way no more. Sounds a little bit like, God, what's his name? He's dead now. Tom Petty. I don't listen to music when driving, so when I've got people, I just leave it quiet. I mean, when I drive, like, with my sister, I usually leave it quiet. I don't even offer. But I like music. I'm not even joking when I say I get into my car after work sometimes, and the very first thing I do is I just start fucking belting it. It's not even a song sometimes. I just make up a lyric or a word, and I'm literally, like, I'm singing at the fucking top of my lungs. I'm not even exaggerating, which sounds maybe a little crazy. And then I run out of air, and then the drive back, I'm much worse at singing than those first 5 seconds of, like, release. It's not like I was holding anything in, but I think it's maybe just the elation of freedom from work is so elation that I'm just like, yep, it's music time. But I'm always listening to something. I don't often give myself quiet time, which is probably a problem. You really should. I'm a goddamn zoomer. Attention span lost. Doesn't exist. But I don't mind it as much with music. I mean, if I didn't listen in the car, I probably wouldn't listen to it. I don't have as much. And that would make me sad. Because I love music too much to not listen to it. And it's not, again, I go through phases. Sometimes I'm listening to that, or sometimes I'm listening to an audiobook, or sometimes I'm listening to a podcast, and that's my main thing at the time. But I'll always double back to music. And maybe it's something new. Or it's something old. Again, in a car, I like listening to, like, things I can sing to more, I think. You listen to videos and streams. Yeah, you do that. I don't. I think it's just, like, a bit more difficult. I mean, I know you can set it to audio. I guess it depends on who I'm listening, if it's someone I really want to. But I like singing in the car. And music allows me to do that. I think I've done that before in the past, but not typically. Because you have to set it up before driving and stuff, and it's a little finicky. And I don't know. I could do that. But also, streams specifically are almost like they don't have to be an interactive experience, but they kind of feel like it. And they're also a very visual experience, to where I don't really... Oh, my God. I don't really want to not have the video there, even if sometimes I don't pay attention to a stream, and I have it just audio-wise. I feel like it's hard not to not have the visual there. Even if I'm not actively looking at it, I'll still glance at it every once in a while. And it's actually a problem sometimes. If I'm at work and there's a stream, I don't get as much done. Because I can't fucking help myself from chatting, and I have to not do that. Oh, fuck. Damn. That's another bad reset. I should be quick to make it back up there, though. The last time I did it pretty quickly. My car is although my phone, so setup is nothing. Well, fair enough. I mean, and again, it is to each their own, right? It depends on the way you engage with. I don't want to say content again. I have to remove that word from my mouth. Content. It's so reductive to anything creative. But it's a good way of classifying random shit, which is why people use it. God damn it. God, I am getting worse at this. But yeah, it's almost. I think that's almost anti-art as a concept, saying you create content, and sometimes things are maybe more applicable to that than others. Like I'm streaming. Is this art? Is this a creative endeavor? You could almost say it is. Depends on what you're doing. If you're being comedic and you're trying to make something, then it's not the highest, but it's something. Or if you're being introspective, you could say it's a very personal depiction of a person. Inherently, a stream is personal because it's a person doing it. Some are less personal, depending on what it is. It's a personal look into a person and their interpretation of things. So you could almost say so. It's hard. It depends on your personal opinion on what it is, or if it's something creative or if it's something worthwhile. Is it just content? But I think if someone creates anything, then it depends. If you're tired, by the way, I'll just go to sleep. Sleep is important. I might not be getting sleep right now, even though I probably should. But you should. I realize now I have gifts for my mom, but I don't have a bag to keep it in. And I should have gotten that today, but I didn't. I didn't go to the store like I should have. So I'll probably have to get up early before I go to my mom's for Mother's Day to get a bag for it. Which takes 2 seconds. I live by a Kroger down the street. But I have to do that. So I probably should get some sleep, but I'm going to do this instead. Good night, artist. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Hopefully you had an entertaining day as a stream. Hopefully Dylan's doing all right. I don't know if he's still going or not. But that's a rough stream. No, but yeah, take care. Have sweet dreams. Or attempt to. I don't remember my dreams. It is. I mean, actually, dreams is an interesting topic to talk about. I think because I don't remember them. He's goofing with MS Paint. Of course he is. Honestly, that's peak stream materials. MS Paint. But dreams are interesting because I very typically don't remember mine. I feel like people have ideas of dreams and they're always these wacky, crazy things. That doesn't happen to me. The only times I think I remember my dreams is when I'm only like half asleep. I don't even know if those count as dreams as much as fantasies. Although sometimes they are field dreams. I know sometimes they are. But they're never wild. They're always very human and personal and related to either people I've known or knew, and conversations and talks and meeting people. Comings and goings. It is never some fantastical thing. The most fantastical they get still is conversations with people. It's weird. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's my fantasy. It's just people and talking. Maybe that is. But I find that super interesting because so many people talk about like, oh, I did this wild thing and then Nyan Cat showed up and ate my ass, and I was like, wow, you're a really good ass eater, Nyan Cat. Then he smiled at me and showed me his brown teeth or something fucking ridiculous. It's like, no. I had a conversation in a location that I've known, like my old high school, with some people I knew from high school, and we just chatted about life, and maybe we're still there. I mean, obviously, it has dream things where, like, how do I go from location? Like, location doesn't make sense. These buildings aren't connected. They don't make any sense or whatever. the plot is irrelevant, but it's always like a fucking slice of life kind of a situation. It's not. It's no wacky-dacky stuff. Very personal in nature, which tells you a lot about me, I guess. That's all I can imagine. Nice. Beautiful. There we go. Yeah, I'm getting this beginning path. I got down pat. And this isn't too bad either. Although again, my hand's getting tired. I almost think Bennet Foddy's probably right. I should take a break at some point, which I will. Somehow I don't think I'm beating this tonight. We'll see. I kind of was hoping I could, because I've heard this could take about 6 hours if you're good. Yay. But, or that's the average. But you know I'm not an above average gamer. Well, speaking as well of dreams, lucid dreams kind of scare me. I don't like necessarily having to sleep, and maybe controlling them would be nice. But I hate the idea of getting trapped in a dream, of not like losing control. If I hate being aware that I'm in a dream, and yet unable to, I don't know, wake up. Or that's a frightening concept, admittedly. It's like thoughts. When I think of things, sometimes invasive thoughts happen, or thoughts that like you don't like. And by the way, if you imagine or have a thought of something that you think, man, this is horrible, I'm a bad person for thinking this. Not necessarily negative about people, but something that's just fucked up. It's probably something you experience. Your brain is just working through things, and it shows it to you. And if you have a reaction of this is horrible, that's how you feel about it. It doesn't mean you're thinking about it because you like it. And the fact that you think actively that, oh, this is a horrible thing to think about, shows your true feelings about it. You're not fucked up because it's in your head. That's just because you know it exists, and your brain decided to show it to you. Damn. But sometimes it's like, oh, don't think of the elephant, and all you can think about is a fucking elephant. Sometimes I have those fucked up things in my head, and they get stuck in there, and I hate it. And I don't know a good way of getting rid of it.
No.
They eventually go away, of course they do. But I worry about that in context of lucid dreams, where my brain will be thinking of things, and I can't stop them from thinking of things, and then I get stuck in this loop. And I'm cognizant of it, too. I hate that idea. The world of dreams, Teleran is frightening to me. So I'd rather be ignorant of it, and I'd rather not have control. So I don't want to write my dreams. I don't want a dream journal. I don't want to lucid dream. And that's fear guiding my life, isn't it? But in that case, I'm fine with it. You know, I don't mind. Fuck it. Fuck the dreams. I don't fucking need dreams. I'm fine just waking up and being like, oh man, I guess I just teleported 6 hours, 8 hours in the future. Which is what sleeping is. Or they used to be. I swear, as a kid, I specifically remember certain times when I would sleep that really did feel like I fucking teleported. Where it felt like no time had passed. And maybe I just fell asleep really quickly. And maybe it was really quality sleep that does that. And I just haven't had a good night's sleep like that in a long time. But I feel like a good, really good night's sleep, it is like you fucking teleported into the future. You're so deep in sleep and you're so out of it. And you just wake up and it's like, man, I feel like my head just touched the pillow and I'm already awake. I miss sleeping like that. I don't know why. I don't sleep very well. Like, I don't even just mean like, oh, it takes a while to fall asleep or whatever. But I don't feel like I get very deep sleep. Which is a real, huge, massive problem. And I don't even know how I could fix it. Obviously, what I'm doing right now is absolutely not fucking helping. By no state of the imagination is this helping, but... So I do know why I'm not sleeping well, but generally speaking, I don't know. Sleep is important. And maybe I resent the idea that I have to have it, but maybe I'd enjoy it more if I actually got decent sleep and I didn't fuck around like an idiot. Okay. If I can get this angle right, I can really launch myself. Come on. Oh my god, damn it. I almost think I understand what I'm doing here. Almost. Almost. Nice. Ooh. You really do get fairly adept at using this hammer, man. Oh, god damn it. That was my own bad. Honestly, I could be a grunter in games. If they needed a grunter, if they needed someone to do grunting sound effects, I could do it. Like if they needed, if that was my exclusive role, like you know, I could do like dramatic voiceovers or whatever. Fuck it, voice acting. No, I want my sole role is to make expressive sounding grunts for games. I could do that, man. That could be my main. I could be making millions right now. They need a good grunter. It's like, man, nobody grunts like Fun does, dude. He is the fucking king of grunting. Man, that moan in the third act, impeccable. Whoever they got for the grunting role for that one. It's the official term in the voice acting community, by the way. It's grunting. The grunter. We did it. We almost did it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. We almost did it. You really can't speak before you educate yourself. Nice. God, that's not what that's not what I wanted. Okay, give me this instead. That makes it easier. Don't you understand? What would be really fucked up if this guy's hands started getting bleeding and his hands get fucked up and his entire world gets messed up progressively as he's climbing up this mountain? And the longer you take, the more beat up his body is because you're just forcing him to do it again and again. Thank God that's not the case, but imagine. Would that be better? Or, like, would that motivate you more? Oh, it's not even about motivation. Here's the thing. It's not about motivation. I feel like that would actually screw with me more, and I would get more upset about losing. Which makes sense. I don't think it would motivate me more, because I'm as motivated as I can be to beat this. I want to do this. Oh, come on. Yeah, if this takes too long, eventually I'll probably have to do a second stream of this, which I'm fine with. I'm enjoying this well enough to where I'm willing to do that. Oh, come on, come on. Come on, my baby. Yeah. You shouldn't say that. That's disgusting. There we go. Oh! You lose! Nice. Yeah, gravy train, dude. Yeah, I'm not perfect with these boxes segment. I'm not bad at it. That's good. But like, I'm not like 100% on it. I think honestly though, just go for it. In that case, I probably shouldn't have gone for it. I didn't try to go for it. Alright, it was a mistake. Honest, true blue mistake. That was close. I could have fucked that easily. Nice. You know what? I think Garden's fucking stupid. Oh, you know that's wrong. That's not what I mean. The yards are fucking stupid. I don't know why people have. Okay, you know what? No, it's real stupid. Grass. I keep thinking about having a house and having a yard. Nerd. Damn. All right, let's make it back up. Having a yard and having grass. Because I don't like the look of it or the feel of it, and I think it's kind of like it's this weird thing and almost like showing off to other neighbors. And I mean, it's a part of making your house look nice and tidy. But I would prefer to have natural plants. Something I'd probably do is there's a lot of like endangered plants of my state, right? If I get a house, I'm going to fill my house or the outside of it with those plants. And I'd take care of it, right? I'd keep it tidy. I wouldn't let it overgrow necessarily, or like overgrow in a sense of like the house is being fucking destroyed. But I do that so, first of all, so that an HOA couldn't remove them. And second of all, just because I like that more. More natural looking house. It can still look nice, having a lovely garden-esque aesthetic. But I don't want it to be like this perfect, pristine, manicured lawn. That just kind of grosses me out. What's the point? What, you're not supposed to step on the grass now? You're going to ruin it? Grass isn't that pretty. I can respect people who do it. That is a nice thing of grass, and I think it doesn't look bad. It looks good. But it's not for me, and I don't know how it became the standard. Especially since grass is not like a good thing to plant relative to other stuff. There's, again, the world isn't like 90% grass. We shouldn't have grass everywhere. We've kind of ruined nature a bit. It should be trees and brush and whatever else. Grass is just like a weird thing. I talk about how many forests there are, even in public places. But you forget the places that aren't forests also used to be forest. There wasn't just grasslands necessarily. Maybe in some parts of the world, different kinds of grass, but the grass we think of, at least here in the US, wasn't the thing. And then it just became the thing. I don't know, maybe it was the 50s. I'm sure there's a guy who knows exactly how grass... There's a fucking grass nerd out there who knows everything about grass. Who could tell me all about it. Whoop. Oh, how did I fucking do that, man? Come on. Ooh. Oh. Oh, damn. Damn. Oh, that was... Oh, it was almost at the bottom again. Again, this is so close anyways, I don't even mind it. Ah, come on. Beautiful. We're making stunning progress here, ladies and gents. Ugh, why does he have to moan like this, dude? Come on. It's okay. I feel, honestly, I know I'm not even close to beating this, or whatever. But I feel like I'm doing great for my first time. I'm going to be honest. I'm feeling good about this. I'm, like, happy with how well I'm doing. Which I guess is all that matters, right? I'm probably not objectively the best person to ever play this game for the first time. Although I always feel like in any game I play, I start off pretty good. And then over time, I think I just lose the focus that I started with, and I start getting worse. It's like Mario Maker. Whenever I'm playing Mario Maker, I start getting it, and I'm feeling it, and then I depreciate a bit. I'm not to like fully to where I was at the start, but like to a point to where I'm no longer really making progress. I think at that point you probably do need a break to really get it again. Oh god, this is fucking finicky, dude. This little tip is the fucking finickiest thing in the world. Nice. Okay, we're back here. Okay. Nope. Yeah, well, maybe I'll stream this tomorrow as well if I have time later in the day. Or after Mother's Day. If I feel like it. I want to do other stuff tomorrow, but get back into editing. It's a video I want to make. I've been putting it off for ages. Or even just like, I don't know, cosplay stuff that I should probably do. Moving to my new place, which I should probably do. We'll see what I have time for. Although, who knows? I mean, if I spend a lot of time with my mom tomorrow, I'll be quite happy anyways. So if I spend all day with that, I wouldn't mind. I love my mom. She's a lovely person. I take a lot from... I mean, honestly, you don't realize it, I think. It's inherent, right? But I think as I get older, I'm realizing how much I have in common with my parents. In different ways. I take something from one parent, something from the other. And it's not intentional, right? It's just you were raised by them. It's inevitable. From interest to even just how I approach situations and speak to certain people and act. I like to think you take the best from them, right? Or at least you'd like to think so. But I have my own flaws that my parents don't have. They have flaws that I don't have. It's just people. But I can see my parents and myself, and I'm sure they probably can too. I don't know. They're introspective people. I remember it was a particular time where I noticed that I was handling situations and things the exact same way my dad did. I guess I got older and I got more mature and more brave about situations and people, which I don't know. I don't know if my dad even noticed, but it was like the exact same, like word for word, and I noticed it. I might have been the only one at the time, but I was like, huh, maybe just expect it, but. And I owe a lot from that. Like, I know exactly why. How do I fucking... God, I forgot how to do this. There we go. Lower it, then do this. There we go. Sorry, all of a sudden my brain was like, huh, you don't know how to do this anymore. You idiot. You fucking buffoon. You clown. You clodhopper. Which, by the way, a clodhopper, that's a real term. I think I learned about it in history class. Something to do with, like, with South Carolinian people and, like, mud and something stupid. Same thing with, like, carpetbaggers. Something I learned in history class years ago. It was interesting stuff. I wish I remembered more of it. Oh, my God. Again! How am I doing this, dude? This is crazy. Whoop. I'm never going to get into space like this. Oh, fuck. Nice. Beautiful. Come on, right here. God, now I'm thinking of people's speedruns of this. I get how they do it now. It's not even random. Not that I ever thought it was random. But you can really, like... You can predict, like, the movements and do them quickly. Not nearly as unintelligible... Again, it's not as nearly as unintelligible as people think. I think people have a habit of overestimating difficulty and overestimating scale and overestimating confusing natures of things. Because they give it just an initial thought and think, oh, this is incomprehensible. But they don't give it enough time to realize that it's not. Maybe it's an odd thing to say, but like most things do make sense if you give it just more than a marginal amount of time. But I think most people only give things a marginal amount of time before they say, yeah, this is stupid or confusing or it's too hard. It's like, really? You really haven't spent that much time on it. You really haven't. Or say that it's unfair or unbalanced. You know what I mean? I think it's just people are quick to make judgments. Absolute judgments based on their experience. And I think in my mind it's generally too quick. Or they claim things are hard or confusing and they haven't really given it a true attempt. Just general. I'm thinking like even examples in movies where people say, "Oh, this is so confusing. I don't get it." It's like, well, have you actually thought about it? Have you actually given the time to maybe not just let it brush over you, but genuinely consider, I wonder what this could mean, and then you come up with your conclusions. I don't think they do that. I think they just look at it on the surface level and literally don't think about it before saying it's confusing. And some stuff admittedly is, but it doesn't mean it's incomprehensible or that it doesn't make sense. An odd example is like end of Neon Genesis Evangelion. End of Evangelion, the movie. When I watched it, I was like, oh, this is like, I don't know if I fully get this. And then I started thinking about it afterwards because it made me think about it. I think I kind of understood what it was going for. And then I looked it up and it did a little bit of research. And I was like, yeah, this does make a lot of sense, actually. I think I understand where people's perspectives of it come from. And a part of that was me not fully remembering the show because it's been like years since I've seen it. I probably should have rewatched it before watching the movie, but that's my own fault. But it was me watching the movie for the first time because it came back to theaters. And I loved it, by the way. I genuinely loved it. I think that movie is going to stick with me for a long time. And I can completely relate to the artist in that sense. It's a very personal movie. It's a very personal show. But people are like, oh, it's so confusing and unintelligible. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, man, it really is not. Most things people say that about really aren't. I feel like if they say that, it's more about... It tells you more about the person than it does about the media. Nothing is ever as confusing as people make it out to be, I think. Or as confusing, or as dumb, or as difficult, or as anything. I think people just like to over-exaggerate. And it's usually people who don't give it the time of day. I try not to do that, at least not anymore. I'm sure I've done it, and I still do it sometimes. And it's easy to make fun of games and do things. And sometimes it's memes. Like, I make fun of League of Legends for obvious reasons. Any League of Legends gamers out there? And I have no interest in it. But I also haven't really given it a fair shake, so I can't genuinely say that it's bad or unfun or whatever. You know what I mean? So even though I do make fun of it, I think at the end I still have to acknowledge that I don't know enough about it to really make a fair assessment of it. My only valid reasons for not liking games like that is because I know they're time sinks and they take up time and energy that I just don't have in this way anymore. Not that I ever did. I don't think I would ever want to willingly devote my time to a single game or experience like that, where people put 2,000 hours into fucking Dota. It's like, God, are you serious, dude? The worst part about that is that's a game where you can put in 2,000 hours and still not be considered good at it. Like, what game could you put thousands of hours in and you still wouldn't be good at it? Like, my fucking God, man. Maybe I'm arrogant, but I feel like if I do ever play that, there's no way I can be that bad, right? There's no way I can be bad forever. But that's just the game. That's just the game. And the strategy and the people you play with. And, you know, there's so much that goes into a game like that. And again, it's me still not understanding fully, but having some idea of it. I don't know. I don't think it would be for me, even though it's of interest to me. In a strange way. The same way anything is. But it's just like I don't have the life force in me to dedicate to something like that. That's a hobby unto itself. Oh no. God, I keep fucking that up. Nice. Ah, God damn it. I know I can do better. I know I can do better. There we go. Whoa, whoop, 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 whoa. There we go. There we go. Now isn't that the ticket? Come on. There we go. Okay. It's just these steps. These steps are gonna kill me. I feel like I had an idea of how to do it originally, and I don't remember what it is. If I could do that, that would be nice. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, caramba. That was an accident, but I did it anyways. Sometimes happy accidents, you know? Ay, 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 ay. By the way, I don't know why I say ay, ay, ay sometimes. Trauma True Blues, Texan, I guess. It couldn't be farther from. Maybe it's something my mom says, or I don't know. Maybe it's someone I knew said that. But it's not ay, ay, ay. It's, you know, it's like a little quick. Ay, 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 Jesus. Weird conglomeration of phrases here, man. I'm a real American. Come on. Please. Give me life. Give me energy. Give me what I desire. Or let me die again. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th time of my life. Oh, no. Don't you know that I'm here for you? I like to sleep with your mother. She grins ear to ear. I make her smile every day and laugh you can't deny. Even though she's your mother, I shall make her my mine. Listen, I don't know. I'm just making up songs. It's the new musical. MILF. Coming to Broadway. Year, you. It's about a guy. It's actually like a play that's been turned into a musical. It's like a very serious play, but then they made it to like a real show tunes as musical too. You know, basically about a guy and he meets this guy's mom. It's basically a fucking manga about a guy who meets his friend's mom, and fucking gets with her, and it causes strife. But it's actually a very serious issue about like age and relevance and fading out of time. loneliness and despair. You could easily do a very serious story about that and a very silly one. Couldn't you? Not that you're, and again, both adults, but one is obviously like 10, 20 years older than the other person. There's still an age gap. Interesting thing about age gaps. I'm not going to talk extensively about this. That's a weird, controversial topic. But it only matters to people at, maybe understandably, at older ages. If someone's like 40 and 60, that's a 20-year gap. But I don't think people nearly care as much. I mean, even now, I say, like, now that I'm, like, working with a job as an adult, everybody basically seems the same age to me, and I get along with them if I get along with them. Like, I think people it depends, I guess. It depends on the range of ages. But I think at a certain point, it doesn't really matter. If you get along with somebody, you get along with them, and if you don't, you don't. There can be different level of ages, and maybe you might say, well, what do these two people have in common? I mean, again, I have so many interests and references. I get along with plenty of people who aren't my age. I think a lot of people, and again, maybe this is just because of people who don't engage with older shit, that they can't fathom interacting with people older than them. I get along with plenty of people older than me because I get all their references. And we're all humans, right? We all have things we can talk about and interact with at a human level. So in that sense, I think there's no reason you can't talk to people who aren't your age. Probably one of the people I get along with best with at work, my work, is one of the older guys in the office. Honestly, some young guys irritate me. Just a little bit. And I think they're still nice. But, you know, this guy works on my team and he's much older. He's got gray hair and a beard and all that. And he's great to talk to. He listens to like punk music and stuff, and we chat about things, and we get along well. And he's a nice guy. Maybe I'm a nice guy. I don't know. I can be not the nicest. I think I just have I don't always have a smile on my face, and I can be irritated easily, especially at work. I can be fairly irritated sometimes. Because, you know, who wants to be at work? Come on. So that's not always great. I try to be nice to people, but it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to just be pleasant. Come on. Oh, God, see, the problem is I'm trying to push with my hammer, but I'm not. I'm like just letting it go, which I think is the issue. It's not the right angle. At least I didn't fail completely. Okay, so like that. God, yeah, I have to push off. That's my problem. I'm not pushing off with the hammer when I get up there properly. So I'm just like I'm basically just letting myself fall. Come on. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to be like. I remember actually, like, that was the one problem I had at my previous job, was like, he noted that I just brought the mood down a bit, and that wasn't a good thing. It looks like I was always mad. And to be fair, that was a minimum wage job. I hated it, man. It was tiresome and stressful. I would get home from work, and I just didn't feel like doing anything. Which is bad when you want to have a lot of hobbies and do things. Because then you're exhausted every time. And if I really cared, I could have fought through it, you know? Oh, come on. Okay, so if I do like... Okay. I think I have a better idea of this one. There we fucking go. Okay. So here's the thing. I haven't actually made it past this. So I actually don't know where to go. Or rather, I have an idea of what to do. Just slow and steady wins the race. Eat the caramel apple. It tastes... Actually, I hate caramel apples. Caramel apples, like candy apples, look like the fucking tastiest thing. And here's the thing. I like apples. I'm fine with candy. They're the fucking worst. It's a hard-ass apple that's hard to eat, and it's very sticky and messy. And it's hard to get to the candy. It's hard to get through the candy part to get to the apple part, and they don't necessarily complement themselves very well. It's better than, like, candy apple's better than a caramel apple, because I don't like caramel, because it's sticky. It's like, how are you supposed to eat it delicately? But, like, when they sell those at, like, Disney, I'm like, I don't really want one of these. I would rather just have an apple, if being honest, probably. Maybe they're not that. Maybe I need to have it again. It's been a while. I haven't been to a Disney in a long time. And I like Disney World. A theme park. There's such the idea of a theme park, not just like it's the idea of the theming is the special part, right? It's not like just about the rides. You can go to Six Flags, you can go anywhere else. Although even Six Flags has theming. They are explicitly called theme parks. They're not just like a fun fair or anything. Which have themings, fair enough. I mean, but like, it's the fact that it tries to bring you into a different place in the world, whether real or not. And they are adept at doing so. Like the original Disneyland brings you into the world of tomorrow, the world of adventure, the world of fantasy, the world, the world of the past. They do a fucking great job at it. They really do, and I mean that. That's the most startling part about it, and that's kind of arguably the most fun part about it in my mind. The rides are fun. I like going on rides. But I think more than that is just being in a place like that, because they do such a good job with it. And also just being in a place that's like you're stress-free for a little bit. Why did I do that? God, I gotta stop panicking. Okay. If I don't panic, I can do this perfectly. A little closer, right there. It's not perfect, but like that's not perfect. Let me do better. I can do better than that. Just balance it just right. Eat a shit and make it spike. Okay. This pot has amazing physics, by the way. It's like it just sticks to things like goddamn glue. So I could just put myself here. And then like that. And there we go.
Now I know, most likely you're watching this on YouTube or
I am
Twitch.
not.
Some dude with 10 million views does it for you, like a baby bird being fed chewed up food. That's culture too.
That's culture, is it? Oh God, I'm finally making progress. I can actually hear the voice again. It's been so long. Oh God, no. I feel more confident though, at the very least, in getting back up there. A little bit, at least. I have a better understanding of what I'm meant to do there, I think. Even if I don't do it right the next time. Doing it once makes you know you can do it again. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. I've done it once. I can do it again. Oh, come on. I am a real American. I am a real American. I'm the realest American. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but... Oh, you gotta be joking me. Choking me. Please. That's scary. Anyone who's interested in choking as a thing, everyone's into their own thing, and I don't not understand the idea. Like, I've weirdly learned more about, like, sadism, masochism stuff. For some reason. I don't, like... I understand it. I actually do understand it now, even if I don't know if it's necessarily for me, but there are ways of approaching it that actually do make sense, and I can understand it. In the ways of explaining it actually really was fascinating to me. You learn about things. You don't just judge things. I get it. I understand it. I think anyone who is into that, I get it now. Whether it's my preferred, it's not really, but choking is still a thing where it's like I feel like it's so easy to fuck up. Like I'm not a risk taker in that sense, especially when it comes to other people. Come on. God damn it, I fucked this already. There we go. So that, like, the idea of that in general is just not a pleasing one to me. Can I? No, that was risky. There we go. That I don't think it would be hard for me to be comfortable. I know you can do it safely. There are certain things you're supposed to do when you do it. But, like, I'm so bad at just intuitively knowing things that I just would be like, okay, I'm going to do it for 4 seconds. I'm going to count it off. I'm going to make sure I know exactly the right number. You know what I mean? I'd be like practicing that shit if I had to do it. Because I wouldn't be able to know. I wouldn't be able to tell. I feel like I'd be like, how long is it long? I don't, you know. I can't even gauge an inch by sight. That's how shit I am at estimating things. So I sure as hell wouldn't trust myself with somebody's throat. You know, that's just too much. That's just too much, you know. Speaking of theme parks again, I would go back to a theme park. I would go because I do enjoy it. I think, especially with friends, it's just a location where you're free of worries for a bit, and that's one of the more appealing parts. Walking around, being somewhere dedicated to fun, and not having to worry about life, except, you know, what food to eat or whatever. But it's gotten so expensive in every definition, from the food to the drink to entry fees, to where it's like it's literally not even worth the price anymore. It used to be. And it's not because it's gotten worse. It's because the price has gotten so unbelievably exorbitant that it's like it's not it. It's not it. Which is quite sad. Because again, I genuinely enjoy it. I think there is incredible fun there. And in personal enjoyment and happiness. I don't know. I mean, Disney's such a money-making machine at this point. I don't know if Walt Disney would have actually liked it that way. Probably, I mean, I imagine probably not, you know, being honest. He liked making people happy. And he liked making money, but I think he still had a balance. And even Disney, I think, had a balance at a point in time that was in the past and no longer what it is now. Soulless. Sorry, Disney, but I'm not sorry. You are soulless. Big mega corporation that owns everything and doesn't treat anything with quality and only sees numbers and algorithms and fuck you, fuck all, fuck creativity. It's funny. It is funny how the script has flipped so dramatically on Disney, because people like Disney and the stuff they made, and they weren't perfect and they weren't like always everything, but I do think they made good shit. And now I literally couldn't give a shit. I couldn't give 2 shits. I couldn't give 3 shits. That's not even just that I'm an adult. Because I can appreciate a lot of media from when I was a child, and I can appreciate a lot of stuff made for multiple audiences even now. But it's mostly just Disney's approach to everything is just fucked in a way that I just don't care. And it's kind of sad that I've just fallen off things that I could potentially really care about, but it's just been... It's a corporation. It's a company. I have loyalty to the people there who made things. And if they're not there and they don't have the right to make things, then I don't give a shit. There's no brand loyalty there. And I mean, there might have been loyalty to Disney when they had a different methodology, but they don't anymore, so I don't have that anymore. That's one of the reasons I'm willing to say I like Nintendo as a company. And again, they have specific aspects, let me clarify as well. But their methodology of making things that are fun and interesting and creative exists. They've been outright and speaking about their philosophy in that area. And I like that. It falls in line with a lot of stuff I believe in. There are many other aspects of their business that is fucking shit. Like many companies. It's not the worst in the world. But it's still flawed, and you can't say that I like every decision they make. That aspect I really don't like. But creatively, they fulfill a lot. And I think that's a part that I can genuinely appreciate. Oh, come on, I've done this before. Let me do this. I think maybe I'm getting impatient. There we go. If I take it slow. God damn it, that was bad. I'd rather thrust back than thrust like midway. It's important. Always listen. If you're gonna thrust, do it with your whole ass. All right. Don't be thrusting half-assedly. Always thrust full hard. If you're not thrusting all the way, man, what's even the point of thrusting? You know? Just my personal take on the thrust dilemma. All right, Jorky. How's it going? Sorry. I shouldn't mention thrusting at... What time is it? Almost 2 in the morning?
Oh.
I mean, that's with anything, though. Hope you're doing well. If Dylan's still going, watch him, though. He's doing his special stream. He deserves all the views.
No.
Oh, I hope it does well for him. I'm just a fuck ass. Chatting about fucking nonsense for almost 5 hours. I should... Oh, great. My conversation on being a grunter. Oh, da ba da da da. I don't know why this game is the game that's fulfilling my conversational needs. Also, I don't know why I like this game so much. It is like fucking incredibly it's almost therapeutic in the strangest way. Oh, no. God damn it. Well, good thing I didn't talk in depth about sadomasochism and how I understand it now as an experienceless dude. Ah, God damn it, motherfucker. Oh, I will eventually have to stop this and do another stream because there's no way I can do this forever. But listen, man, it's human to grunt, okay? Every human has a grunt in there, just ready to be let out. Yeah, it's the beginning. If I want to go back to the real beginning, it's down here. I'm pretty good at getting back to where I am, though. Again, you learn. If it takes you the same amount of time to get back up there as it did at the start, you haven't improved. That's a problem. Like, the amount of time it took me to get up this area was like the first hour. And now I can soar. But no, listen, every human has their grunt. You know, you haven't learned, if you don't do it, not that I would know. Here's the thing. I have no experience with anybody. No ladies, no nothing. You know. But I feel like if I'm in the mood and I'm going at it, I probably would be quiet. I don't think... I'd be shy. I wouldn't be making any noise. Which is probably awkward. I wouldn't know how to do it. I would just be like... holding my breath, basically. Oh, God damn it. Come on. Which is probably not good. You should probably start making sounds when you're in mid-coitus or whatever. It's a human thing, right? And I think that's more to do with me than anything else. I mean, if most people... Okay, when do people do it? Let's say when you're just whacking off. Maybe you slept on your hand. You're giving yourself a stranger, you know. Maybe you get out the rope and the twine. You get the cucumber out of the closet. Why you keep it in your closet? You know, it's just your special cucumber. No one's doing it like to themselves and like grunting. You know, no one's like cranking one out, as it were, and just like no one's doing that, right? Everyone's doing it silent, right? And maybe we should be making sounds. Maybe we should be like going at it and like really enjoying it. But I don't. I sure as hell don't. The only sounds is the slap, slap, schlick, schlick sounds, and that's it. So so we're training ourselves basically when you're doing a cranking one out, doing a quick handy or whatever, to just be silent in that action. So I think it's understandable that you're just like dead silent. I have before if I'm doing it. I've never done it. Not really. I'm never like that invested that I can't fucking breathe. That it's like a real reaction. The coconut oil. I'm watching something that I've been going on for a while. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like not that into it. It's almost honestly though. I'm not into it. I would rather just not have to do it. I've said this before. People made fun of me. I think it's because of the way I phrased it. But humans, you're like any human. You got your raging hormones. It's like, man, if I didn't feel the need, because I'm a human, and listen, everyone's different. Some people have different levels of hormones. Some people don't feel like going at it every day or whatever. I kind of feel like I didn't feel like I had to, and I would just get the time back. It's like, God, this takes too long, man. It sticks in my mind. I get distracted. It's like, can I just not be horny anymore? Can I just like get rid of that chip in my brain? Be like, oh, thank God. Let me get back to editing or whatever. It would be a better human experience. I'll go to the doctor and be like, hey man, do you mind doing do you mind like clipping out the horny chip? You know, just listen. Go in my brain. You might like give me, I don't know, various diseases. I might forget my own name and how to shit properly. Or whatever. But like, can you just like snip the horny part out? Do you mind? God, why am I struggling? Sorry, I'm talking about horniness, and I think it's fucking up my gameplay. Also, at this point, I'm actively getting worse because of the tiredness, which is mildly problematic, but you know, just mildly. Do you disagree completely? I mean, I'm also like, I'm so single-minded in the idea that I wish I was more focused and more capable of getting the stuff I care about done. Including like, oh, do I want to sleep? I wish I didn't have to sleep. I wish I didn't get horny. I said it like, oh, I wish it didn't take so long. Is I think how I phrased it to my friends in college, which is a horrible way of phrasing it. They would never let me forget that. It's so funny. I'm a weird guy. I have some weird takes on things. I realize I don't think they're weird, and then I talk to people, and I come to the realization that yeah, I'm alone on this. There we go. Nice. Okay, we're back here again. I'm also trying to rush through a little bit because I've already been through these areas a bunch. Okay, now we're back here. Nice. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, and I'm a little loosey-goosey right now. Okay, stick there. Nice. Maybe you distract. Fuck it. This game is full of. This is a good mindless chatter game. I've talked about so many different fucking topics. In this stream, it's a long ass stream. Again, I'm always marveled at the fact that I can talk inexhaustibly for 5 hours. Which is a problem. Like even most streamers have moments of dead silence. I don't tend to really, which is probably why my fucking throat hurts so much, man. Like accepting when Bennet Foddy has to give us words of wisdom or plays a little song. It's just chatter. I'm good at that. Doesn't mean it's worthwhile chatter, but you know, that's enough. Although I've said it before, if I took the time to shut the fuck up, I'm sure I would have a lot more interesting things to say. I was very quiet a lot, like in school and stuff. I think I was just nervous or embarrassed, or I didn't know what to say. For whatever reason it was, I could be quiet sometimes. So I think once I became more comfortable just talking, I just started making up for the fact that I didn't speak, and I kept all my words inside. Now I'm letting them out. And it got to where I just fucking speak too much. And not just too much, but too quickly. Like, God, I'm burning through my topics because I'm talking at like a mile a minute. And it's about being thoughtful about it. If I actively think I should slow down my speech, I can do it. And it's probably flows a lot better. Because honestly, sometimes I can speak so fast that I actually like when I'm really excited and I'm talking like this and I'm just really excited and I'm talking really fast about something and I'm super invested in it and it's really exciting, it just fucking stresses people out. It's just like it's really not good. Fucking psychopath, dude. Oh no. It's a matter of difference. I think there was a time where I was talking so quickly with one of my roommates, he actually told me to shut the fuck up. He didn't mean it in a mean way. I thought it was very funny. I don't remember what we were talking about. I was also pacing rapidly in the room. Like, it's something I miss, I guess, having roommates in my townhome apartment in college. It was 4 guys. I would just be in the kitchen, we'd meet with other people who'd go to get something to eat, and we would chat for a couple hours. And it would be like, we would be up till 2 in the morning, chatting about whatever, because we would just start talking, and the conversation would flow. Those are the moments that I think I remember the most. Some of the moments I have really fond memories of in college. Just chatting in the kitchen. We didn't always hang out a lot. Like, we didn't necessarily do things, which I kind of wish we did more of. But it was those moments, and it would be for hours. Be like, oh, we just at 8, I'm getting a snack, and I'm in the kitchen. He comes out of his room. and some other people walks down the stairs, and it's like it's 2 in the morning, and it's like, okay, guys, we gotta get to bed. We all go good night, go to our separate ways. I suppose I'm thinking about, because currently I live with me and my sister share an apartment, but we're moving in this month. I already have a new lease, and this will be my very first time living alone, like actually alone. I don't live with my parents or anything. I've always apartments, whatever, roommates, but I'm actually living with nobody, and that's a little scary. It's lonely. I get lonely easily, man. I have to make sure I spend enough time with people I know, so it doesn't afflict me too badly. But that's, I mean, it's inevitable. I think it's a good experience. I'll probably be less shy on stream because I'll be more willing to talk loudly and fucking say stuff. Although I've gotten over that a little bit because I can't not stream. I don't like being too loud, especially when my sister and her friends are in the living room. Because I've never even told them that I stream. I'm sure I mean, there's no way people haven't fucking figured it out, right? That would be ridiculous. I live here, but I've never actively mentioned it. But I think I'd probably be more bold when it's literally me. I can do whatever the fuck I want without any embarrassment. And just sing I'd be more myself. Well, they probably think I'm playing games with friends online or something, you know. But I try to be a little measured when I know they're right out there. I'm not always like loud. I wouldn't scream. I still wouldn't scream, but like I probably would scream more when I'm God fucking damn it, every time. It's that I always fuck it up there. Also, again, I've said it earlier, like at the beginning of the stream 4 hours ago. This game isn't making me rage at all. This is genuinely like I'm having a great time. Fuck ups and all. This isn't a rage game to me, which I know it is to some people. But it doesn't scratch the itch that makes me mad or frustrated. Plenty of games do. There are a lot of games that do. This game doesn't do it for me. I actually think this game is wonderful. I'd really have to think about why. But no, I mean, moving alone is sad and it's lonely. You get used to it. Oh no, give me a break. You make me understand. I don't even like steak. Then I get sent to my room for not liking. I don't like steak. Unrelated to anything. I just thought of it. I don't like steak, and I know it's controversial to a lot of people. For some reason, every time I say that, people are like, "Oh, you clearly haven't had a good steak," and then they're convinced. They're fucking in their heads like, "Oh, I can be the one to show him a good steak. I can be the one to change his mind. I can pop his fucking steak cherry and make him love steak." It's like, dude, I just don't like it. Okay, it's fine. You don't have to like break my good steak virginity or whatever. It's okay if I don't like steak. It's fine, I promise. I mean, anyone can dislike anything. Who ate steak? Hopefully it was good. And here's the thing: I don't dislike. Like, I can understand the appeal of steak. It's just not my favorite. I've enjoyed some bites of a steak, but it's a lot of meat, and it's just meat. And even then, sometimes I like just meat, but usually very flavored meat, like with barbecue. I love barbecue. I'm from Texas, after all. But it's just a big fucking thing of meat, and it's like I don't enjoy this really, even if it's cooked perfectly or whatever. A couple bites and I'm done. And then I'm force-feeding the rest of the steak into my mouth. But if you like steak, then people should enjoy it. But there's so many foods that people just expect you to like. It's like if you said you didn't like Mexican food. And people would be like, "What? You don't like Mexican? You don't like tacos?" It's like, "What? You don't know? What do you mean you don't like tacos?" By the way, I love tacos. I want to clarify. But there are people who don't. And it's like, they're valid. You know, they don't have to like every food in existence. Or love it. I will say, I think I like most everything. I can enjoy most everything. I have my favorites. I have my preferences. But there's not many things I actively hate. The only food that I think I actively hate is turkey. And by proxy, Thanksgiving, because I think now I just have associations with Thanksgiving and leftovers and it just being not so good, and I don't like it anymore. Which might be controversial to some people, but I hate it. I'm going to be honest, I loathe. If there is a meat I hate more than anything, it is turkey. I fucking hate the taste. I think it's foul. I think it generally grosses me out. I don't like it. I can tolerate it because my dad will make it every year or whatever. But it's not. I don't like it. It's literally foul. Yeah, dude. That's the point. No, dude, it's foul. Yeah, I know it's foul. Birds are. No, listen, dude, it's foul. Yeah, I listen. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. What does that have to do with the taste? You like chicken? That's foul. No, dude. God damn it. So I'm really fucking up that one part for some reason. No, dude, it's foul. God, this is just a bit from Dude Who Stole My Car. Back to the start. Sorry, I don't usually fuck up that specific section. Well, actually, that's not true. I fucked it up a couple times. But I think I'm just not paying attention when I get up there. It's weirdly a hard part, even though I've done it successfully multiple times already. Again, this gives me the same vibe as when I tried to learn Kaizo Mario, or I tried to do I Want to Be the Guy, or whatever. Which are games I actually didn't get frustrated by either. The parts of those games that I didn't finish is because they took too long, not because I thought they were frustrating. One day I want to go back through and at least beat that first level of Kaizo. And maybe I'll use save states. I won't be an idiot and not use save states and try to beat Kaizo Mario freeballing. That's ridiculous. Even the people who do Kaizo would still do save states. Eat a dick and make it come. It's good, you know, if you want to. You don't have to, though. It's just something. It's an option. Do you think this guy is surgically attached to this pot, or is he just using his fucking legs? Like, he's got his toes splayed out, and he's really fucking attached to this side of this pot. Because honestly, you could almost argue that as strong as his arms are, his legs might even be stronger, because he has to constantly keep them pressed against the side of this pot to keep them in there. Real pot, man. I gotta get up at like fucking 9, 8 tomorrow to go to Mother's Day. I should probably go to bed soon. I want to at least try to get back to where I fucking was, and then I'll end it. You know you don't know the biology? Well, the other thing is, I was thinking, like, if I was fucking MadPat, I was gonna make a game theory about this game, about the feasibility of this. How strong would you have to be? I'm thinking he probably can't have legs. There are people who don't have legs for various reasons, obviously, and they're very. I mean, the fact that they can live their lives and do what they can do and stay hopeful is very impressive. They probably do get depressed. I think it would be very depressing to lose both legs and only be the top half, much less how various other things work. But I feel like just from a weight perspective, not having your legs would be a huge boon in order to do something like this, to be Pot Man. Because I feel like I don't know how the possibility of doing a fucking jump with a hammer like this with your own body weight. I can't help but feel like it might be possible, but I don't know enough about human biology. But that's just a theory. A fucking idiot theory by a goddamn dumbass. What is he even doing here? He doesn't know science at all. He doesn't even understand the scientific method. He thinks that Socrates is pronounced Socrates. And Socrates isn't even I guess he's a scientist. Philosophy. Is philosophy a science? What the fuck is it? It's a weird other thing. Okay, let's get the fuck up here, Richard. God, my fucking thrusty is dying right now, dude. Again, I don't do streams this long. And with my rate of speech, it's hard to do streams this long. Especially when I'm not used to it. I think if I did more longer streams, my throat would just get better at producing lubricant. But as it stands, I probably need more lubricant than I have it on offer right now. Okay. Okay, we're back here. Oh, fuck me. God, man. Okay. Imagine if your body, like, I mean, I guess you could call saliva lubricant, right? It's natural. I was was gonna say, what if it was like real lubricant and it was much more viscous and it's stuck in your throat? Could you genetically mod? Okay, sorry, this is a weird topic. It's just chemicals. Your body is capable of creating. Oh, that was bad. That was my own fault. Your body is genetically capable of creating chemicals, and we are getting genetic modification down with CRISPR. We can't. It's technically humanly possible. We've already done it. It's just not safe, but we've done genetic gene modifications. Could you genetically modify your fucking saliva to be chemically the same as lube? You would have to like get certain nutrients and make new organelles in your body to make the correct things, but like you probably could, right? That's not impossible. Why? I mean, you might be asking yourself, why would you want throat lube? You should shut your fucking mouth and shut the fuck up. But I feel like from a scientific perspective, it is absolutely possible. That was my own goddamn fault. I'm not even seeing the individual objects on the screen anymore. I'm kind of just seeing it like the overall eminence. But I'm going to be honest, though, because we've done... First of all, people have literally modified their own genes to get rid of, like, issues. It's not legal because human, you know, it's so easy to fuck up. We could just give everybody tumors all over their body. And that's not a good thing. So it's like it's being under wraps for, like, 30 years of testing to make sure that what we can do is safe. I think definitely, though, by the time I'm, like, older, it will be much more commonplace. And that's kind of exciting, because imagine what we could do with that. And I'm also just super curious how it works if you change your DNA partway through. Like, if I genetically modify my DNA right now to be like, I don't know, 5 inches shorter, would I shrink? How does the body deal with that? I'm already grown. My bones exist. Would the cells regenerate and just not generate properly? Like, what if it doesn't work properly? My bones are the same length, but they're missing half the cells and they're weak as fuck. I got brittle bones like a bird. Or would I just shrink somehow? I guess we don't know. There's a whole... basically, what I'm saying, we're going to be living in a fucking cyberpunk sci-fi-ass future in the next 100 years. There's so much technology that we are actively working on that's going to hit its realization. Some of it that is already hitting its realization. Behind the scenes. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. You know, I don't know if we want to live in the fucking Sword Art Online world, where apparently all of your cousins want to fuck you. And not just in Alabama this time. But only in Japan and Alabama is that a thing. Thanks, world. But it's kind of strange because we're just accepting it. We're just like, yep, it's already happening. A lot of things that we associate with those things are here. God, I forgot there was a kid there for a second. He scared the crap out of me. And we're just okay with it. It's like, oh, whatever, fuck it. I like my dystopian future. It makes me happy. Why am I so bad at this section, man? I've done it before. But I'm really screwing the pooch, as it were now. Oh, say, can you see? No, I can't. I left my glasses at home. That's a shame. You should get contacts. I can't. My eyes are too fucked up. Sorry. Oh, you know, it's okay. You didn't know. I actually can't. I don't think I can get contacts. I used to have contacts as a kid. I was much more handsome then. Actually, that's not. I was much uglier then. I would be more handsome now with contacts, but at the time I was still a kid, so I was kind of fucking ugly. All kids are ugly. Your body's all fucked up and weird. You don't know how to style yourself. You got all the baby fat in your face. You haven't grown into your style yet. Sorry, children. You're probably fucking ugly right now. It's okay. I was too. But my eyes got worse, and I actually don't think, because I have goddamn prisms in my glasses to make me see straight, I don't actually think I can wear contacts. Which is kind of sad. My eyes are too fucking stupid. Even after like 2 muscle surgeries to fix them. I've got super dumbass vision. Probably because I stared at the sun too much as a kid. Undoubtedly was the reason. Honestly, if there was a record for staring into the sun and not going blind, I probably have it. What's it gonna do? Blind me? Here's the thing though, what if staring at the sun for like 2 minutes straight gives you superpowers? You know, we wouldn't know. They tell us not to. Maybe the government's fucking keeping secrets from us. We don't know. The United States government knows that staring at the sun gives us powers, all right? We don't fucking know. They're lying to us. Just like the fucking ice wall around the flat earth. The UN is keeping us in, guys. That's people. I'm saying that people actually fucking believe that. People genuinely believe that there is an ice wall that we're being kept in by the United Nations to stop us from getting to the edge of the flat earth. That's what flat earthers believe. I'm not making shit up. That's actually a belief held by flat earthers. It's like, do you know how long the United Nations has existed? It's not that long. How do they have the resources to fucking put ships across the entire world in a circumference to track down individual ships and make sure they aren't going towards this mythical ice wall? So I can't even speak right now. It boggles the fucking mind that people are so believing that the entire world is just. How do you exist believing in something that your entire world is lying to you? That the entire world is a big conspiracy. You would just see everybody and everything as some conspiracy. You couldn't live. Like, you just couldn't exist. I would look at ordinary people and just think everybody's stupid except for me. What is your mind state like? It's crazy to think about. Works for Superman, and the Eclipse gave people powers and Heroes. I've never seen Heroes. I've always heard it was good, but I also heard it was unfinished and it didn't end well, so I never bothered. It's like Firefly. It's like a show that was created and people liked and never kind of got its due and just ended, and that was it. And that was enough. So I never gave a shit. Oh, yeah, God, I'm so goddamn confused. It wouldn't be the entire world, just maybe 1,000 high-level government people. No, but they would also think you're stupid for not believing in them. They're looking around thinking everybody's either sheeple or in on the conspiracy. And also, no, if you're believing in that, you probably believe that there are also there are enough people around you. You don't know who to trust. You think a conspiracy of that magnitude is so massive, it's insane. Yeah, that's basically what I heard about Heroes, which is why I didn't give a shit to ever watch it. I know that it's meant to be like, oh, Heroes. It's that show that everyone talks about. At least the shows I talk about that were old, that are done, I think are finished. This old sci-fi show, old. It's not that old. It's not like a fucking, what do you call it? It's not like Twilight Zone or something. There's a show me and my mom used to watch called Fringe, which I think technically was meant to have more seasons and never had it, but I love that show. Well, anything like that, most people would be true believers, not a conspiracy. Well, yeah, but they would just be like, I can't believe this guy doesn't understand what I understand. Your belief is that most people are idiots who don't understand the truth of the world, and the few who do are keeping you from the truth. You basically believe the whole world. That is such a strange worldview to have. The way to see people and the way to see the world. I just can't imagine having that perspective. You feel so goddamn special, don't you? That's right, I just have to take this slow. Well, most people think they're... Wow. Whoa! Well, don't most people think there is at least something that they are correct about and the majority is wrong about? Well, maybe. I think everyone thinks they're an individual. But to the degree of that nature, I accept that I disagree with a lot of people and a lot of people disagree with me. But I agree most people are like functioning people. But I'm specifically talking if you've actually talked or interacted or even just seen interactions with these conspiracy people, It's literally like them against the world. It's not even that they just don't like... I still believe in some commonalities between all humans, and that anybody can get... that there are connections between everybody. These people kind of don't think that. A lot of them really do think that the whole world is out to get them, in a sense. And that they're the important ones that know, and that people are trying to get them. At least some of these people. I'm not saying every conspiracy theorist believes that. But I don't think everybody is stupid, and I might think that there's something wrong, maybe, or that I disagree with certain people about certain things. But I don't believe the fundamental worldview of there is an ice wall, and we live on a flat surface, and you just fall off. And the United... There's a little bit of a difference between that and, like, other slightly less serious, world-changing viewpoints. Maybe that's just me. It's just I don't know. It's just fascinating. And again, I think everyone wants to feel important, and I can't help but feel like, in some degree, I am an important person, even though that's obviously not the case. We're all just fucking peons. Guys, I'm the main character. It's me. You guys are just the extras. Your purpose is to give me more meaning. I don't know. I don't think they're stupid. Nobody's stupid. But it's a matter of... No. It's a different way of looking at the world. Brainwashing the brain. But it is a different... Their brain almost works a different way. Because at that point, you can't not, like... You'll believe in anything. And I don't know how to get rid of that. Because it's not even just as much as, like, believing. There's a... For a lot of people, it's a whole different level of understanding going on. That it's hard to just say, oh, they just believe something different. Because you can't prove them otherwise. It's such a strong, different belief. Oh, no. I'm the main character and you were just the episode with me. And you're the audience. Well, listen. We watch movies. We read books. We play games with main characters. We can't help but want to be important. We can't help but want to feel important. I sure as hell do. And by some virtue, we are, in the perspective of ourselves, we feel important. And that we have meaning. And it's easy to acknowledge we don't, but it doesn't mean I believe it. In some part of my mind, I can't help but feel that I'm important and meaningful. And maybe even more so than other people. I think humans are inherently narcissistic, I think. I think it's impossible to live in a first-person view and not be a little narcissistic over yourself. You know? Good to have an audience, though. Appreciate it. But maybe I'm wrong about it, and it depends. I'm not like... I don't think narcissism means you're like you look down on people, but it's about self-importance, right? I think to exist is to have a level of narcissism towards yourself, to believe you are important, even if the universe is fucking meaningless or whatever philosophy kids have these days. God damn it, man! I'm really stuck at this part. Again, I probably will have to end soon. It's like fucking almost 2:30. But I gotta at least get back up there. Come on. And maybe it's just because I'm incredibly egotistical, narcissistic, and I'm the best person ever made. And if you disagree with me, you don't see my genius, then you're just an idiot and a fool, clearly. And you clearly don't understand the value of me. And if you did, you would marvel at my beautiful, wonderful features and really understand the significance that I provide to the world. One day, you'll see. They'll all see. They'll all see. They'll all know. They'll all know. They'll all understand. No, but, like... It's a sad thing to acknowledge that maybe you're not meaningful in the way that you want to be. Run for office for what? What would I think everyone has good beliefs. I got the mindset. You might be right, but I don't want to be a martyr for my beliefs. Which is why I don't want to do politics. That's actually the only reason. I actually think I think everyone believes that they know what is right and they think they can improve. And I think I have ideas. And I have good things. I mean, there's obvious things. I want people treated with respect everywhere. I think a big emphasis needs to be on education, whatever. It's a lot. Everyone has their own personal beliefs on what they think could improve the country, right? But I don't necessarily want to be a martyr for my beliefs and have to go in there and dedicate my life to it. And yes, I also probably wouldn't win. You need a lot of money. And I guess I didn't. I mean, maybe. Who knows? I have my own opinions on stuff I think is important. I do think education is tantamount of importance. We're not reaching people the same way, and we're losing education. People need to be able to defend for themselves and have rational thought and escape the propaganda they might suffer from people. I think there's a lot of, not universal truths, but a lot of truths people will come to if they live into a more unified world and are able to think at a higher level and rationalize more. And if we focus on that a lot and get a good generation of people to really think about our world in a different way, that's incredibly important. And apparently it's a big problem right now where a lot of kids, and maybe it's due to COVID and we're not adapting well to different modes of learning, that kids right now are really suffering. This next generation is having a big problem and they're really far behind, which just sucks. I'm sad. I mean, some people say it's worrying, and I mean, that is worrying, but it's also just like, I feel bad for them. It's rough. But no, I just don't want to have to put myself on there forever. And even people, if you think have the right beliefs, are probably not going to get it. The system is fucked. It's the way it's designed. I'm going to be honest. I think, not to talk about politics necessarily, but we don't have a two-party system, but we essentially have a system where you vote this way or that way, and there aren't really other options. I genuinely think that could be fixed in a second. There is one change that I think could be done to immediately fix that. I think 95% of the states have what is called winner-take-all voting, which means whoever wins gets all of the votes in the state. It's all or nothing. I think 2, maybe 3 states have what is called proportional voting, whereas whatever proportion of the votes you win in the state are yours. If you get 63% of the votes, you get 63% of the votes. It was like, if you recall Bernie Sanders, he won some votes in states, but because he didn't win the state, generally speaking, he got 0. He got nothing. Doesn't matter whatever niche, whatever amount he got nothing because of it, and it didn't matter. If we changed it to every state has proportional voting, that would immediately have a much greater reflection on what people actually want, and would allow for third parties to actually have relevance. So I'm sorry to get to politics. But I think genuinely that single change would be enough to revolutionize the system and make it much, 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 much better. That's all. I genuinely think that. And there's other innumerable changes that could have a huge impact, but I think that is one of the biggest ones that could have a huge. I'm thinking future. It's not even just about the small changes. It's about system-wide changes that are good. Because this two-party system was putting down a path of, parties focusing on the hardcore radicals because they're diehard fans, and slowly going left to right, and people have no choice what to choose, and everything is very dramatic and it's only getting worse, and it's not really getting any better. By the way, I'm very much an optimist. I think things can always get better. Things won't get better unless you think they're going to get better, and too many people just assume things won't get better. And because of that, they won't. Again, it's about believing in the future you want and hoping it'll happen. Without hope, nothing happens. Speaking of hope, or belief, I guess it's more about belief. I guess. I think that way about everything. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest. And generally, I get so fucking mad at people who are. I get mad at people who are pessimists. I just don't get it. I don't get and again, I can be negative-minded about things, but the idea that things won't work out is something I don't believe in. Or just and it makes me mad that people are just so it hasn't happened yet, man. Don't be so fucking negative about it. I'm shy. I got social anxiety. Certain things I can be pessimistic about, or rather, I'm just assuming things about people that they believe that I'm they don't want to be friends with me or whatever. You know, all the stuff that like isn't great, but people can be so fucking pessimistic, and I'm not even joking when I say it actually pisses me off. The whole party system, the majority of the country seems to vote for the party, not the candidate. I mean, that's true. There's a thing called rational ignorance in politics. And it's called rational ignorance because it's rational. We use little things to identify us with candidates and parties because the ordinary person does not have the time to invest in politics in the way that they could. And it's not an irrational thing. By and large, the amount of time you put in will not have the impact that's worth it for most people. So they use what things they can to vote for people they think are most likely. And for most people, it's fine. And that's enough. If people were smart, they should vote locally. That's actually much more relevant to their day-to-day life. And also, that has a trickle-up effect, where if you vote locally and those make an impact, those affect states, and that affects country eventually. But I don't think people realize that. They're so fixated on the big picture that they forget that the local elections actually will matter in the long run and can affect the global scale. But it's rational ignorance, and I don't think it's rational. It actually is rational for the most part, even if it has a detrimental effect in the long run. People are people. But no, pessimists fucking piss me off, dude. And I hate that, but it does. It makes me mad. It's like, can you fucking be positive for like 5 seconds, dude? You have to be so down. It's because I know a lot of people who are super negative about things, and it's kind of irritating to just, if I'm being honest. We're making progress, gamers. We're making progress. Oh. You can be positive. I don't know. Even the world the way it is, I genuinely think things can get better with time. I don't know if they will or not. I think it depends a lot, but I think they can, and I think they still will be able to. But for that, I'm an unusual person in some respects. I'm stubbornly optimistic that things will get better. I refuse to believe otherwise. Maybe that's just me. I'm very stubborn in that sense. But that's fair. That's fair enough. We live in a fucking age of I don't not understand why people are pessimistic, but I just think, man, what's the fucking point? Things are already bad or happening. Like, do you have to? Can you at least try to imagine a world where it's better? I mean, it's like being upset at something and then actively if something bad happens to you and then you're upset about it. The bad thing already happened to you. Being upset about it just makes it doubly worse because now you're upset and the bad thing happened to you. Let the bad thing happen to you and then attempt to move on and hope for the best and try for the best. When the solar flares kill us last night. Yeah. I think we'd make more progress if people were more up to fucking mystic. Yeah, that's right. The cream rises to the top. I guess the other thing is it's just not productive to think that that things aren't moving in the right direction, or that things aren't good right now. It's not a productive thing. It only makes you feel worse. It's like ruminating. Sometimes you're in a really bad state of mind and things aren't working out, and you're just ruminating on the negative things, and you can't help it, and you're pacing back and forth. That's not a good train of thought. And sometimes you can't help it. That's just the world we're in, right? Be positive. Grab your dildo and go at it sometimes. Make yourself happy. Don't live in this in the mental minority. Again, in certain things you can't help it. I think if it's with people and I'm so socially anxious at stuff that if I get in a relationship with a person, I'm gonna ruminate over things and I'm gonna be really fucking anxious about it. Securely attached relationships. I don't know what that means. I'll be rubbish. Well, but I'll try hard. That's my only fucking... I'm like Frisk Undertale. All I got with me is my determination. Which is good enough. I'm your little butterfly. Nice. Wonderful. Eat a dick. But I don't know. I just. There's so many pleasant things. There's so many. The world is beautiful, dude. There's so many wonderful, interesting things. Every culture is interesting. Every country is interesting. Every language is interesting. Every bit of music. Every bit of art. I love it all. I love so. There's so much. There's so fucking. The world is, man. We live in the fucking coolest world, dude. A lot of shit in it, but there's a lot of cool shit in here. I genuinely like. People talk about living forever. I don't want to live forever, but I want to be able to extend my life infinitely, or indefinitely, until I'm satisfied. And I think it would be a long time until I'm really satisfied, and I've done everything. At some point, I think I might get so just sad or lonely that it'll overwrite my satisfaction. But there's so much I want to experience and try and do, and it's possible, right? Even something as simple as I really want to get into a country and be a real citizen of it, and you can't do that with every country. I wish I could. Delve into every language, every culture, learn everything, do everything. There's just fucking too much. It's impossible. It actually does make me sad that I can't engage in everything, and you have to pick and choose, but that's life. When she said she was fine, what did that mean? Is she really fine? Is she really planning on murdering me for insurance money? At least I would know where she would stand if she wants to murder me. It's more just, I'm so, I was talking about being an optimist. I'm horribly pessimistic in relationships. Not even just romantic. I just mean even friendship relationships. I'm incredibly negatively minded about that. The world, I'm very optimistic. Other things, but when it comes to people, I just imagine people don't, that's hard to say, but don't like me as much as I think they do, or maybe they don't want to hang out as much as I want, or whatever. You know what I mean? Or am I bothering them? Am I saying too much? Am I not saying enough? I don't know. And I'm just real bad at that. That's the stuff where it's I overthink way too much. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. My baby. That's my own personal problems, right? And you have to get better at that. But that's my biggest, the bane of my existence is how I talk to people that way. Because I'm just rubbish. I know. I mean, listen. I know those things aren't a lot of people's minds. It's not rational. If it was rational, then I wouldn't. It'd be easy. If I was only rational and I'd know exactly what to do. It's not. I know it's irrational. That's the hard part. I have to try to. I have to actively think about it and be like, of course they're not thinking that. But it's still nerve-wracking to even invite someone or chat to them or think to send them. Oh, God damn it. Bennet Foddy's smart. He made a little crack in that little thing there, so your hammer gets stuck. That Bennet Foddy guy, he's a good game designer. He's a smart fella. I actually love this game. I think, weirdly, this might be becoming one of my favorite games. And it's actually is kind of artsy and philosophical in a way you wouldn't expect. Weirdly giving me the beginner's guide vibes from this game, strangely enough, with some of the dialogue, and they talk about games and the state of the world, which I love. That's a great game. But no, I mean, I know people aren't thinking about me. Maybe that's narcissism again, imagining that everyone's so focused on me, but in a negative way. And it's funny. It's not like I have any. I am a little arrogant. I think I'm cool and interesting and smart and whatever. I actually don't have any problems with how I see myself, relatively speaking. I mean, everyone has a little bit, but I think I'm fairly nice looking and fairly interesting and whatever. Doesn't change the fact that I'm worried that people might just not be interested in whatever. Those aren't related in the slightest, which I guess is a good thing, because that could, if I had complexes of a kind, that would be worse. Because then there's two problems. But fortunately, I'm good enough. I'm good enough. What time is it? Yeah, okay. I said I was going to stop an hour ago, and I didn't stop. This game is addicting, man. Weird. I don't know why. This is weirdly one of the more fun streams I've had, I think. This game is putting me in a brainwave state. I'm going to be dreaming about a guy in a cauldron. Secretly, we never realized this is actually the peak controls in a video game ever. You can't do better controls in a game. You know, oh what, fluidity? Oh what, you got Mario Odyssey? No. You got the hammer controls, dude. You got tank controls. Hammer controls are the next big thing. People don't realize the brilliance. The puerile joy. They will. I'll make them understand. They'll all understand one day. Come on. Okay, let me try that again. I think I know how to do this more consistently. Everyone, they'll all understand. I can make them. I can help them. I can undo. You'll help me? Thank you. Listen, the world will never be at peace until they understand. The world will never know joy until they understand. The world will never know interest, never understand. You know, what's the point of living if they can't understand? What's the point of living? What's the point of existing if they can't understand joy? But no matter. I can help them. I can make them understand. With me around, they'll always understand. All right, Mr. Anderson, let's wheel you back to your cot. It's okay. She'll be back with your medicine at 3. Now remember, don't be eating the pillow this time. We've gone through at least 5 pillows in the last week. You know that, Mr. Anderson. They'll understand. They'll all understand. All right, Mr. Anderson, we'll put you back in. Don't worry about it. Doesn't everybody just want to act like a fucking insane, crazy psychopath? Or is that just me? I'll do it in my house. I'm just alone, and I go on a rant. I don't even know what it's about. I just start making up a concept in my head and just be like, you know, you go fucking apeshit. It's like, they're wild. The world. They think they know better, but they don't understand. They don't realize the world's coming. But I got it. If they don't know it, I'll prove it to them. If they don't realize, I can make it to them. If they don't understand, you know, you start going fucking ape shit. It's fun. It's real fun. I probably shouldn't. I can hear people in the house above me. I probably shouldn't do that. They're gonna think I'm fucking insane. But you just, you know, you gotta. Sometimes you have to go like LARP a little in your own house. Why? Oh, dude, this dude is fucking really. He's nutting it up in here. They're gonna call him. They've never called it before, and I'm sure I've said worse. They think someone's being fucking tortured in my room right now. It's a good thing I watch porn at max volume.
You're playing this. What I'm saying is, trash is disposable, but maybe it doesn't have to be approachable. What's the feeling like? Are you stressed? I guess you don't hate it if you got this far.
Yeah, I don't.
Feeling frustrated. It's underrated.
I hate feeling. I don't think feeling frustrated. I talked about this earlier. Feeling frustrated, I hate feeling. That is the worst fucking feeling. I hate feeling frustrated. It is literally probably my least favorite feeling.
An orange is sweet, juicy fruit locked inside a bitter peel. That's not how I feel about a challenge. I only want the bitterness. It's coffee. It's grapefruit. Interesting. It's licorice.
Is it then? Am I not getting what I'm meant to out of this? Because I actually don't feel the bitterness too much. I mean, there's a level of difficulty and frustration here, but like, it's a different kind, I guess. Well, thanks, Jerky. By the way, if you don't have to, I always appreciate clips because I know it's a fucking ball ache to make. I do have a clip command if you're lazy. Just because I know that like I'm lazy, and it's a fucking ball ache. I have no, like, it fucking sucks. Also, the marker command also does work. I really should edit my command so it actually makes like a comment or something, because it doesn't. It does work, it just doesn't actually say anything, so people assume it doesn't work. They just do a little trolling. Just a little fuck you. Again, if you don't have spite for your chat, are you even a real Twitch streamer? If you don't gaslight your chat into thinking that the Earth is round, Oh, God fucking... Oh, my God. That would have been bad. At this point, I might as well go for 6 hours, right? I've already been this long. If I fell back to the very bottom, it would have been great, but, like... I probably would have ended the stream there. I'd be like, yeah, it's time to sleep. It's bed o'clock. It's bed o'clock. Even though, honestly, at this point, I'm not going to sleep well. At this point, like, if you've never taken, let's say, an all-nighter, which you shouldn't do. But you get, at a certain point, you get a second wind. Like, your body's like, he's been awake this long. He clearly needs to stay awake for longer, and it'll tell you not to sleep anymore. Which I've taken all-nighters once or twice. I don't suggest them. They're not great. You really do get fucking weird. But at that point, it's going to be hard to sleep, and then you're going to be even more exhausted. Like, if I have to, like... me and my sister are going to Mother's Day. I'll have to ask my sister to drive tomorrow, because there's no way I'm going to be adequate enough to sleep. And there's shit in my car right now, because I'm moving soon. It was not Da Vinci, not Dvorak, Dali, who used to do a thing where he would sit in a chair, let himself try to fall asleep, but he would be holding keys, I think. And he would try, and he would do that. Hey, the orange! Sorry, he was very excited. He would do that so that when he finally fell asleep, the keys would fall from his hand, clatter onto a plate on the ground, and he would wake up again. Because he had his best ideas right when he was about to go to sleep. In that little, like, gap between sleepness and awake. Fun fact. It can be very... He's very trippy. Just like how your thoughts and stuff are dependent on your daily routine. Then when that has altered your thoughts... No, it's crazy how your brain breaks. I've done it once or twice to, like, facilitate, like, resetting my sleep schedule when it got fucked up. There was once where it was literally to finish an assignment. And I got the assignment done at, like, maybe 4, 5. But at that point, I didn't want to go to sleep because I knew if I slept, I probably wouldn't wake up in time to turn it in. And the worst part is trying to keep yourself awake. I think I was had almost graduation next. I think my parents were picking me up the day of. I had to, like, finish a project and write an 8-page paper or something about fucking jazz and solo analysis. I was fucked. Both of these were in college. But you really feel the world and in time, like, differently when that happens. It's such a bizarre experience. I don't want to say I want to do it again, but I kind of do. There's something almost, like, magical about it. Oh. God, he sounds like the fucking king from CDI Zelda. There's recency bias there. I only played those games, like, last week. But especially being awake at those hours. I remember going to bed at, like... I remember going to bed at, like, 5 o'clock, and I could hear the birds starting to chirp in the morning, and I was like, I gotta go to sleep. That was the worst that it's ever been, my sleep schedule, and that was during COVID. It's fun if you're not stressed out. You can go outside to watch the sunrise, just walking in the quiet. I mean, I do that anyways. I used to go to walks at, like, midnight, 1 in the morning in my old neighborhood. I like being outside at night. I just don't want to scare anybody, so I try to avoid doing it. It's peaceful at night. No, but during COVID, I was at my college townhome apartment during the summer to take summer classes. None of my roommates were there, so I was home alone. I didn't have a car, and I was there stuck for a couple months completely on my own. Nobody was there. It was very hard to get food. I couldn't go to grocery shopping because I didn't have a car, so I couldn't go anywhere and see anybody. All my classes were online, and they were all, like, basically pre-recorded videos. So I didn't actually have to be awake at a time to do my classes. Which meant there was no schedule in my life that was mandatory. Which is a crazy thing to say, but there was nothing I needed to do at any specific time, at any point, and there was nobody to hang out with and interact with to keep me on a schedule. So it was the only time in my life where there was literally no schedule that could keep me in line, except for the sun and the moon, I guess. And when that's the case, I was just like, oh, I'll watch a video or whatever. And I got to the point where I was like literally going to bed at 4:35 in the morning. I would just be staying up watching videos, whatever, doing my assignment or whatever in the day I had, and going to bed then, which felt like crazy. I know a guy that stayed awake for a week straight on heroin. That's fucked, dude. I'm not a drug guy, really. I mean, heroin's a different story. That will fuck up your life. But even like other stuff, even alcohol or weed, I can get why people do them, and I don't have any malice towards them, but it's not for me. I suppose you can say I'm very straight-laced. Just doesn't interest me. It's not even a matter of like I think it's bad. It just doesn't interest me. After 120 hours, you die. Yeah, sleep is incredibly important. It is so important for life. You really need sleep, and good sleep schedule, consistent sleep. It is one of the most important things that people don't take care of properly. Me included. I'm aware. I am fully aware of how important it is, and I don't take care of it properly. Now is a perfectly good example. But there's too much life to live, man. I don't want 30% of it to be sleeping. But yeah, going to bed at 5 and literally seeing the lights in the curtains and hearing the birds chirp and being like, yeah, it's time for bed. It was such, it's just weird. It's just a fucking weird feeling, you know? I kind of miss it a little bit, but it's just something very sad. Like, being up in the morning really kind of makes me almost, like, feel filled with life and happiness. Having that kind of sleep schedule, I feel like it just makes you more depressed. Not that I mind, like, being out at night. And I like the night, but, like, I think you're meant to be up in the morning and get sunlight that early. And missing that and getting less sun, it really does make you more depressed. Which makes sense, doesn't it? I'm going to fucking wake up with a sore throat tomorrow, won't I? It's huge. And that's why, I mean, that's people talk about, like, in the winter. The people who live in the parts of the world where they get very little sun, that's fucked up, dude. That, like, I couldn't bear that. Or, like, permanent winters. I'd hate that. I would just go crazy. Again, I'm the guy who has daylight bulbs in my room. I guess it's the same with no nighttime. I want a good balance. People are supposed to be outside. Foggy mornings. Fog is it depends. Sometimes fog is like cool, but it's not like strong. But fog is such a fucking strange thing, and it's really hard to photograph. The strongest fog I ever experienced was in New Orleans. I'm very fortunate that I was in the marching band in college, and we get to go on all the trips the football team does. And I went to the college with the best football team in the nation, or one of the best, which meant we got to go on these cool trips. One of them was the Sugar Bowl when it was New Orleans. During New Year's, first of all, which is a really cool trip. It was so foggy that it was like this. It was like fucking Silent Hill. I literally couldn't see like 2 feet in front of me. It was so thick. It was genuinely insane. I almost walked into a fucking river because I couldn't see it coming before I got there. I wish I could, the amount you're thinking of, it's more than that. Fog as a concept is fucking crazy, dude. I feels like this section shouldn't be hard. I don't know why I'm struggling with it. It is. It is fucking awesome. And I feel like you don't get to experience enough in life. I have blue light filters on my computer. The research on blue light is kind of fucking mixed, or blue light goggles and glasses. There's some research around it, but there's not enough to where it's really validated. It became this big thing, and people were like, oh, you should wear blue light glasses. And then I was like, well, there's not as much scientific foundation for it as, you know, it sounds good, but apparently it's not like, and maybe it is true anyways, and it couldn't hurt, but I was like, fuck it, I don't give a shit anymore. I still try to lower lights at night, but right now I'm streaming, I can't do that. But I don't like dimly lit rooms. It's like, man, I want to be full of life, and light does that. I keep my windows fucking fully open. I keep my lights bright as fuck. And that's how I live my life. And I'm happy with it. And people who live in the dark, you can be the fucking mole men in the caves. I'm fine with that. I'll live in the bright sunlight. You can live in depression land. Nothing wrong with mole men, though. Hey, listen, mole men are people, too. You know? They're valid. Can this guy stop doing, like, fucking... like he's drinking a Coke every time he fucking gets up a cave? I used to like the darkness. I've been on and off with that, but at this point, I want it to be as bright as outside. It's what fills me with energy in life. Oh, no. I'm going to get up here and end it, by the way. Because I do need sleep. I need to get up a little earlier than usual anyways to go to fucking Kroger and buy something before I go to my mom for Mother's Day. Something small. I already have her gift. I just need to put it in a bag. Drinking a glass of pilk. What, piss milk? Well, listen, I can't drink piss milk anymore. My piss isn't the same flavor as it used to be. I don't know what happened. I think maybe my diet changed, but now the piss isn't, like, right, unfortunately, so the piss milk isn't as good. Pilk is talking. Oh, yeah, that's... I was just joking. It's just joking around, you know. I know what pilk was. Piss milk. I was just making a joke. You know, I don't. You know, it's funny, right? It's a good joke. Everybody loves pilk. Fuck me. Damn, man. You know what? It doesn't feel good. I gotta go back to the start. I don't want to like land. There we go. That's a real reset. It won't take too long to get back up there. I'm actually, again, I have the weirdest response. I'm actually like, it's like when I go outside and it's fucking pouring rain. I just, full smile. I really don't mind at all. Like I could just keep going and I would be like perfectly happy. Is that weird? Is that weird of me? Is there something wrong with me here? That this doesn't actually bug me in the slightest? Maybe it is healthy. Maybe I'm too... My grandma once told me that I'm Buddha-like. Or maybe it was another family member. My grandma's Vietnamese, by the way. And I remember she told that to another one of my other Vietnamese family members, and he looked at me like really like, with like, really? And then he patted me on the arm. He was really proud of me. I was like, what's up, guys? I'm only a little Vietnamese. I know my grandma's Vietnamese, but like, I was like, huh. If you get bothered by something that really shouldn't matter, it's not good. Well, here's the thing. I do get frustrated by things. You should have seen me playing Pikmin 2 and how fucking... It was just... I mean, you get over it. I don't rage. I don't, like, throw a shit or get mad. But that was I think, was more frustrating. It's time-consuming and tedious. And I think this... maybe it's because the point of this game is what it is. That I know this is a part of the process. Where Pikmin, it's like, God, this sucks. And it's unfair. And not fun. Or, like, I can get mad playing Mario Kart. And again, it's never mad at, again, like earlier, it's never mad at other people. It's mad at myself for not being good enough, not that they're beating me. Which I think is still a healthier getting mad at. I don't rage at people. I rage at myself for not meeting my own expectations. But it's never, like, that bad. It's much better than some people who have real big problems with rage in games. I've never had that. When it happens, it's usually just like, I gotta stop playing Smash Brothers or Mario Kart because I can't handle it. At least I know that I can't handle it, and I'll stop as opposed to, like, beating myself with it. You can't make yourself care as much. That would be hard for me to do that. I love games, and I love games fundamentally as an art form, as a creative thing. I love the industry. I'm so invested in the games industry itself and conceptually and design that it's bigger for me. It's a bigger thing for me than just enjoyment. And again, I stream because I want it to be more useful. I get enjoyment from games, but at the same time, I feel like I want to do something more useful. So streaming and making stuff and things related to it feel more coherent. Oh, good night, dude. Again, I probably should have stopped when I hit the bottom ground, but I didn't. It was just my own fault. You know what? Screw it. Fuck it. If I want to restart, I want to start from the bottom. I gotta end it here. I'll have to do another stream of this, which I kind of expected. Like, I didn't think I was gonna beat it tonight necessarily. I thought it was possible. Press Control plus R. I will do that. Thank you. It wouldn't feel right if I didn't stop at the bottom, at the end, because then I can build myself back up next time. But this is fun. This is actually a great game. I genuinely love this game. This is like kind of therapeutic. It has been like fucking 6 hours. I haven't done streams long since I beat FF7 like a year or two ago. But thanks everyone for watching. I appreciate it. This was fun. I really enjoyed this. I'll be back. Yeah. I will be back in the week normally to play like Subnautica and whatever else. But remember, if it's not fun, why bother? Have a good night, guys. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.